wiretaps, some that were signed by RFK, right, by Robert Kennedy, so as Attorney General. So I think, the family is like, look, do you really release these records? Because I think they're worried about, embarrassing information about perhaps about his lifestyle.
Hasn't a lot of that already been released?
Yeah, it's been talked about and everything.
Nerd Squad, the timer on this live just jumped 7 seconds by itself because of the domestic terrorist in Unit 207.
With JFK,
be advised.
like they've released some
it is 5:05 p.m. PST. This is a consensual recording of Mystic Gwen pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation's instructions.
So I think there's
be advised, I'm not an employee of the FBI. I've just been authorized to state I am an informant since June 2024. If this live stream ends for any reason whatsoever without me explicitly telling you the end time, it's the result of the North Everett precinct of child abusers, child endangerers, stalkers, thieves, fraudsters, hackers, cyber stalkers, literal stalkers, mail tamperers, package thieves, the list goes on, i.e. the domestic terrorist organization, which includes a vast majority of members from the North Everett Police Precinct. They have been criminally and illegally telling people in order to try and avoid the accountability, which is on their way right to them. But anyway, they have been trying to avoid accountability, so they've been fraudulently telling everyone for 2 years next month that part of a legal operation. That is a lie. Since March 2023, they've been part of an aggravated criminal conspiracy, and that aggravated criminal conspiracy decided to become a domestic terrorist organization on August 6th at 11:55 p.m. when they began illegally detaining me, and then proceeded to perpetrate a series of felonies that they had premeditated and I had reported for over a year. And they decided to make those actionable. And then they decided to defraud their employer, the state of Washington, dozens and dozens and dozens of times. That's a quote from the FBI. Dozens and dozens and dozens of times. And then they decided to attempt to defraud the United States and to interfere with their own FBI investigation. Since the 11th, they've been making a systematic effort to prevent the FBI and I from corresponding, as well as the Snohomish County Sheriff's Office. They have criminally and illegally terminated well over 100 live streams in an attempt to further obstruct, tamper, and intimidate, all of which will be used in their prosecution. Per the FBI, the only reason why that has been allowed in the past has been solely, and that means only, due to the evidentiary value that the FBI sees in all of it. So, to be clear, if you've been told that any individuals from the North Everett Precinct, DCYF, or anyone at all that wants to talk about me, that they're part of an operation, or that they have concerns, or that they want to do anything other than what they've done for 2 years next month, which is terrorize me, stalk me, steal from me, torture me, and torment me, and also, of course, actively attempting to try and prevent themselves from going to prison, which all that they've actually been doing is guaranteeing that those who blew the whistle have absolutely forfeited their right to immunity in exchange for their testimony. So keep that in mind. Now, there is a great deal of things that you should be aware of, but I'm going to direct you to the preceding live stream for that, because it's about 2 hours worth of information beyond what I just said that I've had to go over again because of this domestic terrorist organization, which also includes members such as my extortionist mother and my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, who has been a member of their aggravated criminal conspiracy since the first month, since March 2023. Erica Owens hasn't been a member, it's my understanding, until significantly later. Anyway, as a result of all of that, there's going to be a, quote, exodus at the North Everett precinct. And that's a quote from the FBI. Some other quotes from the FBI. On the individuals in Unit 207, the condo directly above my home of 13 years, the following quote I think is a great one that the FBI has stated since before they decided to become a domestic terrorist organization. Quote, "They are not nearly as smooth as they like to imagine." Another quote on the North Everett precinct from the FBI. Quote, "Most officers take an oath to serve and protect. The North Everett precinct takes an oath to abuse and deflect. That constitutes domestic terrorism," end quote. And then there's like a whole paragraph from the Seattle Federal Marshals, but all I remember are the last few words of that, which were ... a real threat to the judiciary. So anyway, the preceding live stream, you're going to want to click on that. And in the event that the domestic terrorist organization upstairs makes it disappear, I'll give you a second one to read. So the live stream that preceded this one is 2-19, 5:52 a.m. space NEP/unit 207/et al. - stalkers, abusers, terrorists, etc. exposed, prison, millions, inevitable. Again, that's 2-19, 5:52 a.m. NEP, Unit 207. Et al. Stalkers, abusers, terrorists, etc. exposed, prison, millions, inevitable. If that video disappears for any reason, which is possible, based on their criminal conduct, particularly since the 11th of this month, i.e. just cybercrimes. If that video disappears, then the backup video that I suggest that you watch, which will give you not all of the information, but enough to know exactly what the hell is going on, is the 2:16 live stream. That is 2-16, 3 a.m., titled Debrief, Judicial Notice of 2-4-25 and all addendums, 2-4 to 214, on North Everett Precinct, Unit 207, Profs et al. So again, if you can't find the preceding live stream, jump to that one from the 16th that has debrief in the subject line, and you should be good to go at that point. And I already told you, if for any reason whatsoever this live stream ends without me orally and explicitly telling you the end time, what does that mean? Say it with me. The domestic terrorists upstairs are responsible. Yes, and so are their fellow terrorists who are oftentimes off-site, like a woman who's going to prison for over 80 plus years, who was worried about losing her job back in August. And so she got over 40 individuals to potentially go to prison on her behalf, and then went into court on one single day. And she ultimately ended up walking out on that day looking at a minimum mandatory sentence of 80 plus years. And since then, she's gotten over 40 individuals to theoretically join her in prison. In September, there were 27 individuals facing going to federal prison as a result of this domestic terrorist organization. And then a lot of people blew the whistle. And that's a good thing, because those individuals that blew the whistle, well, they ultimately are no longer at risk of going to prison on behalf of the domestic terrorist organization that's been going around abusing disabled kids directly and with their fellow co-conspirators and domestic terrorists. They have kidnapped, which was only made possible because of the abuse that my sons sustained at their hands and via their co-conspirators upon their instructions. Specially curated abuse just to abuse these disabled boys. Why? Well, again, they've been telling everybody it's for a non-existent operation, an operation that never existed. an operation that was an opportunity by those that are members of the domestic terrorist organization, an opportunity that was one that numerous individuals who reported in 2017 to the FBI for the very things that this domestic terrorist organization has since made actionable. Well, it was an opportunity that they had been awaiting. And when that occurred, they jumped on it, and it became an aggravated criminal conspiracy, which is all that it was until August 6th. And then since then, it's been a domestic terrorist organization. The last count that I was given was that there were 10 individuals that were going to prison for the rest of their lives. But that was prior to these imbeciles preventing me from sending the FBI offline recordings, contacting the FBI, and a litany of other charges. Oh, those disabled kids that they abused directly and with their co-conspirators. Additionally, they used those kids to perpetrate a felony breaking and entering that they wouldn't shut the fuck up about for 19 days. On January 29th, when they acquired some fraudulent court orders that apparently have to do with their fraudulent operation, which has, again, never existed. They have plans to try and pretend like they're going to put Erica Owens, one of their fellow domestic terrorists, in prison, when they are 100% the ones that will be going to prison. And she is very likely to be joining them, as they did indeed make her a member of their domestic terrorist organization, since she was already a member of the aggravated criminal conspiracy, and the aggravated criminal conspiracy became a domestic terrorist organization, again, on August 6th. So she will be in prison with them. Very likely, she will be in prison, hopefully sharing a cell with Mrs. 80 plus years. That's my hope. My hope is that her cellmate is Mrs. 80 plus years. And I also hope that the men involved upstairs, I hope that their cellmate is my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser. That's my hope for all of them. So again, you're going to want to make sure that you click on the preceding live stream and enjoy that video. It'll cover everything that you really need to know. And again, if it disappears, it's because of the domestic terrorist upstairs, who will be going to prison with Erica, but for far, 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 far longer. She might go to prison for a year or two. I don't know how it works. She doesn't have a criminal history, so maybe she won't go to prison at all. But all of them, they're going to prison for the rest of their lives. In the meantime, though, they want to play pretend that they have big plans until April 21st. And those plans include terrorizing me, perpetrating more domestic terrorism, continuing to defraud their employer, the state of Washington, and attempting repeatedly to defraud the United States of America. And of course, torturing and tormenting me daily, as they have specifically since the 11th with the criminal and illegal cessation of over 100 live streams. Why? Because they are still attempting to create, that's the key word, create a non-existent defense that's never existed and is never going to magically exist just because of them perpetrating more domestic terrorism and criminal acts against me without any immunity, past, present, or future, regardless of their position or perceived authority or what fraudulent documents they're looking at, knowing that they're fraudulent while attempting to enforce them, which in of itself makes everyone enforcing them liable for prison. So again, it is 5:19 p.m. PST. I was listening to a podcast with Joe Rogan, so I'm going to click right back on that.
Same thing. I don't think, in those documents? Because I don't think anybody's going to, if
Oh, actually, my bad. What am I talking about? I first need to shut off the offline recording and start a new one. Let me do that real quick. Okay, the offline recording, you haven't been running as long as the live stream, my offline recording. It's 5:20 p.m. I'm killing you. And I did double check, and the preceding live stream does indeed show that it ran for over 11 hours, and Unit 207 hasn't erased it yet. And I did take numerous screenshots showing the runtime. So if they do that, well, that would be another crime. Ending this offline recording and then erasing it and starting a new one. Nerd Squad, be advised that although Unit 207 wasn't able to do it yesterday, today they once again are criminally and illegally tampering with the file formats on the offline recordings. And now you're going to hear a slight repeat of what I just said. Not entirely, but a slight repeat because I've got to do this for the offline recording. This is the offline recording for Wednesday, February 19th, 2025. It is 5:21 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. There is a live stream running. This is a consensual recording with Mystic Gwen pursuant to the Federal Bureau of Investigation. I'm not an employee of the FBI. I'm just an informant, as I've been authorized to say since the last week of June 2024. This recording is just a backup because of the domestic terrorist organization operating from Unit 207, i.e. the North Everett Precinct, the Snohomish County Prosecutor's Office, to the two or more prosecutors there facing federal disbarment who are members of that office. Every individual in Unit 207, my multiple times convicted stalker and abuser, Erica the extortionist, et al., every named individual in my August 14th tort claim, which was served upon everyone I just named on August 14th. It's actually served upon them prior to that, but they wanted to play pretend that they didn't receive it. So the FBI had me file it in Snohomish County Superior Court under case 10-500-5934 and CC the FBI. And the FBI has read receipts by all of the individuals who received it, as they have since the day it was sent. Because if you've missed it, the FBI has allowed this aggravated criminal conspiracy to make the transformation that they sought to make the day that they began illegally detaining me, and then they cemented when they perpetrated the numerous counts of will be aggravated kidnapping charges in 4 days, which will be on all of their indictments in one way or another. Some, it'll be aiding and abetting. And some, it will be right there, including Miss 80 plus years, who's never had possession of my children. But the FBI is confident they're going to convict her for numerous counts of aggravated kidnapping. Again, that's the woman that was worried about her job after she had been stalking me and terrorizing me and stealing from me and torturing me literally every week since September of 2023. Every week. Every week. She was doing the same thing every few weeks from March 2023 to September 2023. And then it became 5 days a week on average since September 2023 until August 6th. And then it became every day concurrent with her, again, interfering with an FBI investigation and attempting to defraud the state of Washington and the FBI. As a result, all of these individuals are going to be booked and arraigned and handed their indictments in King County. That's where the United States is going to be prosecuting them. And then up here in Snohomish County, they are going to be arraigned and handed their indictments from the Attorney General for their crimes against the state of Washington. which for some reason won't be happening until after the FBI gets them first. In the interim, my door is closed as it has been since January 2nd, the sole exception being when these imbeciles upstairs decided after 19 days of plotting, planning, and scheming to utilize those disabled boys to perpetrate the breaking and entering that was 19 days in the making and reported repeatedly, including 12 hours before it happened, 2 hours before it happened, and an hour after it happened, only to have them reject my legitimate police reports because, again, because so many police officers from the North Everett have willingly decided to join an aggravated criminal conspiracy that became a domestic terrorist organization. None of them are going to get away with anything. Not a thing. The only exceptions are those who have blown the whistle and are actively blowing the whistle still, who themselves are victims. A lot of these people were told the same thing from some of the people the FBI is most excited to deal with. Something along the following lines. This isn't an exact quote. This is a paraphrase. Don't worry about it being illegal. I'll take full liability for it. You'll be given immunity. I'll take full liability for it. When the reality is, the women that kept saying that, well, what they were actually really saying and meaning, this part's per the FBI, is the following. You're going to commit the crimes that I tell you to commit. And then if I get in trouble, I'm going to say you did it and I didn't. And that's been her and the woman I call Mini-Me, who has also been with her since March 2023. Their plan all along. And they've gotten over 40 people to volunteer to go to prison with them. Again, I was told last month that number was down to 10. But the fact that they prevented me from emailing offline recordings to the FBI and the sheriff, and then criminally and illegally terminated over 100 live streams, according to the FBI, because of her saying something along these lines as well. Same lady. Again, this is a paraphrase. She's not talking to the FBI. You're going to commit these crimes, and I'm not going to go to prison for it because I'm going to say you did it. So that is why we are where we are. And I'm a little pissed off because I gave the FBI consent over half of a year ago to allow these imbeciles to perpetrate even more crimes against me in order for them to get as many individuals as possible to go to prison. So I had consented until February 23rd, but I inadvertently, meaning accidentally, but I did, and I am good for my word, so I'm stuck with it. I inadvertently gave them consent at the end of January to extend that deadline out to April. And in my mind, I wasn't expecting it would be the third week of April because I hadn't yet seen the latest fraudulent Google certificates from the domestic terrorist organization upstairs, i.e. the North Everett Precinct. Do keep in mind, are there people up there that I am like, oh yeah, you deserve to be in prison? Yes. But again, the whistleblowers I was talking about, over 50% of the individuals upstairs fall into that category. And according to the FBI, they are 100%. There's not even a 1% chance that they are not at risk of severe retaliation. This part's a quote from the FBI, worse than what I've received. And if you missed the memo, over the last 2 years, I have literally been the victim of every single crime that you could possibly imagine being the victim of, short of the following: being stoned to death, having someone throw acid on me, being the victim of arson, being murdered, and being illegally and unlawfully arrested, committed, or kidnapped, the latter of which has been threatened and part of the premeditation of the last 17 months, reported for just as long. So in my mind, and this part's speculation, worse than what I've received means that the FBI has determined that there's a chance that some of these people could be murdered. Now, you do have to keep in mind, we live in America, thank God. So in this day and age, it's very unlikely you're going to get away with murder. But it is likely that you could go to jail for just a couple of years for being a fucking murdering sack of shit. I mean, that's an unfortunate truth. It's an unfortunate one. Anyway, and I said that because it's an important thing to keep in mind. Also, although they terminated over 100 live streams and they've been actively attempting to prevent the FBI and I from talking, the FBI has still been corresponding with me, but they are no longer able to provide me with legal filings. If you missed it, the FBI has written all of my legal filings since December 14th of 2024. Now, the good news is, per the FBI, I'm not to submit another legal filing this month. Period. Why? I don't know. Everything I know is on a need-to-know basis. But those whistleblowers, even though they did all that awful stuff on Valentine's Day night, so from the 11th to the 14th, Valentine's Day night, I was told that the whistleblowers who had been continuing to blow the whistle or reporting in some way the activities that the FBI already knew were occurring from the 11th to the 14th were in good standing. They were in good standing. And the way that it was said, it was implied that they're still going to be getting immunity and they're doing the right thing and the best that they can. Again, 100% at risk of retaliation. The FBI has also stated repeatedly they are excited. That's their word. Excited to, quote, abdicate, end quote, people from positions of power. That means forcibly remove people in positions of power. The FBI has also confirmed every individual I reported in 2017. Oh, Unit 207 is trying to terminate this live stream at 5:32 p.m. Unfortunately failing. Anyway, every individual except one is a member of the aggravated criminal conspiracy / criminal enterprise turned domestic terrorist organization. Also worth noting, the FBI has stated that the reason why from the 11th basically until today, I mean, there were a couple little breaks, just a couple. But the reason that the terminations of all the live streams and whatnot was allowed is for the evidentiary value that it provided. I know that preventing me from sending those offline recordings to the FBI and the sheriffs was a huge, huge no-no. I know preventing the FBI and I from talking so that they could write out my legal paperwork was a huge no-no. But I also know that the FBI was happy about who they have surveillance of going in and out of the unit and who they have wiretaps on all the phones of. Basically, the evidentiary value was worth me feeling totally tortured, dude. If you don't get it, for literally over 4 days, I'm just like, imagine sitting at your laptop, actively clicking and refreshing your live stream recording that you know shouldn't be ending for any reason at all, except for the people that have been literally torturing you for 2 years or for 17 months. Keep terminating it and seriously believing that they're going to be able to blame me for doing what they did. Not a new thing in my life, I might add. People always try and blame me for shit that they do. Normally, I just say, you're dead to me, and then I ignore them. And when I ignore people, I take ghosting to a whole new level. What does that mean? That means when I see them on the street and they say hi and they come over and they want to talk to me or they're waving, I don't even make eye contact. I act like they're dead and it's a ghost. Haven't been able to do that because these people have committed even more crimes than have been written about and filed. The FBI knows all of it. They've literally been actively tracked since October, repeatedly, and they've been trying to starve me since November 23rd. Anyway, this offline recording will continue for the entirety of this recording. Unit 207 is actively attempting to terminate this live stream that is running. I have no intention of ending this live stream until probably 4 something in the morning tomorrow, Thursday, February 20th. These YouTube live streams, they max out at 12 hours. When they hit that, then the YouTube channel says that the video is 11 hours and 55 minutes long. But if you actually start watching it, you find it's 12 hours long. So I have no intention of ending this live stream for any reason whatsoever until Thursday, February 20th at 4 something in the morning, because today is Wednesday, February 19th. And again, I am running an offline recording as well. And again, Nerd Squad, I hope you heard me. They're back to tampering with and fucking up the file format. Again, make sure you check out the preceding live stream. I'm in a much better mood than I have been. And the reason for that is, I think, because I'm just exhausted with them, and I'm reminding myself that even though it doesn't feel like it, I am so close to being vindicated, validated, paid, reunited with my sons, and having all of these people not allowed to be within 500 yards of me. They've literally kept me hostage here in my house for over half a year. And that would be much more tolerable if it wasn't for the fact that it'll be 2 years next month that a couple of them have literally attempted to destroy my life every month and then every week, and in every way short of physically assaulting me. So I just keep reminding myself I'm so close, even though I didn't intend to give consent to an extension. But I did it, so that's what I did. And also, I can't divulge exactly what the FBI is waiting for, but I can say that there is an individual that the FBI is on the fence about whether or not they're going to be going to prison for the rest of their life or not. And that person's actions between now and the 3rd week of April apparently are going to make that determination. And that individual is someone that everyone would agree would be considered corrupt if they do a couple of things between now and April 21st. And it just basically would, it would be really good to know if they are corrupt. So that's where the FBI stands. And you may be wondering, how am I doing? Beyond that, I am surviving on this unending crock pot of 13-year-old lentils, frozen tomatoes, and oregano, and various snacked goods. I do have pounds and pounds of oatmeal and pounds of granola bars, which I hate. I will literally starve to death before I'll be eating granola bars or oatmeal. And then I have lots and lots of applesauce, thank goodness. I had a whole stockade of food, which is good, because this domestic terrorist organization won't let me make a phone call without talking to them, which again isn't new. It'll be 2 years next month. When I'm not talking to them, I'm literally have been talking to someone that's been contacted by them and told to say X, Y, and Z for 2 years next month. And it's also worth noting that a lot, I would say, majority of the people going to prison weren't even around for the whole time. They came in September 2023. So it's like, are they bad? Yeah, they came and then they knew what they were doing was wrong and perpetrated crimes against me 5 days a week until they began illegally detaining me. And then it became every day, multiple times a day, in multiple ways, concurrent with committing crimes against the state of Washington, the city of Everett, Snohomish County, in the United States of America, all without immunity. And even though I should hate those individuals too, I've heard from the FBI, so I know that the people in positions of power have literally looked at numerous ones of the individuals who are at risk of severe retaliation, who are not going to prison, who will be detained, but unlike all of the others, they're not going to be strip searched. They're not going to be arraigned. They're not going to be handed an indictment. They're going to go to a 5-star hotel in Seattle, have an armed guard outside of their door, and be getting a pro diem every day from the FBI in order to eat and drink well, or from the Attorney General, whoever gives the money to the FBI and the Seattle Federal Marshals, because I'm under the impression that it'll be a federal marshal that will be their armed guard outside of their doors. Anyway, but I've heard from all of them the same thing. Some of them have literally looked at some of the people that the FBI is most excited to put in prison and said, no, that's illegal. That's wrong. Let's not do that. We won't have immunity. And these people have literally responded with, you'll do it. You'll do it. You're going to do it. Blah, 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 blah. And then just harass them until they did it. It's like talking to a fucking wall. It's actually way worse than that. The FBI has recordings of some of these people they're excited to throw in prison, and the way that they've spoken to sheriffs is just as bad. So I am aware that there are many, over 50% of the individuals upstairs who are victims just like me. Oh, and there's new people in Unit 207, or a new person. I don't know if it's one or multiple, but there are people that literally were sent into Unit 207 after it already became a domestic terrorist organization. I feel fucking awful for them. Can you imagine? They were literally sent up there to go to prison with the terrorist organization. What the actual F? Anyway, it is what it is. Go to the preceding live stream. I'm not going to be very talkative going forward in these live streams other than at the beginning. You might hear me making comments about podcasts or movies I'm watching, or talking to my cat, who's adorable. But normally I talk throughout them and give updates. Such and such is happening in Unit 207. This or that is happening in Unit 207. The FBI's instructions to me with the preceding live stream were, basically, it's unnecessary now. I mean, if there's a big thing, something new I haven't reported, I don't need to be saying people are going in and out when people are arguing. I don't need to do that anymore, which I'm fine with. Yeah, so I was listening to this Joe Rogan podcast, but he mentioned one that he said Elon Musk recommended to him, and it was called Falling... Shit, I should have written it down. Was it Falling Nations or Falling Nations, Falling Dictatorship, some fucking podcast where they talk about different societies and their inevitable collapse from power. If you missed it, this is something that you can say. All great nations do inevitably fall. If you don't know, Germany is smaller than the state of Oregon. And at one point in time, it was the most powerful country in the world. The Romans. Anyway, I should have fucking written it down because it is not Falling Nations. Fall of Civilizations? Maybe this is it. Paul Cooper? It's a more sensical title. A history podcast? Yes, it is. This is it. Okay, so this podcast I've never heard before. Yeah, episode 19, The Mongols. Elon Musk recommended it to Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's been listening to it. He likes it. I like history, especially world history. So I'm going to start that. It's on Spotify. I'm trying to go to episode 1. The Bronze Age, the Mayan collapse. Oh, Roman Britain. The work of giants crumbled. Fucking the Roman. I'm not starting with the Romans or the Mediterranean. Okay, I'm starting with... Let's start with the Greenland Vikings. Here's what I like about the Greenland Vikings and Iceland. If you missed it, one Viking came over and he saw, Iceland and Greenland were both awful places to be. First off, let's be real, okay? Greenland is icy. So they named it what they chose to name it in a way to cajole people into migrating over there. And it worked. But it is not a hospitable environment. And what I like about Iceland and Icelandic people, even though they're all related, like hardcore, that's why they all look like elves. If you've ever seen Bjork, Bjork is the only celebrity I know of from Iceland. Bjork looks like pretty much every native Icelandic person. And her cute little fairy look, her little turned up nose and eyes and cheeks, her whole facial structure that looks like how you would imagine a fairy to look. That's how pretty much every native Icelandic person looks because of incest. But what I love about Iceland is the following. Almost every individual that's a native Icelandic person believes that they have an invisible house elf in their house, except for really, really awful people. They don't have one. And sometimes the invisible house elf is helpful, protective, and sometimes it's an asshole that like hides your car keys, steals one of your socks, just does shit like that. And they believe in elves in general, particularly all over different natural structures. So let's start with that episode. The Greenland Vikings, episode 4. I'm skipping the Romans. I kind of want to do the Mayans. The Mayan collapse. Because I don't know anything about the collapse of theirs. Nope, I'm sticking to it. We're doing the Greenland Vikings. I'm going to go lay down and try and go to sleep. Domestic terrorist upstairs can keep trying to terminate this or whatever. They might succeed. Got an offline recording going. But I'm super duper sleepy. And I would like to go to sleep even if it means that I wake up at like 10 p.m. tonight and then I'm up all night. I don't care. I want to go to sleep. But I'm like that kind of sleepy where I literally already have laid in bed for hours today, unable to go to fucking sleep, which is super annoying because I haven't even had caffeine. It's just like, don't go to sleep. That's what my brain is stuck on. So here's that podcast. I think that Elon is funny, honest, trustworthy, a good person, and I trust his recommendations and podcast. But I also feel the exact same way about Joe Rogan. So I think this one will be good. I did push play over a minute ago, but Unit 207 seems to be doing hacking. Oh, it's finally started.
Oh, Hunter, you are so handsome.
I'm going to aim the laptop in my living room instead of at my ceiling.
In the year 1586, towards the end of the 16th century, a Portuguese missionary called Antonio de Magdalena was part of a group exploring the deeply forested interior of Cambodia.
My front door is right by that punching bag on the right.
They traveled
where you see the blue light on your screen.
The Cambodian jungle.
That's my front door.
Surrounded by the fluttering of banana palms and the chattering of cicadas. Their Cambodian guides had told them that the ruins of an enormous city lay somewhere here in the jungle, but they didn't know the scale and grandeur of what awaited them. Magdalena was killed soon after in a shipwreck, but before he died, he managed to relate to a friend who wrote down all that he saw of these sprawling ruins in the jungle.
The city is square, with 4 principal gates, and a 5th, which serves the royal palace. The gates of each entrance are magnificently sculpted, so perfect that they look as if they were made from one stone. In the middle of the city is an extraordinary temple.
The missionaries were astonished. This city was grander and more magnificent than anything they had ever seen back home in Europe. Great banyan trees and creeper vines clambered over the ruins. The city seemed completely abandoned, but here and there, Buddhist monks in tangerine robes still performed rituals among its crumbling shrines.
Half a league from this city is a temple. It is of such extraordinary construction that it is not possible to describe it with a pen. It is like no other building in the world. It has towers and decorations and all the refinements which human genius can conceive of.
Amazed at the sight, the Portuguese asked their guides a flurry of questions. Who had built this place? How had they constructed such vast works of architectural genius? And why, after everything they'd built, had they left it all behind? But the guides didn't know. They said only what their parents had passed down to them, that these great stone edifices had been built here over a period of centuries by more than 20 kings. The Portuguese asked what the name of this great metropolis had been, but the guides didn't know that either. They used just one word to describe it, which in the old language of Cambodia simply means the city, and it has come to be the name by which these ruins are known. This word was Angkor. My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to tell the story of the civilization that has given us some of the world's most iconic ruined places. That's the Khmer Empire of medieval Cambodia. I want to explore how this great civilization rose to a size and wealth virtually unprecedented in the world at this time. How it overcame the formidable challenges of its climate and landscape, and all the factors that led to its final and dramatic collapse. Stories of European explorers cutting their way through the jungle and stumbling on the ruins of lost cities have always been popular in the Western imagination. But it's worth noting that although abandoned and left for the jungle to reclaim, Angkor has never really been lost. Since its population left in the mid-15th century, it has been a site of constant religious worship. Its name was forgotten, its streets were taken over by monkeys, and banyan trees clambered over its crumbling stones. But still, farmers worked the fields nearby, and Buddhist monks have always visited this ancient city to worship among its quiet ruins. The Khmer Empire ruled much of Southeast Asia from the 9th to the 15th century. At its height, it covered an area that today includes much of Thailand and Cambodia, as well as Vietnam and Laos. And at the empire's heart was the megacity of Angkor. Angkor covers an area of over 1,000 square kilometers, larger than New York City today. And between the 11th and 13th centuries, its wider agricultural area is thought to have supported at least 1 million people, or 0.1% of the world's population. That means that for a period of a few centuries, 1 in every 1,000 person in the world lived in the city of Angkor. So what happened to turn this once glorious city of gold into a crumbling ruin? How could the Khmer Empire collapse so completely? And what could this teach us about the challenges we face in our own modern world? After the first European travellers witnessed the ruins of Angkor, a steady trickle of visitors began to descend on the magnificent ancient city. Before long, everyone had their own theories about who had built it, as this early European source shows.
We suppose that the founders of the kingdom of Siam came from the great city which is situated in the middle of a desert, in the kingdom of Cambodia. There are the ruins of an ancient city there, which some say was built by Alexander the Great, or the Romans. It is amazing that no one lives there now. It is inhabited by ferocious animals, and the local people say it was built by foreigners.
One account written in Madrid in 1647 even argued that this city must have been built by the Roman Emperor Trajan, without explaining quite how he might have got there. In fact, virtually nobody in Europe gave credit to those people who had actually built these great temples and palaces. That's the people of Cambodia, who called themselves the Khmer. The Khmer are one of the oldest ethnic groups of Southeast Asia. They arrived in the region from probably the area of southern China over 4,000 years ago. They were one of the first people in the world to use bronze and to invent the number 0, and they developed the earliest alphabet still in use in Southeast Asia. The Khmer were a proud people, but for much of their early history they were ruled over by others. A great empire called Chen La had once ruled the lands of Cambodia, and since its collapse in the 8th century, the region had been broken up into a set of small Khmer kingdoms, ruled by local lords. But one man would soon be born who would forge these disparate kingdoms into an empire that would once again rule over the entire region and become one of the world's great powers. The beginning of this empire is conventionally dated to the year 802, and it would be founded thanks to a man who would call himself Jayavarman II. Little is known about the early life of this shadowy warrior. Jayavarman II seems to have written no inscriptions or left many clues about where he came from. He appears to have been of aristocratic birth and began his career in the southeast of present-day Cambodia. But the name he chose for himself tells you everything you need to know. Jayavarman was the name of the last king of the empire of Chen La, and in choosing the name Jayavarman II, this Khmer revolutionary was making a very clear statement. I am the second coming of the kings of old, and I will return Cambodia to its glory days. At this time, the fractured mess of Khmer kingdoms across Cambodia were all under the umbrella rule of a power known in the inscriptions as Java. Some historians have argued that this is the island of Java that today is part of Indonesia, but others believe that it refers to the Cham people of nearby southern Vietnam, who the Khmer sometimes called Chavir. I think this is the most likely scenario, since the rivalry between the Khmer and Cham peoples will blaze on for centuries, and we'll hear a lot more about it over the course of this episode. The Cham people got their name from the Sanskrit word champaka, a type of tree known as the yellow jade orchid. But the Cham people were not as delicate as their name might suggest. From their capital in Vijaya, now near the modern Vietnamese city of Quy Nhon, the Cham ran a powerful trading empire that built striking red stone towers and could muster vast fleets of ships with dragon-headed prows that crushed any resistance to their rule. But their dominion over the Khmer people was soon to be challenged. At heart, Jayavarman II was a revolutionary. He wanted to forge an independent, united kingdom for the Khmer people, and his campaign of rebellion was immensely successful. He first seized the city of Vyadapura in the southeast, and then pushed up the Mekong River to take Sambupura. He and his followers swept from southeast Cambodia to the northwest, and everywhere he went, people joined his army. One rare inscription shows how Jayavarman's campaign seemed to happen almost miraculously.
For the prosperity of the people in this perfectly pure royal race, great lotus, which no longer has a stalk, he rose like a new flower.
But the more power Jayavarman amassed, the more resistance he faced. And in the west, he found that many Khmer leaders were still loyal to the king of Champa. They fought back against Jayavarman and managed to force him into a retreat. Bloodied and humiliated, he and his followers retreated to the mountain range in Cambodia, known as the Kulen, or Lychee Hills. Despite its beautiful name, this was a tough terrain, a range of stony hills overgrown with jungle, where creepers and roots clambered over the rocks. For a time, it must have seemed like all was lost. But as he gathered the remains of his forces together, Jayavarman knew that it would take more than just military might to unite the Khmer peoples. He decided that what the people of Cambodia needed was not a warlord, but a king. He would crown himself something that had never before existed, the king of the Khmer. And to do this, he would have to devise an elaborate and mystical ceremony. The most valuable inscription concerning Jayavarman II is the one dated to the year 1052, 2 centuries after his death. It's found at the temple of Sudok Kaktom in present-day Thailand.
His Majesty Jayavarman came from Java to reign in the royal city of Indrapura. A Brahmin, proficient in the law of magic power, came from Janapada in response to His Majesty's invitation to perform a sublime rite which would release the kingdom from the tyranny of Java.
This Hindu ceremony was known as the Deva Raja, or the God King ritual. What exactly was involved in the ritual isn't recorded, but from similar ceremonies in India, we can imagine perhaps an animal sacrifice, along with the burning of sacred kusha grass and incense, and the chanting of incantations in the ancient language of Sanskrit. But whatever it involved, we know the effect this ceremony had. By the time the ritual was finished, Jayavarman had established himself not just as a king of the Khmer, but as a kind of deity. And the symbolic power of this ritual seemed to work. When the remaining kingdoms of the Khmer heard that a god king had been crowned, their will to fight dissolved. Jayavarman was cunning. Through a smart program of military campaigns, alliances, marriages, and land grants, he gradually gathered all the remaining kingdoms of the Khmer under his banner. He had achieved the unthinkable, a unification of Cambodia that stretched from China to the north and bordered the old enemy of Champa to the east, the ocean to the south, and to the west, a place identified by one inscription as the land of cardamoms and mangoes, which is likely Myanmar or eastern India. Once his conquest was complete, Jayavarman built a capital at a place he called Hariharalaya, and it would be a city suited for a god king. He built his palace on high ground, and nearby dug a vast reservoir, marshalling enormous workforces to build embankments, drain swamps, and dig ditches. And he even diverted the course of the Siem Reap River to build his new capital. The ambition and scale of this project was vast and completely unprecedented in the region. And everything that was built for the new God King was designed to testify to that direct link that existed between him and the gods. In Hindu belief, the gods Shiva, Vishnu, and the rest of the pantheon live on a great mountain called Meru, similar to the idea of Mount Olympus in ancient Greek mythology. Mount Meru is believed to be surrounded by a sea of milk, and when Jayavarman built his capital at Hariharalaya, he designed it to emulate this cosmic image, his palace on a hill overlooking the great reservoir. This building work must have been truly awe-inspiring for the people of the time. It set the tone for the ambition and scale that would mark the constructions of the Khmer, but it would be Jayavarman's successors that would transform his kingdom into a truly great empire. And the vast grandeur of their constructions would reach heights that even Jayavarman could never have imagined. Before we go on, I'd like to paint a picture of the landscape over which this great drama will unfold. 50 million years ago, the Indian tectonic plate collided with the Eurasian plate, forcing up the Himalayan mountain range into the highest peaks in the world, and creating the wide Tibetan plateau. At 5 times the size of France, is sometimes called the Third Pole, since its tens of thousands of glaciers and lakes serve as a kind of water tower for the whole region. From this great plateau, several of the world's longest rivers find their beginnings, including the Yangtze, the Indus, and the Mekong. The Mekong is the world's 12th longest river. From the Tibetan plateau, it wends for 4,300 kilometers, through China's Yunnan province, and down through Laos, Cambodia, and Thailand, finally branching out into a delta at the south coast of Vietnam. And this river is utterly teeming with life. Its ecosystem has the second highest rate of biodiversity in the world, after only the Amazon River, containing freshwater dolphins, giant stingray, soft-shelled turtles, and giant catfish. The Mekong River flows right through the center of Cambodia, and much of our story will take place on the shores of a vast freshwater lake called Tonle Sap, right in the middle of Cambodia. For most of the year, the lake drains its water into the Mekong River, but when the southwest monsoon season begins in June, the Mekong suddenly swells into a raging torrent, and the river that normally drains the lake suddenly reverses its flow, filling this body of water until it has a maximum length of 250 kilometers, with a width of 100 kilometers. In these months, the lake looks like an inland sea, stretching off into the horizon as far as the eye can see. Today, the villages around the lake are famous for their houses perched on top of towering stilts, raising them 10 meters into the air or over 3 stories. That's because during the monsoon, the lake's water level rises from 1 meter deep to 10 times that amount. One Chinese visitor to ancient Angkor described this remarkable fluctuation, although he slightly exaggerates the height of the waters.
The high water around the freshwater seas can reach some 24 meters, completely submerging even the very tall trees, except for the tips. Families living by the shore all move to the far side of the hills.
But the challenges that the Great Lake presented to ancient people were offset by some incredible benefits. Tonle Sap has the highest concentration of freshwater fish in the world, thanks to the mineral-rich sediment carried into the lake by the annual floods. As well as fish from the lake, the Khmer people of this region cultivated rice. The rice we know was first domesticated in the Yangtze River basin in China around 10,000 years ago, bred from marsh grasses that grew in flooded and swampy ground. Due to this, rice fields have to be constantly inundated with water for the crops to grow. Because of this need, the Khmer soon became experts in the control of water in the landscape. And this expertise would mean that the empire only just beginning on the shores of this lake would boom to immense size and grandeur. Every king who followed after Jayavarman II would follow his example in conducting the Hindu ritual of the Devaraja, to crown themselves as the God King of Cambodia. And this title was not just a metaphor. For much of Angkor's history, its king was both the wielder of executive power and the center of an opulent religious cult emanating from the great temples of its capital. The Hindu religion, originating in India, had a long history in Southeast Asia, and Cambodia at this time was what's known as an Indianized kingdom. An ancient Khmer folktale tells the story of how the lands of Cambodia were founded.
A long time ago, in the time of myths and legends, there was a prince of India named Kaundinya, who was descended from the god of the sun. One day, Kaundinya heard a mysterious voice calling out to him, telling him to set out on a journey to the land of gold, where he would become king. This was a dangerous journey by sea, following the monsoon winds and dangerous ocean currents. But he gathered his courage and set out. Upon nearing the foreign coast of the land of gold, Kaundinya's ship was attacked by a fierce sea creature. It was a serpent woman with sharp fangs and a whipping tail. Her name was Nagisoma, and she was the beautiful daughter of the Serpent King. Kaundinya fought her, and after a long battle he emerged victorious. He spared the serpent woman's life, and she was impressed with his skill. She offered her hand in marriage. In celebration, Kaundinya hurled his golden lance at the coast, and where it landed, he resolved to build his royal city in the land of gold, which he gave the name Kambuja.
This Khmer story, like many legends of its kind, may have some grain of truth to it. The Kambuja that was founded with the throwing of that golden lance is of course the original name for Cambodia, and the story expresses how the Khmer culture traced their lineage back to India. At this time, the cultural impact of India in this region was immense. Great Indian superpowers like the Pallava and Chola empires had already risen and fallen, spreading their culture across the whole area of Southeast Asia. Just as people all around the world today drink American sodas and fast food, so in ancient Asia, nations were slowly adopting the culture, religion, and customs of India. The kingdoms of Southeast Asia adopted India's hierarchical social structure based on caste, its Hindu myths and philosophies, and perhaps most importantly, the language of Sanskrit. Sanskrit is a language that originated in North India. It was once a living language, but today it occupies a similar role to Latin in the European tradition. It's no longer spoken by ordinary people, but has become a language of scholarship and religion. And in the Western world, it is most commonly encountered in our yoga classes. You may think that this ancient Indian language is about as foreign to you as you could imagine, but that's not actually true. In fact, Sanskrit is part of the Indo-European family of languages, the same family as our own English. This means that there are actually some Sanskrit words that you might recognize. For instance, the Sanskrit word for tooth is danta. This shares a common ancestor with our English word dentist, which has passed through French, medieval then ancient Latin, ancient Greek, and finally the theoretical language we call Proto-Indo-European, which branched off around 5,000 years ago. At the time of the Khmer Empire's flourishing, classical Sanskrit became the language used among the elite of Southeast Asia, just like Greek and Latin were once required learning among Europe's nobility. But it's important to note that while the elites, the wealthy, and the nobles of Angkor were enraptured with Sanskrit and Hinduism, a great many of the common people of Cambodia were not Hindu. They were either Buddhist, or they followed their own ancient folk rituals that asked favors of the spirits who lived in the trees and the mountains. This division between the wealthy Hindu nobles and the different beliefs of the common people would form a stress line across Cambodian society. We will return to this fracture a number of times over this episode, as it causes ruptures and conflicts, and ultimately threatens to tear the entire empire apart. The Khmer king who had built the first great city at the site of Angkor was a man named Yashovarman. He was the son of a king named Indravarman. And perhaps you've already noticed something of a pattern with the names of these Cambodian kings. In fact, every king of the Khmer for the next 500 years would follow this convention, adopting a name that ended in Varman, a Sanskrit word that means shield or armor. The name Jayavarman, for instance, means something like victory shield. When the old king Indravarman died, he left behind 2 sons. One of these brothers was Yashovarman. His name means something like glory shield, and he was a vain and short-tempered prince. He was the eldest son, and he must have expected that one day he would sit on the throne that his father now occupied. But it seems that for whatever reason, Yashovarman was not his father's favorite. Instead, the old king named his younger brother the heir to the throne. Insulted and humiliated, Yashovarman flew into a rage. He immediately began to gather his armies, and a bitter civil war erupted across the country. The fighting was vicious, with armies clashing on the land and fleets of boats battling on the great lake Tonle Sap, that beating heart of the Khmer world. Inscriptions of the time claim that Yashovarman was a fierce and competent commander, and he may well have been. But it's worth mentioning at this point that the kings of the Khmer had a great weakness for flattering themselves in their own inscriptions, and those written by Yashovarman are some of the worst offenders.
A lion man, he tore the enemy with the claws of his grandeur. His teeth were his policies, his eyes were the holy scriptures.
For obvious reasons, it's difficult to rely solely on the way these kings describe themselves in their own inscriptions. But I think each one does tell us something interesting. That is, how these kings wished themselves to be seen. Lion man or not, we do know that after much bitter fighting, Yashovarman finally defeated his younger brother and claimed the crown for himself. But Yashovarman was still clearly hurt by his father's decision. When he was finally crowned king, he refused to claim the throne through his father's line. Instead, he had his royal scribes concoct an elaborate new family tree that completely bypassed his father, just as his father had tried to bypass him. Yashovarman's mother was now the true royal one, descended from the ancient kings of that fallen empire of Chenla. Despite this tendency for spite, Yashovarman seems to have been an effective ruler, although from the inscriptions he continued to commission, it's clear he never quite lost that original weakness for flattery.
In all the sciences and all the sports, in the arts, the languages and the writings, in dancing, singing and all the rest, he was as clever as if he had been the first inventor of them.
One area that we can be sure Yashovarman excelled in is construction. In just the first year of his reign, he built over 100 monasteries across the kingdom. He ruled for another 20 years, from 889 to his death in the year 910, and during this time he decided to build a new capital. Susceptible as ever to flattery, he named this city after himself, calling it Yashodhapura, but today we know it by the name Angkor. We may never know why Yashovarman had such a mania for construction, but one legend suggests a possible explanation for why this king wanted so desperately to leave his mark on the world. In some traditions, Yashovarman went by another name, the Leper King. Leprosy is caused by a bacterial infection that can remain dormant in the body for up to 20 years before showing its symptoms. It was one of the most feared diseases right across the ancient world, since it rendered horrible deformities and skin lesions to its sufferers. And it's not unknown in history for a king to contract leprosy. A 12th century king of Jerusalem known as Baldwin IV ruled for 10 years while suffering from the disease. And modern bone analysis has shown that the Scottish king Robert the Bruce also suffered from it. Today, a melancholy monument in the northwest corner of one royal square in Angkor has become a kind of shrine to Yashovarman. That's because of a statue there that depicts the Hindu god Yama, the god of death and lord of the underworld. This statue is eaten away by moss and discolored by rain, and its patchy stone has given rise to a legend that it depicts the harrowed flesh of the leper king Yashovarman. We can never know how much truth there is to this legend, but if you'll allow me just a moment of imagination, I do wonder whether this explains the absolute drive of this king to build these vast and stunningly beautiful palaces beside the Great Lake. That as his flesh decayed around him, and he felt the certainty of his death draw closer, he felt an ever greater need to make his mark on the world, a mark that would last long after his body had finally given in to his disease, and that would leave his name forever stamped on these crumbling stones. But again, we can never say for sure. From the foundations laid by the leper king Yashovarman, Angkor's empire grew and flourished until it was the most powerful in Southeast Asia. There were a number of factors behind this great success story. The first of these was the ruler's status as God King. This cemented his royal authority, and it allowed the peasants of Angkor to see service to their king as a kind of religious devotion. The second was the empire's efficient and decentralized tax system, and this also relied on the close ties between the God King and his religious establishment. Each village in the Khmer Empire had its own temple, and this temple wasn't just a religious building, it was also an administrative center. Each temple was run by a powerful family in the area, who were responsible for collecting taxes from the people who lived there. They would use these taxes to support the functioning of their own lands, paying their laborers and soldiers, and supporting their own luxurious lifestyles. But anything left over would then be funneled back to the royal treasury in Angkor. The status of these families depended on how much money they could send to the king, and so they competed bitterly to swell the royal funds. This simple but effective system led to a swift expansion of the empire's economic capacity. The elites who ran the village temples worked as fast as they could to expand their taxable lands, and cut down as many trees as they could to make way for new farmlands, which soon covered the vast area of Cambodia's highly fertile central lowlands. And the final factor in the Khmer's success was their ingenuity in the management of water. In its early history, the enormous lake and the floodplains around Angkor allowed its people to conduct multiple rice harvests throughout the year. But as Angkor grew into a true city, strain on this agricultural system increased. To deal with the increased demand of the population, Angkor's people developed an ingenious system of water control that turned their capital into what is known as a hydraulic city. If you were able to soar like a bird over ancient Angkor, you would see the whole land below you etched out in remarkably regular lines, like the marks on a circuit board. These lines would flash in the sun as you passed over them. They are canals and inlets that allow water to flow around the whole city, inundating its fields in a vast interconnected circulatory system. They built complex junctions into their waterways, using canals with multiple bends in them when they wanted a slow, steady flow of water, and long, straight canals when they wanted a fast and direct flow into the reservoirs. I'll post some maps of this intricate system up on Patreon for you to appreciate its true complexity. As water drains from the Kulen Hills in the north, the engineers of Angkor channeled it into two enormous reservoirs, known as barais. These were the largest human constructions built until the modern industrial era. The so-called West Barai measures roughly 8 by 2 kilometers, or the size of 2,000 football pitches, while the East Barai is only a little smaller. The ancient engineers didn't dig the earth out. They built up instead, heaping up enormous mounds of earth into banks, and then diverting rivers and canals to fill them. These enormous banks could be as much as 100 meters wide and 10 meters tall, containing 8 million cubic meters of earth. Today, the West Barai is still an enormous lake, but the East Barai contains no water. Farmers grow their crops on what was once its lake bed. But its outlines remain clearly visible in the landscape, and together these barais make Angkor one of the human constructions most readily visible from outer space. These vast reservoirs served a dual purpose. They acted as overflow tanks in the monsoon season, preventing the rice fields from flooding in an uncontrolled way. But they also allowed the Khmer to store water through the dry season when the rain didn't fall. Through the dry months, the Khmer could drain as much water from the reservoirs as they needed, diverting it through their complicated system of channels into their fields, possibly using wooden lock gates to give greater control over the direction of the water. Angkor's water machinery is so vast and complex that many of its components are still a mystery to us. But thanks to this system, rice could now be harvested all year round. One Chinese visitor to the ancient Khmer Empire, writing in the 14th century, described the effectiveness of this system.
For 6 months, the land has no rain at all. In general, crops can be harvested 3 or 4 times a year.
This huge agricultural potential allowed the city of Angkor to boom to unprecedented size. While London had a population of less than 20,000 people in the 12th century, central Angkor may have contained as many as 250,000, which is 40 times larger. Like a modern city, it was divided into a grid of regular city blocks. A traveller or pilgrim arriving at Angkor during the rainy season might have sheltered beneath the canopy of a roadside rest stop and warmed their hands by the fire, heard the chanting of monks in the temples nearby, the sound of bells and the smells of incense and animals. They might have crossed a bridge wide and strong enough to hold the king's elephants, and seen the green water of the reservoirs rushing beneath them. Today, our cities are made up of dense residential, commercial, and administrative buildings. We've banished our farmland to the countryside, outside the city limits. But in Angkor, every available plot of land would have been given over to farmland, which shared space with temples and palaces. The whole city would have had the feel of an enormous village, or thousands of villages bleeding into one another. So these are the 3 main strengths, the 3 pillars that allowed the Khmer Empire to boom to such enormous size. Firstly, they had a powerful central authority in the king, who was also worshipped as a god. Secondly, they had an effective tax system that incentivized growth and competition among regions. And finally, they were experts at managing water in a way that got the maximum amount of food out of the landscape. These 3 pillars supported a system that would allow the Khmer to build and flourish for over 400 years. But for a number of reasons, this period of flourishing wouldn't last. That's because for each of Angkor's strengths, it had a weakness. Each of these 3 pillars contained a fatal crack. Firstly, while its king was powerful, his power depended on his status as a god king. This meant that the Hindu belief of Angkor's people had to be maintained, and any shift in religion could undermine the entire system of royal power. Secondly, while Angkor's tax system incentivized growth, it also encouraged over-exploitation of the land, resentment among the exhausted and overtaxed peasants, and environmental damage in the form of deforestation. And finally, the Khmer's greatest strength, their incredible skill at water management, also had the potential to become their greatest weakness. The vast water network that laced the city of Angkor and the whole of Cambodia at this time would have required a huge amount of resources and labor-intensive maintenance. It needed constant effort to repair damaged banks and inlets, and to clear the canals of the silt that was always building up at their bottoms, washed down from the hills. Angkor's water system was so complex and interdependent that under a sufficient stress, a single failure could cause a cascade effect, rippling throughout the whole network and bringing the world's largest city to its knees. All of these factors would come into play as the Khmer Empire reached its height, and these three pillars came under increasing stress. As so often happens throughout history, the rise of one empire begins with the fall of another. To the north of the Khmer Kingdom, China's Tang dynasty had presided over a golden age that lasted nearly 300 years. It was a flourishing time of arts and culture, when prosperity was widespread and trade boomed. But around the time of King Yashovarman, the Tang dynasty was entering into a nosedive. Huge armies of bandits now ravaged China's countryside and sacked its cities, smuggling salt and ambushing merchants. Finally, emperors were assassinated, and palace coups led to the disintegration of the entire Tang dynasty. Now 5 different dynasties fought over who would rule China, and meanwhile southern China fractured into 10 warring states. This period of chaos in China would provide an opportunity for an ambitious, young empire like the Khmer. Kings like Indravarman and Yashovarman now had a free hand to expand their territory inland, and the anarchy in China meant that merchants and traders would look to the golden towers of Angkor to provide security on the roads. By the 12th century, the Khmer had come to totally dominate the lands of Southeast Asia, and the magnificence of their architectural works were a testament to the glory that their empire had achieved. The most famous of all Khmer monuments today is Angkor Wat. By some estimations, it is the largest religious structure ever built, 4 times larger than the Vatican City in Rome. Angkor Wat was built out of perhaps as many as 10 million sandstone blocks, each weighing up to 1.5 tons. The stone was quarried from the sacred Kulen Hills 40 kilometers to the north, cut out of the bedrock by teams of workers using iron tools, and the blocks were then floated down to the lowlands on barges that traversed the wide canals. The amount of building material used to construct Angkor Wat is greater than the Great Pyramid of Khufu at Giza. And if the entire city of Angkor is taken into account, more stone was used in its construction than in all the pyramids of Egypt put together. Angkor's blocks of sandstone are held together without mortar, shaped so perfectly that the gaps between the stones are often invisible. Like most of the Khmer's Hindu temples, Angkor Wat is designed to represent Mount Meru, home of the gods. Its 5-kilometer moat encloses 3 rectangular galleries, each raised above the next, and its 5 towers are designed to look like lotus buds about to bloom. When the French explorer Henri Mouhot was shown the ruins of Angkor Wat in the 19th century, now overgrown and clutched in the embrace of huge banyan and silk cotton trees, he wrote back to the French colonial authorities about what he saw.
One of these temples, a rival to that of Solomon, and erected by some ancient Michelangelo, might take an honorable place beside our most beautiful buildings. It is grander than anything left to us by Greece or Rome.
And the ingenuity of the people who built this temple can't be overstated. The medieval Khmer built Angkor Wat in just under 37 years, while at the same time the Normans took centuries to build their own cathedrals, Angkor Wat was built by the Khmer king Suryavarman II in the early 12th century. He had a passion for architecture that would turn his capital into one of the world's wonders. But, rather unfortunately both for himself and the kingdom, Suryavarman also had an insatiable appetite for warfare. And unlike some of his predecessors, he showed absolutely no skill in it whatsoever. A low-relief carving in the south gallery of Angkor Wat shows King Suryavarman as he would like to be seen, as a mighty warrior riding into battle on the back of an elephant. I'll post this image up on Patreon for you to see. He looks the perfect image of a Khmer warrior, his chest covered with armor, a sharp weapon in his right hand, and hordes of foot soldiers below, armed with spears and shields. But the reality was quite different. It's true that Suryavarman liked to lead his men into battle, and he did so on many occasions. Throughout his reign, he had set his sights on the two coastal nations that made up the area of what is today Vietnam. One of these we've looked at already, the land of Champa, who had once ruled over the disparate Khmer kingdoms of Cambodia before being expelled by Jayavarman II. While the Khmer were an inland people, the Cham were seagoers, mariners and traders. One low-relief carving at the Angkorian temple, called the Bayon, shows Cham sailors in long rowing boats with dragon-headed prows and umbrellas overhead to shade them from the sun. I'll put this image up on Patreon too. To the north of Champa was a kingdom called Dai Viet, home of the Viet people who give their name to the modern country of Vietnam. Vietnam in those times was divided between these two kingdoms, Champa and Dai Viet. And interestingly, the border between them was close to the same line that split the country during the Vietnam War, famously separating north and south along the 17th parallel. King Suryavarman was determined to conquer these ancient coastal kingdoms and take advantage of the rich traffic of trade that passed down their coastlines from China. He embarked on 3 separate invasions of Vietnam, each of them resulting in failure. In the year 1128, for instance, he led a huge army of 20,000 soldiers against the Viet people, but his great army was decisively defeated, and the king only just made it back to Angkor alive. Not to be deterred, Suryavarman tried again in the year 1145, this time invading Champa, and he had slightly better luck. He managed to defeat its king and sacked its capital of Vijaya. But as the Americans found out in the 20th century, Vietnam is a difficult country to hold. The puppet king that Suryavarman installed lasted only about 5 years. He was ousted by Cham rebellions, and when Suryavarman marched back into Champa to support him, his army was badly beaten by the rebels. Although the inscriptions are understandably quiet on the subject, it's thought that Suryavarman himself may have died on this expedition, but whether from disease, a failed battle, or an enemy ambush is unclear. All of this warring for little benefit must have drained the coffers of the Khmer state and caused great instability and resentment within the kingdom. And, perhaps most devastatingly of all, Suryavarman died without a clear heir. Civil wars were a constant problem in medieval Cambodia. Of all the 27 rulers of Angkor, only 16 ever had a legitimate claim to power. After Suryavarman died, one of his cousins seized the throne, and a bitter period of fighting began. Now, increasingly inept rulers vied for control of the weakened Khmer state, and it was amid all of this that the great temple of Angkor Wat was finally completed, years after Suryavarman died. Today, its architectural magnificence has cemented his place in history as one of Cambodia's great kings, but it's a reputation that perhaps he didn't entirely deserve. Civil wars, rebellions, and foreign invasions further weakened the Khmer state over the next 30 years, until it began to seem like its collapse was imminent. But in the year 1120, a prince was born who would change its fortunes for the better, a man who would be remembered as the greatest of all Khmer kings. And the incredible story of his rise to power should tell you just a little about what kind of man he was. This prince was called Jayavarman, a popular name for Khmer princes, much as Henry was for English royalty. Since Jayavarman II founded the empire and crowned himself the first god king, there had been a further 4 King Jayavarmans. But despite this common name, there was something very unusual about this Jayavarman. Unlike previous Hindu princes of Angkor, he was a devout Buddhist. From the various sculptures that depict him, we get an impression of Jayavarman as a man with a broad, strong body and a large head covered with close-cropped hair. His eyes are always closed in the statues, a half smile of peaceful contemplation on his lips, but his broad jaw is also set in an expression of fierce determination. This Prince Jayavarman was the heir to the throne of Angkor. When his father died in the year 1160, Jayavarman, at the age of 40, prepared to ascend the throne. But before he could, a rival brother made a competing claim to the crown, as so often happened in Cambodian society. This was a clear declaration of civil war. But Jayavarman's Buddhist faith forbade him from shedding blood, and to shed the blood of a brother was even more unthinkable to him. And so, instead of fighting, he gave up the crown and went into voluntary exile in the land of Champa, the traditional enemy of the Khmer in southern Vietnam. He would remain there for 5 years, watching from afar as his home kingdom descended into chaos. That's because Jayavarman's treacherous brother turned out to be a poor sort of king. He mismanaged the country, suffered from rebellions, and soon faced a violent revolt from a bold rebel leader named Tribhuvanaditya. Astonishingly, Jayavarman seems to have forgiven his brother for betraying him. When he heard he was in danger, Jayavarman rushed out of exile to stand by his brother's side. But he was too late. By the time he arrived back in the capital of Angkor, he found his brother dead, and the rebel chief Tribhuvanaditya sitting on the throne. Once again, Jayavarman's religion prevented him from fighting, and so he fled back to his exile in Champa to mourn the brother who had betrayed him. But the rebel chief Tribhuvanaditya would have just as much luck as Jayavarman's brother. He ruled for 10 years, but he was belligerent and difficult. He too faced rebellions, and soon his insulting manner drove the kingdom of Champa to invade. Jayavarman, in his exile, must have watched the Cham armies leaving for war, the divisions of spearmen with their bright shields, the trumpeting of the war elephants, the long ships driven by oarsmen leaving the port of Vijaya. By this time, the Khmer Empire had been weakened by decades of internal fighting. The Cham armies were able to rampage through the Khmer lands and easily defeat its army in battle. But the rebel king Tribhuvanaditya still felt secure, holed up in the great capital of Angkor behind its ring of tall walls. That was until the true strength of the Cham people came into its own. Their experience as maritime traders meant that the Cham were skilled sailors. They amassed a great fleet and sailed it up the Mekong River, across the Lake Tonle Sap, and directly into the heart of the Khmer capital. It was a daring surprise attack. And when the rebel king saw those ships with their dragon-headed prows and bright umbrellas massing on the lake in their hundreds, he must have known that all was lost. The Cham army burned the city of Angkor to the ground. They destroyed its temples and palaces and set fire to the wooden houses of its people, leaving it a smoking and desolate waste. They executed the rebel chief Tribhuvanaditya, and anarchy descended upon the lands of the Khmer. Still in exile in the kingdom of Champa, and now an old man of over 50 years, the exiled Prince Jayavarman heard about what had happened with what must have been a heavy heart. He knew that he had to return home to help his people. When he crossed the border, he must have ridden through a devastated land, full of burned villages and hungry people. But his moment of destiny had finally arrived. He returned to the capital city he had fled so many years ago, and the people there greeted him as their king, crowning him Jayavarman VII. And so the pacifist Jayavarman became the king of Angkor in the year 1181, without ever having shed a drop of blood. But as he sat on the throne in the capital, Jayavarman could still smell the smoke in the air. Angkor's buildings were burned, and the bodies of its people still lay in the streets. The armies of Champa still rampaged through his land, burning villages and terrorizing his people, who now looked to him for protection. And perhaps it was this newfound responsibility that brought Jayavarman's Buddhist pacifism to an end. He ordered a great army to be gathered, and marched out to meet the rampaging invaders on the battlefield. He was successful, and scored victory after victory as he drove the invaders from his lands. Once the Cham armies were expelled, Jayavarman VII rode back to Champa, this time not as a broken exile, but at the head of an army. He took revenge on the Cham people for the destruction of Angkor, sacking their capital in turn, and dethroning their king. Cham finally became a part of the Khmer Empire, which was now wider and broader than it had ever been in history. But when Jayavarman returned to his capital, he found it still in a state of great destruction. Its wooden houses were burnt, its gilded temples robbed, and its once opulent palace lying in ash and ruin. And so he embarked on a building project that would have few equals in history, and would turn the capital of the Khmer Empire into the envy of the world. Jayavarman rebuilt the city in a single burst of vast constructive energy, and this part of Angkor is known today as Angkor Thom, or the Great City. Jayavarman's new city was a perfect square of mathematical precision, surrounded by a moat 3 kilometers long on either side, and enclosing an area of 9 square kilometers. You really have to see aerial photographs to get a sense of the engineering marvel that this city represents, and I'll post some of these on Twitter and Patreon for you to see. Jayavarman VII poured all of his energy into the construction of this new capital, and one inscription found in the city even refers to Jayavarman as a groom, while the new city of Angkor Thom is his bride. Carvings in the Bayon Temple in Angkor Thom give us a glimpse of the frenzy of construction that went on here. The city must have been wrapped in bamboo scaffolding as far as the eye could see, with the sounds of hammers and chisels napping away at the stones, the huffing of work elephants carrying their loads of stone through the streets, and workers heaving on ropes. Jayavarman undertook a vast public works program too, building roads that connected every one of Cambodia's towns. The building project swelled the population of Angkor and supercharged the kingdom's economic growth. But Jayavarman would be significant for one other reason. He was not the first Buddhist king of Cambodia, but he was the first to declare Buddhism the state religion. And from the moment of his coronation, he embarked on a program to convert Angkor's society from their Indianized Hindu culture. Before the year 1200, art in the temples of Angkor mostly portrayed scenes from the Hindu pantheon, such as Vishnu reclining on a lotus leaf, or the churning of the primeval sea of milk in Hindu creation stories. After the year 1200, scenes from the Buddhist folk tales called the Jatakas and scenes from the life of the Buddha began to appear on the temples instead. The great temple of Angkor Wat was slowly transformed into a center of worship, not for the Hindu god Vishnu as it was designed, but for the Buddha. It amounted to a non-violent revolution that pervaded every level of Khmer society. Buddhism had always been a part of medieval Cambodia. As we've already seen, it was popular among commoners, but it had virtually no traction among the lords and nobles of high society who were devoted to Hinduism and the Indian way of life. You can think of Buddhism in Cambodia as something like Christianity during the 1st and 2nd centuries in the Roman Empire. When a liberal and tolerant ruler held power, its followers could go about more or less unmolested, but it took only one tyrant for things to get unpleasant. But now, just as Christianity had in Rome, Buddhists began to take over the culture that had once persecuted them. Buddhism succeeded in Cambodia because it was inclusive and universal in its outreach. It recruited its disciples and monks not only from the nobles and royal court, but also from the villages and among the peasants. This inclusiveness was also reflected in its architecture. King Jayavarman VII had an enormous temple built in Angkor Thom called the Bayon. In line with Buddhist ideals, it was the first temple in Cambodia to be built without any walls, indicating its openness to all of Angkor's people. But the kingdom's conversion to Buddhism would have wide-reaching consequences that Jayavarman may not have anticipated. As a Buddhist, he renounced the title of God King, instead giving himself the humble title, the Lord who looks down. But he still retained religious authority in the kingdom and presided over the construction of temples and image houses. This was possible because Jayavarman was a Mahayana Buddhist, a branch of Buddhism that was highly malleable and adaptive. As it spread north out of India into Cambodia, Tibet, and China, Mahayana Buddhism took on local customs and beliefs wherever it went. So it was no problem for Jayavarman to retain the traditional religious power of the god kings who had come before him. But in the century that followed Jayavarman's rule, the state religion would change multiple times, depending on the varying beliefs of the ruler. The Khmer Empire would be Buddhist for one king's reign, and then return to the Hindu god kings for another. And this inconsistency seems to have led to a widespread collapse in the trust that the Khmer people put in their state religion. The common people must have asked themselves, well, is the king a god or isn't he? Into this vacuum of trust swept a new religion. It was a hard-line branch of Buddhism called Theravada, which held much closer to the way Buddhism was originally taught in its homeland of India. Theravada Buddhism is austere and uncompromising. Its monks live in poverty, forbidden from even touching money. They wandered between villages on pilgrimage and lived only on what the people gave them to eat. For centuries now, Khmer society had been a picture of inequality. Khmer peasants paid punishing taxes to the temples, did back-breaking labor in the fields, and could be conscripted into vast work gangs whenever a new temple, reservoir, or royal mausoleum was built. It's estimated that the construction of the Great Reservoir of the West Barai, for instance, would have taken the work of 200,000 peasants working for 3 years. Meanwhile, the king and his nobles, as well as the priests and holy men in the temples, lived in luxury. The king's palace required the services of up to 4,000 palace women, for instance, while according to the inscriptions at just one medium-sized temple, it required a staff of 1,000 administrators, 600 dancers, 95 professors, and a whole host of other staff, amounting to nearly 13,000 people. And all of this opulence came at the expense of the peasants. But all this promised to come to an end with the spread of Theravada Buddhism. This new breed of Buddhist priests lived in grass huts among the villages rather than in golden temples. It's not hard to see how this new religion became so popular among Cambodia's people, and how dangerous it would soon become for the authority of the crown. By the year 1295, only 70 years after Jayavarman VII's death, the spread of Theravada Buddhism meant that the king was no longer considered to have any religious authority. The reign of the god kings had come to an end, and for the rulers of the empire that followed, this would spell disaster. When Jayavarman VII died in the year 1220, he would have been close to 100 years old. The mourning must have been tremendous. The pipes and conches, the drums and gongs and flutes that sounded at his funeral would have been audible from great distances. The people of Angkor were mourning for their greatest king, but they may as well have been mourning for their whole empire. That's because after the reign of Jayavarman, the whole of Khmer society would enter into a steady but unstoppable freefall. From this point on, all monumental religious building projects in Angkor came to an end. Soon, virtually all building projects ground to a halt, and over the next 100 years, the creation of stone inscriptions in the capital would slow until they eventually disappeared forever. Frustratingly for historians, these stone inscriptions were more or less the only source about what was going on in this kingdom at the time. With their ancient alphabet, the Khmer kept many books of their own, but these texts were written on strips of dried palm leaf, which are very delicate and perishable. They had to be recopied every 100 years or so if they were to survive, and for this reason, not a single Angkorian text has survived to this day. We have only their inscriptions in the stone to learn from, and with the end of stone construction in Angkor, we're left guessing as to what exactly happened in those years. The last recorded king of Angkor was Jayavarman IX, who reigned for nearly a decade, from 1327 to 1336, when he was supposedly killed by his head gardener, who married his daughter and took his place on the throne. After this, there are no more records. For the next 200 years, not even the name of one king has survived. This period is known as the Dark Ages of Cambodia, and the next thing we hear about the city of Angkor is the report of those Portuguese explorers who opened this episode, stumbling across the ruins of the city deep in the jungle. But what happened in those dark 200 years when the Cambodian inscriptions came to a stop? What fate befell this great empire that had once been one of the world's mightiest powers? And how did the world's largest city turn into nothing more than a string of scattered ruins? In the year 1296, the Mongol Emperor Timur Khan, who sat on the dragon throne of China, sent an ambassador to their southern neighbor, the Khmer Empire. One member of this mission was a man named Zhou de Quan, who spent a year in Angkor. When he returned to China, Zhou de Quan wrote a long report for the emperor on what he had seen of the society and culture of Cambodia. This document has survived to this day, and it forms one of the most crucial pieces of testimony about what life was like in medieval Angkor towards its end. Zhou was particularly struck by the architecture of the Khmer capital.
All official buildings and homes of the aristocracy, including the royal palace, face the east. The royal palace stands north of the Golden Tower and the Bridge of Gold. It is 1.5 miles in circumference. Other dwellings are covered with yellow-colored pottery tiles. Carved or painted Buddhas decorate all the immense columns and lintels. The roofs are impressive too. Open corridors and long colonnades, arranged in harmonious patterns, stretch away on all sides.
Shota Kwan also noticed the large numbers of Theravada Buddhist monks walking the streets. After nearly a century of growing influence, the Khmer king Indravarman III had finally made the austere religion of Theravada the official state religion. But despite this, it seems that the pomp and magnificence of the Khmer kings hadn't dimmed in the slightest.
When the king goes out, troops march at the head of his escort. Then come flags, banners, and music. Palace women, 300 to 500 of them, wearing flowered cloth with flowers in their hair, hold candles in their hands, bearing royal treasure of gold and silver. Carts drawn by goats and horses, all in gold, come next. Behind them comes the sovereign, standing on an elephant, holding his sacred sword in his hand.
And it's clear from Zhou's notes that despite the most austere form of Buddhism taking over the country, the inequalities of Cambodian society were still rife.
Only the ruler could dress in cloth with an all-over floral design. Around his neck, he wears about 3 pounds of big pearls. At wrists, ankles and fingers, he has gold bracelets and rings all set with cat's eyes.
Meanwhile, the common people dressed plainly.
From the king down, the men and women all wear their hair wound up in top knots and go naked to the waist, wrapped only in a cloth.
But alongside this remaining royal extravagance, there were signs of extreme stress already beginning to show beneath the surface of Angkor's society. By this time, the golden age of the Khmer was past. Jayavarman VII had been dead for almost 100 years, and it's clear that the empire had begun to slide into decline. Part of the reason for this was due to the rise of powerful enemies in the region. Both the Vietnamese and Thai people had grown in strength and confidence around this time and were beginning to put pressure on the Khmer lands. Shota Kwan mentions this at one point in his testimony.
In the recent war with the Siamese, the country was utterly devastated.
These Siamese were the kingdom of Ayutthaya, in what is now known as Thailand. Ayutthaya was once part of the Khmer Empire, but it had broken free in recent centuries. Now it was a rising power in the region, a trading kingdom with a vast port capital that swelled with the wealth of trade in the Gulf of Thailand. When early French explorers visited Ayutthaya, they would compare it to Paris in terms of its size and wealth. And by this time, the Thai were beginning to exert influence in the region, conquering northern kingdoms and city-states. And by the year 1350, Ayutthaya had gained enough confidence to start challenging the great power of the region in open battle. From this point on, for a period of 100 years or so, wars between the Thai and the Khmer were incessant, and mostly one-sided. The Khmer lost several large and profitable territories on their borders, which weakened them and further reduced their ability to defend themselves. And as the mid-14th century neared, the Thai people felt bold enough to invade the Khmer heartland and take a swipe at the great capital itself. In 1352, the Thai king Utong marched a great army into Cambodia and encircled the city of Angkor. While Angkor was large and had sections surrounded by strong walls, it was not a defensible stronghold. It sits in the west of Cambodia, and while attacks were mostly coming from Champa and Dai Viet in the east, this was in a strong position. But now attacks were coming from the west, and Angkor began to look increasingly vulnerable. The very features that made Angkor perfect for rice farming, its wide, flat plains, made it a difficult city to defend in times of war. Some historians have also argued that the extensive system of roads built by Jayavarman VII, which had boosted the empire's economy for over 100 years, would now work against it. On these well-maintained roads, its enemies could now march across Cambodia at great speed, and since the road network was so dispersed, the only defensible choke point in the country was at the gates of the city, and by the time the enemy had reached there, it would have been too late. King Utong's siege succeeded. The walls of Angkor fell, its defenders were overcome, and the Thai soldiers swept into the city and toppled its king. For a period, Angkor was ruled by a series of puppet kings, loyal to the Thai. But the Khmer, as always, were a proud people and refused to accept foreign rule. They rebelled again and again, with a Khmer king finally retaking the throne. This was until the final siege of Angkor in the year 1431. The final siege lasted for 7 months, and the Khmer resistance must have been terrific. But the Thai armies completely encircled Angkor, cutting off its supplies on the land and blocking the canals. We can imagine the drums of war beating and the trumpeting of the elephants, the smoke rising from the siege camps as the city of Angkor was slowly throttled of life. After 7 long months, the city surrendered, and the Thai forces sacked it completely, looting it of all its valuables. Statues from Angkor have been found decorating the ancient Thai capital of Ayutthaya, suggesting an organized campaign to loot and despoil the city that was once the Rome of this region. The Thai conquerors put one of their own princes on the throne of Angkor, but they never conquered the whole land of Cambodia. Once again, the usurper sat on the throne for only a short time before a Khmer prince chased him away and reclaimed the crown. But after this humiliation, it was clear that Khmer kings could no longer rule from the great city of Angkor. They moved the king and his court south to a more defensible location, around where Phnom Penh, the modern Cambodia. It was the end of the great golden era of the Khmer Empire, and for the city of Angkor, it was the first step in its gradual but inescapable collapse. It's worth noting at this point that Angkor had recovered from the destruction war in the past. In fact, some of its greatest architectural achievements had risen out of the ashes of destruction, such as Angkor Thom in the time of Jayavarman VII. And this shift of administrative power to the south doesn't seem to explain the wholesale abandonment of the entire city. So what happened? Many explanations have been given for the abandonment of Angkor. Some historians have argued that only a cataclysm, like a great earthquake or the arrival of bubonic plague, can account for the disappearance of such a vast population. But because of the scarcity of inscriptions through the Cambodian Dark Ages, we're left with only the archaeological record to go by. And recent evidence suggests that Angkor's decline was not a thunderclap. It didn't happen all at once, and there is little evidence of a mass die-off of people. New scientific evidence shows that the intensity of land use in the center of the city had declined gradually for more than 100 years before its supposed collapse. Analysis of sediment cores shows that in the first decades of the 14th century, tree growth increased in the region, while signs of soil erosion and burning all declined, pointing to a reduction in human activity. By the end of the 14th century, Angkor's moat was covered in a floating mat of swamp vegetation, indicating that it was no longer being maintained. And as with the collapse of many civilizations we've looked at already, it seems that climate was to play a large part in the demise of Angkor. Recent research by Australian archaeologists suggests that the decline may have been caused, at least in part, by the global transition from the medieval warm period to the Little Ice Age. A shift that we saw in the previous episode had devastating effects for the Vikings of Greenland. But in Cambodia, with the complex mechanics of its monsoon season, this period of climate change seems to have had somewhat contradictory effects. If we look at the enormous canals to the south of Angkor, we see that around this time they became filled with a large amount of coarse-grained sand. This suggests a period of torrential rainfall and flooding, during which silt deposits were swept down from the hills in large amounts. But around the same time, the exit channels that usually drained water from the large reservoirs were deliberately blocked, while others were turned into inlets to increase the water flowing into the lakes. This all seems to indicate a period of drought, when the citizens were fighting to keep the reservoir levels high. So which was it? Droughts or floods? This apparent paradox has puzzled archaeologists for many years. But an answer came in the recent publication of a study into the widths of tree rings in Cambodia, covering a period of nearly 1,000 years. Tree rings are wider in periods of heavy rainfall and thinner in years of low rainfall. This study shows that after the year 1350, monsoon rainfall in Southeast Asia became incredibly variable. Between the years 1330 and 1375, a 25-year period of severe droughts occurred. And this happened again between 1400 and 1425. Between these extreme dry periods, the rains fell in a deluge. The period from the mid-14th to the mid-15th century contains an astonishing number of both the wettest and the driest years of the last millennium, and this would spell doom for the city of Angkor. The Khmer were well prepared for droughts that lasted 1 or 2 years, but a nearly 30-year drought would have caused immense damage to this primarily agricultural economy, and the people must have decided that their water system needed to adapt. They hurriedly built emergency canals, running from the hills directly to the city, long and straight so that more water could flow into the reservoirs and fields. They might have celebrated, having solved the problem as they had learned to do over the centuries. But when the drought came to an end, the rains that year were a deluge of unexpected force and volume. There would have been little time to react before the water rushed down from the hills and the entire system was overwhelmed. The emergency inlets that had increased water flow during the drought would now become the city's downfall. Water would rush down them in greater volumes than the city was designed to withstand, and the reservoir would fill to bursting. The Khmer may have made some attempts to drain their tanks, desperately digging emergency outlets and trying to block the canals they had built only years before, but it would do no good. The reservoirs began to overflow. It must have been a terrifying sight as the water began to pour down the sides of the banks, flooding into the city, turning streets into rivers and sweeping away the fragile wooden houses in a torrential flood of water. The people of Angkor would once again work to re-engineer their enormous water system back to its previous state. They blocked the new inlet canals and widened the outlets to drain the reservoir, and just when they had finished, the drought would return, and the whole cycle would begin again. This repeated cycle of severe drought and flooding seems to have been a stress that Angkor's water system simply wasn't versatile enough to withstand, and it led to a series of cascading failures. A cascading failure can occur in any system of interconnected parts when one part of the system fails. Other pieces of the system must now compensate, and this in turn overloads them. Nodes throughout the system fail one after another until the whole infrastructure grinds to a halt. One bridge leading into the temple complex of Angkor Thom tells a chilling story of what must have happened during that time. The first thing we notice is that this bridge appears to have been hastily constructed, with none of the refinement of the nearby constructions. And when we look closer, we see that it was built out of building material recycled from nearby temples. Some of its stones show the intricate carvings of a temple wall, but mismatched and jumbled in this new structure. The fact that the Khmer people had to hastily build this bridge shows that something had gone terribly wrong with their water control system, and the fact that they had to reuse stones from their most sacred and revered buildings shows that the situation was desperate. Judging by the damage done to the bridge, efforts to control the floodwaters were unsuccessful. In the end, the river that was supposed to run under it carved a way around the bridge, and its eastern end collapsed. But one question remains. Did the people of Angkor leave because the infrastructure failed, or did the infrastructure fail because people had already left? We may never know the answer to this question, but I would argue that a feedback loop exists between these two factors. A vicious cycle came into play as Angkor diminished in relevance. As this happened, fewer resources were spent maintaining its vast and complex water system, and the cycle of drought and flooding finally broke it completely. As larger parts of the city flooded, sewage and sanitation systems, such as they existed, would have failed, and diseases like dysentery and cholera would have spread among the flooded streets. As water in some areas stopped flowing and became stagnant, mosquito populations may have thrived in the still pools, and cases of malaria would have increased. As has happened with other dying cities around the world, word may have got around that the city was cursed, that devils lived there that caused disease, and now ever fewer resources would be spent maintaining the water systems of a dying city. The enormous amount of maintenance required in the water system meant that Angkor essentially had a minimum possible population. Below the certain number of people required to maintain it, the system would have failed utterly. The city would have flooded permanently, and life there would have become unlivable. Now, only monkeys would clamber among the temple roofs, and the jungle would amass outside the city walls like an invading army, ready to reclaim its streets and palaces. Soon saplings, shrubs, and wild grasses would burst through the once opulent streets. Since few valuables or artifacts have ever been uncovered in Angkor, it's likely that looters scoured the ruins too, stripping them of anything of value. Most buildings in Angkor were wooden and thatched with palm leaf. As the first years and decades passed, these disintegrated quickly and left few traces, but the stone buildings remained. Someone entering the city of Angkor in the later half of the 15th century, a scavenger or a fisherman on his way to the Great Lake, would likely have found streets still flooded by the bursting of the city's waterworks, now overgrown with lilies and lotuses, and covered by the shade of the jungle canopy. The writer Malcolm MacDonald described the eerie quiet of these ruins after his visits in the 1950s.
Daylight is filtered through many thicknesses of green foliage and has a mysterious, eerie quality. It is half light and half darkness, a greenish twilight, a lifeless, haunted sort of illumination such as might glimmer in a ghostly underworld.
Those stone buildings still standing would soon become wreathed in vines and creepers. Where once vast crowds of people had gathered to watch royal processions, Now the only sounds were the chirping of parakeets and the movements of monkeys in the trees. The stone arches of the city's palaces became home to bats and owls. And already the species of tree that we most readily associate with the ruins of Angkor would have begun its steady conquest of these crumbling ruins. The banyan tree is an endophyte, the closest you can get to a predator in the plant world. It lives by devouring other trees. The tiny red seeds of the banyan are eaten by birds and then deposited in their droppings. Banyan seeds that fall on the ground usually die, but when they land on another tree, they put down roots into its bark. From that point on, the banyan grows swiftly, and the fate of the host tree is sealed. Banyans put down hanging roots that reach to the ground, and then wrap themselves around the unfortunate host, growing to cover it completely, and eventually strangling the life out of it like a boa constrictor. The host tree dies and decomposes, and soon only the banyan remains, with a hollow space in the tree's center, where the unfortunate host once stood. But banyans are just as happy growing on a human construction as on a host tree. For this reason, removing sprouting banyan saplings from buildings is still an important part of building maintenance in countries like Cambodia and Sri Lanka today, much as it was in the time of the ancient Khmer. But in Angkor, there was no longer anyone left to do this. Soon after its abandonment, the seeds of the banyan would begin to fall on its abandoned temples and palaces. They would sprout and soon put down their hanging roots like bunches of hair, which then swell and harden into woody trunks. If you watched a time-lapse video of this, it would look like some science fiction monster, wrapping its tentacles around the stones. The banyans slowly enveloped the temples and palaces, crushing stone walls beneath their weight, driving roots between stones, cracking pillars like twigs. Today, these banyan trees form some of the most iconic sights of the ruins of Angkor, draped over them like the arms of some tentacled creature, intent on devouring the works of these ancient walls. Today, when we visit the ruins of Angkor, it reminds us of the dangers, of the challenges our own societies face. They remind us of the threat that growing inequality poses as the rich become richer and the poor become poorer around the world. It also shows us the dangers posed by a global climate that has become increasingly variable and unpredictable. We may hope that our systems are robust enough to withstand whatever the global climate throws at us in the next century, but as the example of Angkor shows, this may not be something that we are able to take for granted. I want to end the episode by listening to a piece of music we've heard a few times already. It's an ancient Cambodian epic called the Riamka, performed by dancers in Cambodia. It's the Khmer version of the Hindu epic, the Ramayana, about a man called Rama, whose wife is stolen from him by a demon king. It's a song of loss and love that sings down to us through the millennia, and is still being performed in Cambodia today. As you listen, try to imagine what it must have been like to live in that vast and ancient city of golden towers, as its age of glory came to an end. Try to imagine what it must have felt like to live in a time when the great machinery of water control built by your ancestors was beginning to fail, and people are leaving the city in droves. As streets emptied and markets closed, as the monks left the temples and the fires in the rest stops began to go out. Imagine being one of the last people to live in the city of Angkor, watching the sun set over the grand temples that are already beginning to crumble against the skyline, sprouting with their first banyan saplings, as the cries of the parakeets and the monkeys sound in the growing darkness. Thank you once again for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I'd like to thank my voice actors for this episode, Ree Brignall, Lou Millington, and Sebastian Garbach. I love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at Paul M.M. Cooper. And if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images, maps, and reading suggestions, you can follow the podcast at Fall of Civ Pod, with underscores separating the words. This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you also let me dedicate more time to researching, writing, recording, and editing to get the episodes out to you faster and bring as much life and detail to them as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers for making this happen, and I'll put a few extra maps, images, and a reading list up on Patreon as a way to say thank you. If you enjoyed this episode, please consider heading onto patreon.com/Fall of Civilizations_podcast, or just Google Fall of Civilizations Patreon. If you can afford to, please contribute something and help keep this podcast running. For now, thanks for listening. In the early 18th century, a Dutch explorer named Admiral Jacob Roggeveen was sailing across the vast blue expanse of the South Pacific Ocean. He had been on the sea for 17 days, searching the Southern Ocean for a mythical continent known as Terra Australis. And when he saw a small island on the horizon, his heart must have skipped a beat, as Roggeveen recounts in his diary.
There was a great rejoicing among the people, and everyone hoped that this low land might prove to be a foretoken of the unknown southern continent.
But as their ships approached, it became clear that this was no vast continent, only a small island, a dot of land in the middle of the ocean. Nevertheless, Roggeveen was curious, and he ordered his 3 ships to prepare for landing. It was Easter Day, 1722. As the Dutch got closer, it became clear that the island ahead of them was inhabited. They saw smoke rising from the villages along the coast, but it was a seemingly barren land.
We originally, from a further distance, considered Easter Island to be sandy. The reasons for that is that we counted as sand the withered grass, hay, or other scorched and burnt vegetation, because its wasted appearance could give no other impression than of a singular poverty and barrenness.
As they sailed closer, the island's inhabitants came out on canoes to meet them, greeting them with friendly astonishment. This was much like other islands that Roggeveen had visited before, but when he got ashore, what he found on this island amazed him. Along the beaches, lined up in rows with their backs to the sea, was a line of stone statues. They were carved from black volcanic stone, some of them standing 10 meters high, wearing crowns of red sandstone. But Roggeveen and his men couldn't understand how these statues had got there.
The stone images at first caused us to be struck with astonishment, because we couldn't comprehend how it was possible that these people, who were devoid of heavy, thick timber for making any machines, as well as strong ropes, nevertheless had been able to erect such images which were fully 30 feet high and thick in proportion.
Roggeveen and his men didn't stay long. They soon set sail away from the island and on across the Pacific. But the remarkable image stayed with them, and they must have asked themselves, how did those people construct So many vast stone statues, when so little building material seemed available to them? Why had they built so many? And if such an advanced civilization had once lived on this island, where on earth had it vanished to? My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory, and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time, who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to tell the story of one of archaeology's most enduring puzzles, the mystery of Easter Island. I want to explore why it's not actually much of a mystery at all. I want to examine how this unique community grew up in complete isolation, how it survived the tests of centuries against overwhelming odds, and I want to take you through the evidence about what happened to finally bring this society and its enormous statues crashing down. The Pacific Ocean is the largest and deepest of Earth's oceans. At over 165 million square kilometers, it covers 1/3 of the Earth's total surface. It's so vast that if you were to look at Earth from outer space, it's just about possible to position yourself so that only the Pacific Ocean is visible. And you could imagine that you were looking at a planet completely composed of water. But the Pacific is not an unbroken sea. Across its blue expanse, there are over 25,000 islands of varying size, many of them thrown up by volcanic eruptions that burst from the lively tectonics of the Pacific Plate. Easter Island is at the eastern corner of an area we call the Polynesian Triangle, a vast region of the Pacific Ocean broken by over 1,000 volcanic islands. And Easter Island itself is a loosely triangular shape too, made up of 3 extinct volcanoes at each of its points. The largest of these volcanoes is called Terravaca. It's a young volcano, bursting out of the sea less than 400,000 years ago, its lava gushing out and raising a peak that looms half a kilometer above the ocean. When it first erupted, Terravaca's lava pooled so that it joined up 2 older volcanoes on either side of it, and the landmass that today we call Easter Island was born. I'll put a map up on Twitter and Patreon for you to see its geography for yourself. The people who have lived on Easter Island for centuries call it by the name Tepito Ote Henua, which translates literally to the center of the world. Other names for it are translated as the land's end or fragment of the earth. And today's Polynesians call the island Rapa Nui. Rapa Nui is a small island, only about 24 kilometers end to end and 12 kilometers wide, and it's one of the most remote and isolated places on Earth. From the coast of Easter Island, it would take 3,200 kilometers to reach the nearest continent of South America, about the distance from Paris to Damascus, and even the nearest inhabited island is over 2,000 kilometers away. The Polynesians who first settled the island arrived from the west. Sometime before the year 3000 BC, they had left the mainland of the Asian continent, and since that time, these hardy sailors had perfected their craft until they were the most successful ocean-going settlers in history. They built large, sturdy canoes with two hulls. In fact, effectively two canoes joined by a deck and with two masts with sails. The catamaran design of these ships was incredibly sophisticated, and in fact they look like a modern sailing boat used for racing. They were both stable and fast, and they allowed the Polynesians to gradually settle the entire Pacific Ocean. These early settlers navigated the oceans without any physical navigation devices. They knew the stars well enough that they could make astonishing calculations about latitude and longitude using only the night sky. And they didn't write this detailed knowledge down, but used only songs and stories to memorize the properties and positions of the stars, islands, and known sea routes. The Polynesians also used the natural world as an aid to their navigation. They followed the flight paths of seabirds like the black tern, and this ancient Polynesian sailor's song shows the significance of these birds.
The black tern is my bird in whom my eyes are gifted with unbounded vision.
These epic voyages were all the more impressive because the winds in the South Pacific blow westwards against the direction of the Polynesians' expansion. To travel these vast distances against the winds, the explorers developed a sailing technique known as tacking, where the craft zigzags against a prevailing wind in order to catch some forward motion. And storms in the Pacific could be deadly to these early explorers. It's been recorded that when a severe typhoon struck, these sailors had a method of surviving that seems unthinkable to a modern sailor. They would actually purposefully flood the hulls of their canoes, and because the wooden hulls provided enough flotation, the ship would stay afloat. But with most of its body submerged, it would survive being buffeted about in the gale-force winds. While the storm went on, the sailors would climb inside their flooded hulls, keeping their heads above water, and wait for the winds to pass. There has long been a debate about when exactly these intrepid Polynesian adventurers arrived on Easter Island. It was long assumed that they had arrived sometime in the 4th or 5th centuries, but studies of the islanders' language and radiocarbon dating recently revised that estimate to somewhere around the 8th century, and even more modern analysis has pushed that date forward even further. Many scientists today believe that Rapa Nui wasn't settled until sometime around the year 1200 AD. At this time around the world, the Mongol armies of Genghis Khan were finalizing their conquest of northern China. The notorious Fourth Crusade, headed for Jerusalem, instead sacked and burned the Christian capital of Constantinople. An exotic import from Arabia, called sugar, was mentioned for the first time in an English text. And on the other side of the world, in the middle of the vast expanse of the Pacific, a small band of Polynesian sailors landed their boats on the shores of a new land. An ancient piece of Rapa Nui folklore credits the settlement of the island to a Polynesian king called Hotu Matua.
In Hiva, Haumaka had a dream in which his spirit travelled to a far country, looking for a new home for his king, Hotu. His spirit arrived at 3 small islands, and another with a larger one with a crater on the southwest corner. The island was the 8th or last island in the dim twilight of the rising sun. The spirit travelled counterclockwise around the island, naming 28 places, including Anakena, a landing place on the north coast of the island and future residence of the king. When Haumaka awoke, he told his brother Huatava about the dream. After hearing about the dream, Hotu Matua ordered Haumaka to send some young men to explore the island. Hotu Matua told his 2 sons to build a canoe and search for the island of Howmaka's dream. So the 7 men left in a canoe, stocked with yams, sweet potatoes, bananas, and other foods. They left on the 25th day of April and arrived on the 1st day of June, a voyage of 5 weeks.
These settlers brought everything that was required for the traditional Polynesian lifestyle. They brought their most crucial foods: bananas, a root vegetable called taro with broad elephant ear leaves, as well as sweet potatoes and sugarcane. They also brought saplings of the paper mulberry tree, the fibers of which they used to weave clothes. And they brought animals with them too, although only those small enough to be transported. They brought chickens, and also the Polynesian rat, which was an everyday food for common people. This was an entire ecological system in waiting, packed up in the hulls of their canoes, optimized for transport, and ready to be transplanted to a new land. Hotumatua may not have realized it, but his arrival on Easter Island was of profound significance, not just for him and his people, but for all of mankind. That's because Easter Island was the final stop on a journey of 60,000 years that had taken mankind out of Africa, through Asia and onto the Americas. The final chapter of this journey was the gradual colonization of the Polynesian islands, and Easter Island was the furthest and final piece of uninhabited land. Mankind's journey out of Africa ended on the shores of Easter Island, and with that step, a new phase of humanity's history began. I think it's worth noting at this point that apart from the evidence we can find in the archaeological record, we have essentially 2 sources of information about the history of Easter Island, and each of them has their problems. Firstly, there are the accounts of European visitors to the island, like the Dutchman Roggeveen. These accounts come down to us either in the form of ship's logs or in the form of memoirs written down when these explorers returned to their homelands. The biggest problem for researchers of Rapa Nui's history is that these early visitors to the island left behind accounts that are extremely limited in their content and their reliability, and that sometimes directly contradict each other. Most of them stayed for only a few days. They rarely wandered far from their landing spot, and they commented little on the culture, language, or society of the islanders. In the debate that has raged over what happened on Easter Island, many writers have tried to use a selective reading of these accounts in order to support their own favoured argument, and that's something we should be very careful about as we go forward and assess the evidence. Some of these major accounts I'll post on Patreon so you can assess them for yourself. But these written records do provide us with some useful information. At times, as you'll see, they give us fixed points in time around which we can build our story. The second source of information is the oral folklore of the islanders themselves. This was passed down by word of mouth through the generations, often in the form of songs and stories. And this can give us a wonderful sense of how the islanders view their own history and their own sense of identity. But this source of information can also be very difficult to rely on when trying to sort historical fact from fiction. The different strands of the island's folklore is also often extremely contradictory, and the reason for that isn't hard to imagine. Detailed observations of these songs and stories weren't written down until the 1880s, and by that time the culture of Rapa Nui had already undergone drastic change. By this point, they had been in contact with the outside world for more than 150 years, and their population was reduced to a tiny fraction of what it had once been. Now, only a few survivors passed down the stories they remembered, and to add another level of confusion, these stories were written down by early European explorers, who may have mistranslated as well as added and embellished elements that didn't exist in the original. One example of this is the question of the name of the island's first king, who we've already mentioned, Hotumatur. But his name is so similar to the folk hero of another nearby island, Mangareva, that some researchers have questioned whether this name isn't a foreign import to Easter Island. And if we can't trust this important detail to have been faithfully transmitted, perhaps we can't be too sure about the rest. These stories, refracted through these various mirrors, are now connected to the true facts of the distant past by only the most fragile of threads. This is all to make it very clear that the history of Easter Island is not even close to being a settled matter, and it often relies on fragmentary and contradictory evidence. Today, new research has begun to challenge the familiar narrative we've all grown up with, and we will have to deal with a lot of uncertainty as we forge ahead through the tragic story of this most remarkable island. According to tradition, the first Polynesian settlers arrived on Easter Island at a point called Anakena, a white coral sand beach on the north of the island that forms a natural harbour. And it's worth mentioning that the landscape these first settlers would have seen was very different to the one we see today on Rapa Nui. The bare, grassy slopes first spied by Roggeveen in the 18th century, and which we know from images today, would have been nowhere to be seen. In fact, they would have been covered by a thick forest of tropical palm trees. If you dig down into the earth of Easter Island today, you can still see the hollow molds left by the roots of these trees. Studies of these root molds, as well as pollen analysis, shows that when humans arrived on Rapa Nui, the island was home to over 21 species of trees. Some of these were large, including at least 3 which grew up to 15 meters or more. One species of palm tree, the Easter Island or Rapa Nui palm, may even have been among the largest species of palm tree in the world. This now extinct tree, known as Pascalococcus, seems to have once been the most numerous species on the island, and its closest relative today, Jubea chilensis, or the Chilean wine palm, can reach heights of over 25 meters, its bulbous trunk the thickest in the world, reaching a diameter of more than a meter. I'll put an image of this tree up on Twitter and Patreon for you to see, as well as a digital reconstruction of what the original Easter Island might have looked like. The soil of Easter Island has never been rich, but the forest would have provided a small amount of food for the new settlers. Palm nuts and fruits too, along with the birds in the trees that could be trapped. Luckily for archaeologists, the sand of Anakena Beach, the site of that first settlement, is particularly good at preserving bone and human remains. Because of this, skeletons examined here have given scientists insight into the lives of the ancient Rapa Nui. Studies have shown that as well as these plant crops, people supplemented their diet with a mix of marine animals, including dolphins they trapped in the Bay of Anakena, seals, sea turtles, and fish that they caught with hooks carved from bone. In fact, bone chemistry analysis has shown that the people here got about half of their diet from the sea. They cooked all of these foods in earth ovens known as umu, cavities dug into the ground, which then had burning grass and leaves placed on top of them so that the heat radiated downwards. These people were ingenious and inherited knowledge from their ancestors. They made textiles from the fibers of the paper mulberry tree and spun rope from a tree known as the how tree. And with this healthy and diverse mix of foodstuffs and resources, their settlement became incredibly successful. From there, using slash and burn agricultural methods, the original settlers spread quickly across the small landmass of the island, and they soon began to clear the forest in order to plant their crops, until the whole of Rapa Nui was fully populated with around 3,000 people. Slowly, that primeval palm forest began to disappear from Easter Island. I think at this point, it's worth running you through that traditional story of what happened on Easter Island. It has been the dominant narrative about this island for decades, perhaps even centuries. It was begun by early European explorers, propagated by Victorian and 20th century anthropologists, and finally popularized by authors like the popular science writer Jared Diamond, and you might find it familiar. In this narrative, the inhabitants of Easter Island were the architects of their own demise. The story goes that their population boomed until the island could no longer support it. They cut down their trees to use as firewood, for construction material, and to use as rollers to transport their enormous statues. The loss of trees on the island resulted in an ecological collapse that destroyed the fertility of the soil, and the productive potential of the island fell apart. Along with the collapse of the island's ecology, the complex and centralized society that had built the hundreds of stone statues on the coast began to collapse too. Resources became scarce, starvation ran rampant, and this led to a period of violent civil war. Shortly before the arrival of the Europeans in 1722, the whole of Rapa Nui society had come apart, and only a few thousand survivors were left. Jared Diamond, perhaps the greatest champion of this theory today, puts it bluntly.
In just a few centuries, the people of Easter Island wiped out their forest, drove their plants and animals to extinction, and saw their complex society spiral into chaos.
This story has a widespread appeal for a number of reasons. In the latter half of the 20th century, as we became increasingly concerned about our own society's destructive impact on our environment, the story of Easter Island became irresistible as an example of the fate that might befall us if we fail to respect the environment around us. And the stone statues, too, have proved irresistible as emblems of human folly, our desire to always build bigger and better than our neighbors. In his book, Jared Diamond even makes the comparison to his neighbors in Hollywood building ever bigger and better mansions in an effort to prove their status. The islanders were so obsessed with these statues, the narrative goes, that they cut down all their trees to transport them. This single-minded obsession drove them to starvation, then cannibalism, and finally to the edge of extinction. But there are a number of problems with this narrative, a number of seriously questionable assumptions. And over the course of this episode, I'm going to try to unpick 3 of the most glaring of these assumptions, so that you can assess the evidence for yourself. Firstly, there's the assumption that the Easter Islanders deforested their island due to greed, overpopulation, or even a maniacal obsession with statue building. Secondly, there's the assumption that the loss of the forest led to a societal collapse. And thirdly, there's the assumption that Easter Island society collapsed at all, at least before contact with the outside world. As we'll see, each of these assumptions has significant problems. And once we've dealt with them, we can get down to what actually happened to decimate the islanders of Rapa Nui, to strip the island of its plant life, and to leave those famous stone statues mouldering on the lone grassy hills of Easter Island. Virtually as soon as they arrived on the island, probably around the year 1200, the islanders began carving the monuments that would one day make them famous around the world. Stone statues are common on islands across the Polynesian world, but no other island could compete with the size of the Easter Island statues, or with the incredible number carved. These statues are called moai. The moai are known for their large, broad noses and strong chins, along with rectangle-shaped ears and deep eye slits. For the Easter Islanders, these statues were what they called Aringa Ora Ata Tepuna, that is, the living faces of the holy ancestors. These are stone representations of the islanders that have gone before. Of the moai that were successfully moved into place, the vast majority stand on the coast of the island, on monolithic stone platforms called ahu. While most people's eyes are drawn by the statues, these ahu are themselves impressive undertakings. They are built of enormous stones, cut so precisely that they fit together in a perfect jigsaw, with not even enough room to fit a razor blade between the stones. The largest of them, Ahu Tongariki, holds 15 moai, lined up in perfect order. Nearly all moai stand with their backs to the sea, staring inland over the fields and hills of Rapa Nui with their deep, expressive eyes. Almost all of the statues are carved from a volcanic stone known as tuff. Tuff is formed when ash from a volcanic eruption falls thickly on the ground and is then slowly compacted into solid rock. Tuff is relatively soft and easy to carve, so it has been used for construction since ancient times. It commonly occurs in, for instance, and the Romans often used it in their buildings. Most of the moai statues were carved in a quarry on the outer cliff edge of the Rano Raraku crater. This quarry is an eerie sight today. Here and there, the faces of half-finished giants still peer out of the stone. The Rano Raraku crater is 700 meters across, formed of ash and volcanic tuff, thrown up in an ancient explosion and rings by cliffs 160 meters high. The wide volcanic bowl is one of the 3 places on Easter Island where fresh water pools to form a lake. Here a kind of bulrushes called totora grow on the water's edge, nodding in the breeze, and the Rapa Nui people once collected them to weave thatched roofs for their houses. But it's on the outer slopes of the crater's cliffs that the truly important activity took place. Here, the islanders chipped their statues directly from the bedrock, using a kind of stone chisel known as a toki that was made of dense basalt, perfectly suited for carving the softer volcanic tuff. This would have been incredibly slow work. Work that might take a modern craftsman with a steel chisel 1 hour might take an Easter Islander with a stone toki a whole day or 2 days to complete. And although estimates vary, it's thought that an entire statue could take over a year for a team of 12 people to carve. One fascinating aspect of this quarry is that there are a huge number of incomplete moai abandoned here, 397 in total. That's nearly half of the island's total population of 887, and this shows just how difficult the carving of these statues was. These abandoned moai have been discarded for different reasons, some more obvious than others. On some statues, it's clear that the workmen discovered a seam of hard rock somewhere on the moai's body, which would have been virtually impossible to carve with their stone tools. Others have obvious flaws or cracks in them, while some moai have fallen over while raising them. Other moai simply seem to have been too ambitious in size. The largest of these, nicknamed El Gigante, is nearly 22 meters in height. That's twice the height of a telephone pole or the size of a 6-story building. El Gigante, still lying on his back in the cliff face, is almost twice the size of any moai ever completed. This enormous statue would have weighed an estimated 270 tons, and it's hard to imagine how the islanders ever intended to move it. We might imagine an ambitious ancient craftsman overseeing the carving of this vast statue, determined to create the largest moai that the island has ever seen. Or perhaps, as we'll find out later, the islanders believed they had to summon a truly enormous protective spirit to defend their island against a threat. To get a sense for how these people must have felt about these statues, let's imagine ourselves into the role of a team of moai carvers during the golden age of Rapa Nui statue carving. The work would have been slow and painstaking, but it would also have carried a great deal of responsibility. While you were carving a moai, you weren't working in the fields, and so your community was investing in your work. There must have been a lot of pride tied up in the creation of these statues too. Before the carving could even begin, there would likely have been ceremonies and rites that had to take place, chants and incantations designed to summon the protective spirit of the ancestor to inhabit the stone. There's an apocryphal quote often attributed to the sculptor Michelangelo.
Every block of stone has a statue inside it, and it is the task of the sculptor to discover it.
Whether or not he actually said this must have been something like what the people of Rapa Nui felt as the months passed, and the great statue, its head and arms and body, slowly materialized from the cliff face in front of them. The days would have been hard. Many traditional Rapa Nui working songs survive today, and we can imagine the workers singing while they chipped away at the cliff. One surviving folk song even derives its rhythm from the striking together of two stones, emulating the sounds of the toki tools napping away at the statue. Here it is, recorded especially for this podcast by children from the Toki School of Music on Easter Island. The workers' hands must have been covered in the blackish dust of the stone, and they would take breaks to eat meals of sweet potato and taro, along with the chicken baked white in earth ovens nearby. After much arduous work, the whole outline of the moai would be carved out. They would then deepen the cuts and hollow out the cliff behind the statue too, clambering into the narrow space and lying on their bellies as they carved. But even with the back carved out, the statue would still be attached to the bedrock below, with a narrow keel that ran the length of its spine. And so the final and most painstaking stage of the process would begin. They would gather up stones and earth in order to support the moai so that it didn't fall, and then this spine of stone would slowly be chipped away. It must have been an incredible moment when that last stone umbilical cord was cut. It was the culmination of so much time and sweat, of course, but it must have sent shivers down their spines too, as the great statue of their ancestor broke free of its stony slumber and was finally filled with a living spirit. It's likely that more ceremonies surrounded this moment, the chanting of holy men who wore white plugs in their ears, and the beating of drums. Over what must have been days, the moai was edged clear of its quarry resting place, with huge teams of workers pulling ropes spun from the hau tree. When the statue was clear, they slid it down the grassy slope of the volcano, so that it could be stood upright at the bottom of the slope. This was one of the most dangerous parts of the moai's journey, as the great number of cracked and abandoned statues on the slope below the quarry shows us. They look like an army of stony wanderers marching down from the volcano. And somewhat ironically, these abandoned statues, buried up to their necks in the refuse from the quarry, form some of the most iconic images of Easter Island today, more familiar to the layman than the completed ones that stand on the ahu platforms on the coast. This is why people talk about the stone heads of Easter Island, ignoring the fact that most of the moai have bodies. At the bottom of the hill, the workmen would raise the moai up to a standing position, so they could finish carving the details on its back, using soft pumice to wear it smooth. And then they would prepare to transport the statue into its final resting place on its ahu. The carvers could wipe the sweat from their foreheads and share congratulations. But this was just the beginning of another long and arduous chapter in the Moai's journey. At this point, I think it's worth noting that we don't actually know for sure how the ancient islanders moved these vast statues. This question was something that obsessed early visitors to the island. They looked around at the seemingly barren landscape of Rapa Nui, at its grassy slopes seemingly devoid of large trees, and asked how a people without metal tools, pulleys or wheels could transport nearly 500 of these vast statues. The largest successfully transported moai, nicknamed Paro, was 10 meters tall, which is longer than a London bus. It's estimated that this statue weighed about 82 tons, heavier than a Boeing 737 aircraft when fully loaded with passengers and fuel. And the ancient islanders would sometimes transport these statues for distances of 20 kilometers across the island's rough, undulating terrain. It's a question that has been asked of the islanders since Europeans first arrived. How did your ancestors move these statues? And for a long time, the islanders would always give the same reply. They would simply say, they walked. Foreign visitors would always roll their eyes at this answer. They assumed this must be a piece of local folklore, a kind of magical thinking that imagined the statues to be the living spirits of the ancestors. Some may even have thought that the Rapa Nui were making fun of them. But researchers today have discovered that there may be more truth to this legend than it seems. Early archaeologists believed that the Rapa Nui moved the great stone statues into place using logs as rollers. In 1998, archaeologist Jo Ann van Tilburg successfully tested this theory, using a large number of hardwood rollers to transport a statue for a short distance. But recent research has cast doubt on this theory and proposed an incredible alternate possibility. And the key to discovering how the statues were actually moved lies in the ones that never made it to their intended locations. Littered across Easter Island are the sad shapes of statues that broke during their transportation. Only about a fifth of the moai ever carved would reach their destination on the Ahu platforms, and these total about 200. The rest, some 700 more, were either abandoned in the quarry or along the roads. Stone heads are cracked from bodies, decapitated statues lie mouldering and moss-covered in the long grass. For the ancient islanders, this must have been a heart-rending sight. A whole team had worked for a year or more, then successfully slid this statue down the slope of the volcano. Then, somewhere along its journey, it had cracked, and the broken statue would have to be abandoned by the side of the road. These so-called road moai have a number of interesting features. For instance, we know that the islanders waited to carve the eyes of the moai until the statues were in place on their platforms. This may have had a ceremonial purpose, which has parallels around the world. For instance, in Sri Lanka, when new statues of the Buddha are built, the eyes are always the last part to be painted, and only the painter is allowed in the shrine room while doing their work. But a team of archaeologists led by Terry Hunt and Carl Lipo also found something else interesting about these abandoned statues. They noticed that when abandoned road moai were found on uphill paths, they usually lay on their backs, and when the cracked statues were abandoned on downhill paths, they usually lay on their fronts. On flat ground, it was more like 50-50. And so a theory began to emerge. Is it possible that the statues were transported upright? Once this detail had been noticed, other details about the road moai seemed to fall into place. For instance, the road moai had bulkier lower halves and rounder bellies. This had puzzled archaeologists for a long time, but Hunt and Lipo's theory seemed to make sense of this, the moai in two phases. In the first, the transportation phase, the moai were bottom heavy like a bowling pin. And once it had been rocked into place on its platform, it was then carved into its more slender and elegant final shape. And so Lipo and Hunt proposed that the statues were rocked back and forth by teams of islanders with ropes, so that the statues actually seemed to walk over the ground. Their team caused an international sensation when they were able to successfully walk a scale model of a moai cast in concrete, rocking it back and forth along the road with 3 teams holding ropes. In this way, the statue could literally walk down the path, just as the ancient folklore recounted. The team managed to move the statue at a rate of about 100 meters in an hour, meaning it could have walked around 1 kilometer in a day. And of course, I'll put a video of this on Patreon for you to see. If this is indeed how the statues were moved, it must have been an incredible sight to see. The tallest moai weighed over 80 tons, and each one of the statue's footsteps would have thundered on the earth, so that it really seemed like a giant was stamping its way towards the platform. There would have likely been a huge amount of ceremonial activity around the walking of these statues too. People coming from all over the island to watch, singing and dancing and all kinds of activity. For the days and weeks it took to transport one of these statues, it would have really felt like a god had come down to earth. I love the romance and imagination behind Lipo and Hunt's theory, and I think they build a convincing case that this was indeed how the statues were moved. But you might ask, well, why does it matter how the statues were moved? Isn't this a minor detail of the story of this society's collapse? Well, actually, this question has come to take on an enormous significance for the mystery of what happened on Easter Island. The traditional narrative, if you remember, was that the Rapa Nui Islanders became so obsessed with building their statues that they destroyed their environment to do so. The islanders cut down all their trees, the theory says, in order to use as scaffolds and rollers to transport them. If this was the case, then each statue must have taken hundreds, if not thousands of trees to transport, and this seemed the obvious answer to why the island was so deforested, why its ecology collapsed and its society followed. But if Lipo and Hunt were correct, and the statues were walked into place, then very little wood was needed, and the whole narrative of the moai causing the collapse of the island's ecology comes into question. And so, the whole mystery of Easter Island seems to hinge on this question of whether the statues rolled or whether they walked. So what do we know about the loss of trees on Easter Island? One thing we can say for sure: the subtropical palm forest that the first settlers found on the island wouldn't long survive the arrival of humans. One of the earliest casualties of this deforestation was the largest of the island's trees, the Rapa Nui palm. If we want to guess at how this enormous tree grew, we can look at its closest surviving relative, the Chilean wine palm. This tree takes 50 years to reach its full height, and until then it doesn't produce a single fruit. This slow-growing and slow-reproducing tree would have been one of the most affected by the arrival of humans. Some theorists, Jared Diamond included, have argued that the Easter Island palm would have been in high demand for use as rollers to transport the giant moai across the island. But experiments have found that the palm would have been exceptionally badly suited for this job. The hard outer shell of the palm trunk conceals a soft center that would have been instantly crushed beneath the heavy stone statues. Diamond has even argued that the palm may have been cut down in order to build large canoes. But nowhere else in Polynesia are canoes built from palm trunks, and they would be very unsuitable for this purpose. So what did happen to Easter Island's trees? Well, undoubtedly, much of the forest was cut down by humans. But they didn't do this unconsciously or foolishly, They did it for the same reason that people in Iceland or England cut down their forests, because they were farmers. The Rapa Nui, like all Polynesians, farmed energy-rich foods like sweet potatoes, taro, and sugarcane. These abundant foods were vastly more productive than whatever food they could have gathered from the forest. So much of this deforestation was controlled and conscious, and actually improved the quality of these people's lives. But that isn't to say there wasn't an ecological collapse on Easter Island. Pollen analysis shows that virtually all large trees were lost from the island within a matter of centuries. And by far the largest factor appears to have been something very small. That's one of the animal companions that the original settlers brought with them, the Polynesian rat. Wherever these Pacific explorers went, they brought animals with them. Each Polynesian island got some combination of these 4 animals: pigs, dogs, chickens, and rats. On Rapa Nui, only rats and chickens were introduced. Some argued that these rats may have stowed away on the canoes, just as they do on larger vessels. But rat has actually been a foodstuff that Polynesians have relied on throughout history. It was never a delicacy, and seems to have been considered a food of the common people, as rat bones are rarely found in the rubbish dumps of high-status houses. However, they were a good and reliable source of protein on long voyages. I can't speak to personal experience, but accounts I've read say that rat tastes oily and gamey, a little like rabbit. And another advantage to this source of food is that rats reproduce incredibly quickly. Once the Polynesian rat was introduced to Easter Island, its spread would have been unstoppable. The millions of giant palm trees covering the island would have provided them with an almost unlimited supply of their favorite food, palm nuts. Recent lab studies have shown that the reproductive potential of rats under these ideal conditions can be enormous. In fact, the rat population could have doubled every 47 days until they reached a population of up to 3 million, and the island was completely overrun. The rats would have quickly eaten the seeds and palm nuts from the trees, preventing the forest from regenerating. In Anakena Beach and certain caves, archaeologists have found the earliest remnants of palm nut shells, showing the tooth marks of rats. As well as damaging the forests, rats would also have eaten the eggs of seabirds, finishing off those the islanders hadn't trapped and eaten. And since the seabirds fertilized the soil with their droppings, this would have spelled disaster for the biodiversity of Easter Island. But the question is, did this loss of trees cause a societal collapse on Rapa Nui? And the answer to that question is almost certainly not. This isn't to say that the loss of palm forest on Rapa Nui didn't present a number of challenges to the islanders. By around the year 1650, pollen studies show that the deforestation of Easter Island was complete. Without tree cover, the ocean winds could now blow right across the island. The wind and storms threatened to blow away the topsoil, and salt spray from the sea effectively salted the earth in coastal regions, damaging the soil further. But in all cases, the Rapa Nui Islanders reacted to these challenges with ingenuity and creativity. They transformed their island not into a desolate wasteland, but into an astonishingly effective system of gardens, orchards, and farmland. In fact, archaeologists have found evidence of areas of the island where the islanders planted groves of palm trees and cultivated them. And around this time, they also began farming using a technique known as rock mulching. This involved laying rock beds around the island, which prevented the soil from washing or blowing away. It also reduced the amount of water evaporated by the sun and increased the amount of nutrients available to growing plants as the rainwater flowed over the rocks and carried minerals to their roots. Rock mulching has been used by cultures around the world who live in harsh, water-poor environments. It's been observed in the Negev Desert in Israel, the pebbled fields of Langzhou in China, the ash fields of the Canary Islands, and the fields of the Anasazi culture in New Mexico. And the Rapa Nui set about the task of rock mulching with the same great energy that they used to carve and transport the moai. They would ultimately cover half the landmass of their island in rock gardens of this kind. It was an enormous task. It's been calculated that over the 400 years that the practice was engaged in, it would have taken over 150 men working daily to construct these vast assemblages made up of billions of stones. And there's strong evidence that the Rapa Nui people also took advantage of the deep underground caverns of the island. The caves of Easter Island were formed by lava tubes, which developed during the volcanic eruptions that raised the islands out of the sea. When lava flows out of the mouth of a volcano, it forms vast underground rivers, as the lava on the surface cools and hardens into rock. When the eruption ends and the lava stops flowing, the tubes drain their lava, leaving enormous caverns that look as though a monstrous worm has eaten its way through the rock. These tubes are as wide as a subway tunnel, and Easter Island has one of the largest systems of volcanic caves in the world. The islanders' relationship with these caves goes back to the first known moment of their history, as this piece of Rapa Nui folklore about King Hotumatua shows.
The explorers went to the west side of the island and discovered a surfing spot. They rowed a wave to the right and called the place where they landed Hangaroa. They rowed a wave to the left and landed at Apina Iti. They caught more waves, then went ashore and rested in a cave at Pupakakina.
Some of these caves can stretch for 3 or 4 kilometers into the island's rock. And as the forests of Rapa Nui retreated, its people increasingly turned to these caves to provide cover for their crops. They cultivated vast underground gardens where they could grow sweet potatoes and yams to supplement their diet. They also constructed circular rock walls called manavai that could be as much as 6 feet tall and where they could grow a variety of crops. These kept plants safe from the destructive elements of the weather, reduced the amount of water runoff, and concentrated nutrients. Archaeologists have identified over 2,500 of these rock gardens around the island, but this is likely only a fraction of the original number. Studies have shown that even today, with no active maintenance being done on them, these rings of rock are still operating as designed by the ancient gardeners. Levels of phosphorus and potassium, crucial minerals for plants, are much higher inside the manavai than outside, with the concentrations being sometimes 2 or 3 times as high. Simply put, with their rock gardening techniques, the Rapa Nui were able to make the land much more productive after the forest was cleared than it was before. Some of this great agricultural potential is hinted at in the accounts of the first Dutch sailors to land on the island, although I will once again caution about trusting too much in these accounts. I'll post the full text of it on Patreon for you to read and make up your own minds. Although Roggeveen believed Rapa Nui to be a treeless, sandy wasteland from a distance, when he actually landed on the island, he was surprised to find it a productive landscape.
We found it not only not sandy, but on the contrary, exceedingly fruitful, producing bananas, potatoes, sugarcane of remarkable thickness, and many other kinds of the fruits of the earth. This place, as far as its rich soil and good climate are concerned, is such that it might be made into an earthly paradise.
Another of Roggeveen's officers, a man named Carl Friedrich Behrens, seems also to contradict this account of a treeless island, and reported on a wide variety of uses the islanders had for palm leaves.
They gave us palm branches as peace offerings. Their houses were set up on wooden stakes, daubed over with luting and covered with palm leaves.
In fact, Behrens paints a remarkably positive impression of the island overall.
This island is a suitable and convenient place to which to obtain refreshment, as all the country is under cultivation and we saw in the distance whole tracts of woodland.
And Roggeveen himself also witnessed cultivated groves of fruit trees on the island.
It was now deemed advisable to go to the other side of the island, the principal place of their plantations and fruit trees, for all the things they brought to us of that kind were fetched from that quarter.
So here, a relatively clear picture is beginning to emerge. We can say for sure that the arrival of humans on Rapa Nui resulted in the disappearance of most of its forest. But this is true of virtually every forested island on Earth after the arrival of people. And no one has yet been able to draw a clear causative link between the loss of the forest on Rapa Nui and the collapse of so-called complex society. In fact, studies done on the skeletons of islanders from around this time showed that they suffered from less malnutrition than the average European. This all seems to be backed up by Roggeveen's account of his first visit to the island. It's clear from his account that when he arrived, the Rapa Nui islanders weren't starving. They didn't make any attempt to beg for food from the newcomers. In fact, they were much more interested in the Europeans' hats. And one brave islander even climbed through a porthole on Roggeveen's ship to steal a tablecloth. But there's no account of them stealing the Europeans' food. In fact, it was the Dutch, malnutritioned on a diet of salt meat and hard tack after weeks at sea, who begged the islanders for food, giving them cloth and linen in exchange for 60 chickens and 30 bunches of bananas. None of this sounds like the behavior of a people living on the edge of starvation. With multiple abundant sources of food, alongside the efficient use of the land around them, archaeological and written evidence begins to make that popular scenario of starvation and even cannibalism look patently absurd. Part and parcel of the starvation narrative is the assumption that the society of the island descended into a period of brutal conflict, once resources ran scarce. But if resources were abundant, can we also question this assumption? The folklore of the islanders does record a period of warfare, after which the Moai building culture faded into obscurity. But as we've seen, this folklore can be unreliable at the best of times. Much more reliable is the archaeological record. And when a period of conflict occurs in such an environment, the evidence is usually hard to miss. One great example of this is the island of Fiji, another Pacific island 7,000 kilometers away. In Fiji, archaeologists have found the remains of strong hilltop forts and fortified towns, all pointing to a period of warfare. In Hawaii, it's well documented that chiefs fought each other in large battles, featuring hundreds of warriors armed with clubs. The signs of war in the archaeological record aren't difficult to spot. Increased number of weapons, increased building of defensive structures, and skeletal remains that bear the marks of violence. First, let's look at the evidence of weapons on Rapa Nui. The islanders did make blades from the black volcanic glass obsidian. Obsidian forms in the vents of volcanic eruptions, when lava reaches the surface and cools quickly, forming a glassy material that is brittle or has exceptionally sharp edges. In fact, obsidian blades have been measured to be up to 1,000 times sharper than a steel scalpel. The Rapa Nui gave their blades names depending on their shape. Fishtail, rat spine, banana leaf are some examples. Some writers have argued that the large amount of these blades found points to a mass production of weaponry and a period of conflict. But studies of these blades have found that their edges were mostly covered in vegetable matter, that's sweet potato and taro, and they were found in the highest concentrations in the area of the islanders' rock gardens, where they were most likely used for everyday tasks like the preparation of food. Studies of skeletons have also seemed to undermine this picture of conflict. In a historical zone of conflict, we would expect to see skeletons missing their heads, for instance, or skulls with arrowheads inside, broken bones, and bones bearing scratches from blades glancing off them. But studies of skeletal remains on Easter Island have shown that the islanders were in fact remarkable for their mostly peaceful existence. Only around 2% of the skeletons studied have been found to have suffered trauma from blunt and cutting weapons. And this isn't a large proportion of the population. I do think here it's also worth remembering Barents' observation that the islanders were unarmed when they first came to meet the Dutch explorers. And in the search for defensive structures, archaeologists have also found themselves frustrated. The small Pacific island of Rapa Iti, for instance, is 5 times smaller than Easter Island, and yet it has no fewer than 14 hilltop fortresses. On Rapa Iti, life on the island actually did descend into a nightmare of violence and civil war, and the signs of this are hard to miss. Fortifications on Rapa Iti involve watchtowers and walls, ditches, and wooden palisade fences. We find weapons here and human remains bearing the marks of violence. But on Easter Island, no such fortifications exist. One feature known as the Poika Ditch was long assumed to be a defensive structure, but recent investigations have shown that it's actually a natural feature caused by the collision of 2 lava flows. Some walls built at the entrances to caves have also been used as evidence of the islanders fortifying themselves, but there's little other evidence of the caves being used as military strongholds, and in fact they seem to be more commonly used as hiding places. So another one of our assumptions about Easter Island has been taken away. Now we're left having to explain how Rapa Nui's culture could actually have been less violent than many other comparable societies, and certainly less violent than any city of Europe at the time. We may never know what decides whether a small community will descend into a violent hell like Rapa Iti, or whether they will work together to maintain the peace like on Rapa Nui. Some have suggested that the Rapa Nui Islanders, all descended from that first colonization attempt, would have had many family relations between tribes, and so it may have been unthinkable to escalate conflict beyond the occasional feud or skirmish. When a rival chief is also the husband of your wife's sister's aunt, for instance, you might try to avoid excessive conflict and reach for peaceful compromises. That is, if you want to avoid a frosty atmosphere at your dinner table. On a small island, word travels fast, and it doesn't pay to be viewed as overly aggressive. Some historians have even argued that the construction of the Moai themselves may have helped prevent conflict by allowing the island's different communities to compete for dominance in a non-violent way. And another way this may have occurred is through an incredible ritual known as the Birdman competition. The later history of the island is dominated by the cult of a mysterious figure known as the Tangata Manu, or the Birdman. Cave paintings on Easter Island show this ceremonial figure, with the body of a man but the head and wings of a bird. Each year, the men of Rapa Nui took part in a ceremony that allowed them to become the human embodiment of this figure for the next year. It was a test of strength and daring that is astonishing to even contemplate today. The contestants who competed to become the Birdman had a simple enough task. Off the southwest coast of Rapa Nui, there is a small cluster of islands, and one of these is a rocky outcrop known as Motunui, which is home to several species of nesting birds. Among these is the black tern, which we've already seen held a mystical significance for Polynesian sailors. These birds seem to be gifted with a magical ability to lead sailors home, and it's not hard to see how they would have assumed a powerful religious significance. The Birdman contest took place in the spring, during the laying season of the black terns. Young men who wanted to become that year's Birdman would have to swim out to the rocky island of Motunui, a distance of about 1 kilometer, through choppy seas and powerful currents. Once they reached the island, they had to climb up through the flocks of cackling seabirds and search through their nests, looking for the first egg of the season. Sometimes they would have to wait there for days. But when they found their precious prize, they had to swim all the way back to Rapa Nui with the egg in one hand. Then, dripping with cold salt water, they had to climb the sheer 300-meter cliff of the volcano Ranukoa. The first man to complete this incredible triathlon event would be crowned the Birdman. It's unclear how much power this figure actually had, but in terms of status, there was no higher honor. And allowing men to battle it out in this test of strength every year may have played a role in reducing the violence of the island. So on Easter Island, the evidence seems to suggest that there was no starvation. There was no widespread warfare. And so you might be left asking, did their society even collapse at all? And the answer to that is yes, but not when you think it did. For early European explorers, there was no greater mystery than what they called the riddle of Easter Island. The French seafarer and artist Pierre Loti wrote about it in the 19th century.
There exists in the midst of the great ocean, in a region where nobody goes, a mysterious and isolated island. The island is planted with monstrous great statues, the work of I don't know what race, today degenerate or vanished, its great remains an enigma.
We've actually encountered this kind of thinking a number of times over the course of this series. When European explorers discovered the ruins of past civilizations, they often found it hard to believe that so-called primitive people had a hand in their construction. Whether it's assuming that the ruins of Angkor were built by the Romans, or that the Mayan ruins of Tikal were built by the citizens of Atlantis, European writers have often struggled to believe that the indigenous people of other lands were capable of great constructions. This kind of thinking follows a circular logic. Only a so-called advanced civilization could have built these things. But the people I see living here don't look like an advanced civilization. Therefore, these people can't have built these monuments. The problems with this kind of thinking are obvious. It deceives us into thinking that an advanced civilization can only look like a European civilization, highly centralized and organized. And the very notion of a society being advanced suggests that human progress follows a fixed and inevitable path, and that our way of organizing our societies and economies is the only one. It's this kind of thinking that made early explorers of Easter Island look at the advanced rock mulching techniques of the Rapa Nui people and see only a wasteland scattered with rocks. This belief system found its logical conclusion in the Norwegian adventurer and archaeologist Thor Heyerdahl. Heyerdahl believed that the Polynesian islands had been populated not by Polynesians, hopping the islands from the west, but from people from South America, traveling by raft from the east. He also believed, curiously, that these people must have been white-skinned and European in origin. He simply couldn't comprehend the idea that other peoples around the world could have developed such artistic and architectural skills. So what appeared to be a puzzle to early European visitors wasn't actually a puzzle at all. The stone statues of Easter Island hadn't been built by some vanished ancient culture, but by the people who lived there already, and seemed to those Europeans to be so simple. This idea of a societal collapse happening on Easter Island before contact with the Europeans has survived into our day, even though it has very little basis in fact. But this doesn't mean that a collapse didn't occur on Rapa Nui. In fact, the island would soon undergo one of the most dramatic examples of societal and cultural destruction that can be found in history. But it wasn't because they cut down the trees. There is one event in Easter Island's history that I think encapsulates the complete destruction that would soon rain down on it and its poor, unsuspecting inhabitants. That's the toppling, in only a few years, of every one of the island's statues. For centuries, the islanders had loved and revered the moai that their ancestors had spent generations carving and transporting. And in 1722, the Dutch sailor Barents recounts what he saw of the islanders' devotion to these statues.
They kindle fire in front of certain remarkably tall stone figures they set up, and, their heads bowed down, they bring the palms of their hands together and alternately raise and lower them.
But with every subsequent European visitor to the island, this situation seemed to change. On the 15th of November 1770, 48 years after the first European visit, a second arrived. 2 Spanish ships landed there and spent 5 days on the island, performing a very thorough survey of its coast. They renamed the island Isla de San Carlos and claimed it on behalf of King Charles III of Spain. They also ceremoniously erected 3 wooden crosses and a Spanish flag on a hill. And when they explored the island, it seems that all of the 200 erected statues were still standing. But 4 years later, the famous British explorer Captain Cook sailed past the island and found a much different situation. Cook's diary of Thursday the 17th of March 1774 gives his account of the impoverished state of the island.
This is undoubtedly the same island as was seen by Roggeveen in April 1722, although the description given of it by the author of that voyage does by no means correspond with it now. No nation will ever contend for the honour of the discovery of Easter Island, as there is hardly an island in this sea which affords less refreshments and conveniences for shipping than it does. Nature has hardly provided it with anything fit for man to eat or drink, and the natives are but few and plant no more than sufficient for themselves.
If Cook's account is to be believed, the population size of Easter Island also seems to have taken a serious hit.
The inhabitants of this isle, from what we have been able to see of them, do not exceed 600 or 700 souls.
And there's another significant detail too. Cook noted that the islanders now carried weapons when approaching foreign visitors.
Their arms are wooden patapataus and clubs, very much like those of New Zealand, and spears about 6 or 8 feet long, which are pointed at one end with pieces of black flint.
But the final tragic detail is that in the 4 years since the Spanish expedition, virtually all of the standing moai on the island had been toppled over.
On the east side, near the sea, they met with 3 platforms of stonework, or rather the ruins of them. On each had stood 4 of those large statues, but they were all fallen down. All except one were broken by the fall, or in some measure defaced.
The practice of statue toppling is called huri moau in the Rapa Nui language, and it continued into the 1830s. By 1838, every single coastal moai had been taken down. Now the only standing statues were those abandoned on the slopes below the quarry at Ranoraraku. So what happened to make the islanders start to carry weapons? What caused their population to reduce so heavily? And what made them turn so dramatically against their gods? Well, the answer to that may lie in the very event that opened this episode, and which we've returned to a number of times. That's the arrival of 3 Dutch sails on the horizon on Easter Day, 1722. At the sight of the enormous ships dropping anchor some way off the coast, the Easter Islanders gathered on the shore in astonishment. They must have felt how we would feel if a vast alien spaceship were to one day materialize over one of our cities. It must have been a mix of fear and wonder, a sense that the world would never quite be the same again. They selected one of their number, who must have been the bravest of them all. It's not unlikely, I think, that he would have been the winner of the most recent Birdman competition, the island's champion and protector. This man got in his canoe and rowed out to meet the strange vessels, whose white sails must have looked brilliant and dazzling in the sunlight. Perhaps he wouldn't have immediately realized how large they were until he got up close and their prows began to loom over his small canoe. When he approached, he saw that there were men on board, and he waved to them. The Dutch officer, Carl Friedrich Behrens, wrote about this incredible encounter.
During the morning, Captain Booman brought an Easter Islander on board, together with his craft. This hapless creature seemed to be very glad to behold us, and showed the greatest wonder at the build of our ship. He took special notice of the tautness of our spars, the stoutness of our rigging and running gear, the sails, the guns, which he felt all over with minute attention and with everything else that he saw. When the image of his own features was displayed before him in a mirror, he started suddenly back and then looked towards the back of the glass, apparently in the expectation of discovering there the cause of the apparition. After we had sufficiently beguiled ourselves with him, and he with us, we started him off again in his canoe towards the shore.
But this light-hearted encounter conceals a dark truth about Roggeveen's visit. In fact, when Roggeveen and his men went ashore, their visit would turn to tragedy. It's clear from both accounts that the Europeans were nervous when they stepped ashore. They had heard stories of violent encounters with indigenous people, and it's worth noting that the novel Robinson Crusoe had been published only 3 years before, full of garish stories of cannibalism and murder. Despite their guns and cannons, it's clear that the islanders frightened them, and the natural curiosity and boldness of the Rapa Nui people seemed to make matters worse. When the Dutchmen got ashore, the islanders pressed around them, grabbing at their hats and clothes, and even touching the guns they carried. It's not clear which Dutchman shot first, but the situation quickly spiraled out of control. The Europeans fired into the unarmed crowd of islanders. Their guns were flintlock pistols and rifles that would have sent up puffs of smoke, and the cries of people shot would have rang out, with the smell of gunpowder filling the air. Behrens recounts what happened next, as he recognized a familiar face among the murdered islanders.
Many of them were shot at this juncture, and among the slain lay the man who had been with us before, at which we were much grieved. In order to obtain possession of the bodies, they congregated in great numbers, bringing with them presents of various kinds of fruits and vegetables, in order that we might the more readily surrender to them their slain. The consternation of these people was by no means abated. Even with their children's children in that place will, in times to come, be able to recount the story of it.
We can assume that what Behrens said is true. The story of this violent encounter must have reverberated through the history of the Rapa Nui people. It would have destabilized their ancient beliefs and rocked their very sense of the world around them. Remember that Behrens mentions that the islanders didn't have any weapons at this point, that they only prayed to their gods for protection. Now imagine what would happen to this belief system when visitors arrived from the sea, killed multiple islanders with what must have appeared to be magic weapons. And then when these visitors walked around the island, even approaching the statues, and then sailed away unharmed. When you think about this encounter through that lens, it becomes a lot clearer why the Rapa Nui might have lost faith in their ancestors. But the sad truth is that the European bullets were not the deadliest legacy they left behind. The true killer of the Rapa Nui would have been something much smaller: invisible microbes, viruses and bacteria to which the islanders' immune systems had never been exposed. Europe has always been a crossroads between many different peoples, sometimes separated by hundreds or even thousands of miles. Europe's constant wars and exchange of trade spread localized diseases across the continent. And each year the Silk Road brought fresh shipments of disease from China and India, along with silks and spices. This all resulted in Europeans becoming immune to a large variety of diseases. But although the diseases didn't affect them, they could still carry them. And for populations that had not suffered the same exposure, these germs could be devastating. In pathology, this phenomenon is known as the virgin soil effect. It's not recorded what diseases may have been transmitted. In other parts of the uncontacted world, cholera, measles, diphtheria, and even the bubonic plague swept through populations. By even the lowest estimates, indigenous populations were reduced by 80% right across the Americas. 4 out of every 5 people died, and it's likely that in the even more isolated environment of Easter Island, the effects could have been even more devastating. On other, better observed Polynesian islands, the reduction in population after first contact was as much as 90%. And so in the decades after the Dutch visit, we can imagine disease ravaging the helpless population of Rapa Nui. It's possible that the population of the island may have crashed from a height of around 3,000 to only a few hundred. The population may have only just recovered by the time, 48 years later, that the Spanish arrived and delivered a whole new dose of invisible death to the islanders. The Rapa Nui people wouldn't have been able to understand why this was happening to them. In fact, if you'd asked the Europeans of the time what caused these diseases, they wouldn't know either. They may have told you that they were caused by miasmas or bad night air, this being the prevailing theory at the time. As whole families of islanders died, the Rapa Nui must have believed that the ancestors they had so laboriously carved to protect the island had failed them. By the time the Spanish brought the second wave of disease, and it began ravaging the population all over again, those looming monoliths on the coast may have begun to represent not protective spirits, but the very spectres of death themselves, and the islanders, one by one, began to bring them down. Soon, these fallen giants would litter the landscape. Now, only those abandoned moai, half buried in the runoff from the quarry, would remain upright, and the age of Easter Island statues would come to an end. The loss of Easter Island's culture was an incalculable tragedy for our understanding of humanity. One of the reasons this is true is that Easter Island may have been one of the few places on Earth where writing was independently invented. A kind of script called rongo rongo has been found on just a few dozen wooden objects and tablets that have survived from Rapa Nui. Many of them are heavily weathered, burned, or otherwise damaged, and they were all plundered by private collectors in the 19th century, now scattered in museums and private collections around the world. Every modern attempt to decipher rongo rongo has failed, and the script stands as one of the true mysteries of Easter Island. Many of the glyphs that make up the script are representations of things the islanders saw around them. We can see the familiar shapes of sea turtles and birds, for instance, and I'll post images of these up on Twitter and Patreon for you to see. The legends of the islanders say that the original founder, the man they called Hotumatua, had brought the wooden tablets with him when he landed on Easter Island. But this seems unlikely. There is no known tradition of writing anywhere else in Polynesia, and so it's thought that Rongo Rongo must have been an invention of the islanders themselves. It doesn't seem like literacy was ever widespread. In fact, early visitors to the island were told that reading and writing was a privilege of the ruling families and priests. And some have argued that Rongo Rongo must be a more modern invention, that the islanders may have seen Europeans reading and writing, thus inspiring them to create their own script. If this were the case, then the written language of Rongo Rongo would have emerged, flourished, and then fallen into oblivion, all within a space of less than 100 years. But I think one detail of the script makes me doubt this. That's the character that shows, clearly and unambiguously, the distinctive wine bottle shape of a Jubea palm tree, a species that went extinct on the island before the year 1650, more than 70 years before first European contact. To my mind, this alone shows that Rongo Rongo was developed on the island during a time when giant palms still towered over its shores. In 1864, a French churchman, Eugène Roux, arrived on the island and described seeing a vast number of these writing tablets, although it seemed to him that the islanders no longer valued them as repositories of knowledge.
In every hut, one finds wooden tablets or sticks covered in several sorts of hieroglyphic characters. They are depictions of animals unknown on the island, which the natives draw with sharp stones. Each figure has its own name, but the scant attention they pay to these tablets leads me to think that these characters, remnants of some primitive writing, are now for them a habitual practice, which they keep without seeking its meaning.
European visitors in the following decades reported seeing the islanders using these writing tablets as reels for their fishing lines and as tools for fire starting. And by this time, none of the islanders could agree on how to read the tablets. Whatever knowledge was held in the Rongo Rongo script, the destruction of the island society had caused it to be lost. And if attempts at deciphering it continue to be unsuccessful, we may never know what the Rapa Nui people wrote down. This destruction occurred more than anything due to the final, tragic stage of the collapse of Rapa Nui society. And once again, it's not because they cut down the trees. By 1789, maps were being printed that showed exactly where Easter Island was. These maps meant that anyone with a ship could now make their way there, and for the remaining islanders, this would spell their doom. In the 19th century, the island became a common stop for ships that wanted to pick up food and supplies, and more than 50 recorded voyages are known to have stopped there. But the number of unrecorded visits may have been much higher, and as time went by, people's reasons for visiting the island began to become more sinister. In 1805, a ship full of American seal hunters found themselves short-handed. In need of laborers, they made landfall on Easter Island and kidnapped 22 Rapa Nui people, forcing them to work on their ship and keeping them in shackles below deck. When the men were finally taken up on deck, every last one of them jumped overboard into the sea and swam below the surface so the sealers couldn't recapture them. This would be only the beginning of increasingly organized slave-taking raids against the island. Soon, the Rapa Nui were understandably hostile to any foreigner who tried to land there. A Russian expedition was pelted with stones when they landed in 1816, and traffic to the South Pacific was only to increase as whaling activity drove the North Atlantic whale populations to the edge of extinction. Now more whalers ventured ever further into the South Pacific, and it was common for these ship crews to kidnap Rapa Nui men and women as slaves. These slave raids reached their peak in the 1860s, when large and well-equipped expeditions began arriving from Peru with weapons. These teams known as blackbirders, would scour the whole island, searching through its caves and hollows, rounding up almost every single adult they could find. In total, these raids kidnapped over 1,500 of the Rapa Nui people. Only a scattered bunch of survivors, who had managed to hide, were spared. With their work done, the sailors voyaged home to Peru, and the kidnapped Rapa Nui people were put to work on plantations or as domestic servants. When news of these kidnappings got out, there was a public outcry, and a campaign began to repatriate the kidnapped islanders, headed by a French bishop. The Peruvian government was reluctant at first, but it was ultimately forced by international pressure to comply. The islanders were rounded up and transported back to the home they had been stolen from. But this only led to further tragedy. Of the 1,500 who had been taken, the vast majority had died in Peru, leaving less than 100 remaining. A further 85 died due to the harsh conditions on the voyage back to Easter Island, leaving only about a dozen survivors who ever made it home. Of these, some were infected with smallpox, and before long, this spread through the remaining population of the island. This devastating event would be the final death knell for the island's distinctive and beautiful culture. Among those taken as slaves were every single one of the priestly class, the only people on the planet who could read the Rongo Rongo script. The continuity of songs and folk tales that had for centuries carried the folk memory of the people of Rapa Nui was lost. By 1866, there were just 111 adult islanders living on Rapa Nui, 68 men and 43 women. Of these, only 36 ever had any offspring, meaning that the current indigenous population of the island is descended from only these 36 people. 2 years later, in 1868, the HMS Topaz, a 51-gun British frigate of the Royal Navy, landed on Easter Island to find a devastated population. The islanders could no longer summon the energy even to throw stones at the arriving Europeans. The British searched the island until they found what they were looking for. It was the most beautiful example of a moai ever carved. This was one of the rare statues, carved not from the soft volcanic tuff, but from hard basalt, meaning that its surface details and contours have been remarkably preserved. It must have been truly a labor of love for a team of ancient artists to carve this hard stone. The British put ropes around it and dragged it aboard their ship, while the helpless Rapa Nui watched. When a British sailor asked one of the islanders what the name of the statue was, they replied that he was Hoa Hakananaya. This translates to our stolen friend. The statue was eventually presented to Queen Victoria, and it was placed in the British Museum, where it remains to this day, despite repeated requests by the modern Rapa Nui for it to be returned. As a final death blow, Rapa Nui was annexed by Chile in 1888, and 12 years later, the whole island was bought to be used as a sheep ranch. Capitalism arrived on Easter Island. The tiny population of remaining Rapa Nui were moved into the town of Hangaroa on the west coast. They were ordered to build a 9-foot stone wall around the town, and were then told they were not allowed to go beyond this wall. Virtually the whole island was now off limits to them. The only way for the Rapa Nui to survive was to work on the sheep ranch, so that they could earn wages to buy food. But the only food they could buy was from a shop owned by their employer. They were effectively imprisoned laborers on their own island. The island now became home to many thousands of sheep, who grazed its slopes for more than 60 years. And this, more than anything the Rapa Nui had done, destroyed the last remaining trees and stripped the island of its topsoil. One American visitor to the island,
a company man named recounted something had done to the tree called by the natives Toramiro. These must have flourished well at one time, but are now all, or nearly all, dead and decaying by reason of being stripped of their bark by the flocks of sheep which roam at will all over the island.
Now the buried statues of Easter Island would stare out over the bleak and treeless landscape we've come to recognize, so different to the rich cultivated gardens of the Rapa Nui. And so a clear picture of this collapse does begin to emerge, and we can see that the mystery of Easter Island isn't much of a mystery at all. Rapa Nui wasn't the site of an ecological suicide, as we've been led to believe, but the site of a genocide. This unique and beautiful civilization did collapse, but it did so after contact with the outside world, and not before. The Easter Islanders didn't foolishly damage their environment and bring about their downfall. In fact, they made their island garden flourish. They built one of the most remarkable visual cultures in the world through ingenuity and hard work, and maintained peace on their island community. So when we reach for Easter Island as a fable or warning about our future, we should be very careful about what kind of fable we turn it into. As we move forward in facing the challenges of our own time, perhaps we should be asking not what warning we might take from the fate of Easter Island, but what its people may have to teach us. I want to end the episode by listening to a piece of music we've heard a few times already. It's an old piece of Rapa Nui folk music, performed by students at the Toki School of Music and Arts in Rapa Nui, which aims to preserve the traditional culture of the Easter Islanders for the next generation. It's the song that was once sung over the carving of the great Moai statues, and its rhythm comes from the striking together of two stones. As you listen, try to imagine what it must have been like for these islanders to watch their traditional way of life dissolve beneath the pressures of a cruel and unrelenting outside world. Imagine what it must have felt like to have your faith in the protective power of your ancestors shaken, as disaster after disaster seems to wash in like a summer storm from the sea. Imagine how they must have felt standing on those grassy slopes and watching the sails of tall ships coming in over the horizon, as the Pacific wind blew over the rolling grassy slopes, still scattered with the lowering stone statues of a forgotten age. Thank you for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I'd like to thank my voice actors for this episode, Jacob Rowlandson, Jake Barrett-Mills, Annie Kelly, and Shem Jacobs. I love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at Paul MM Cooper. And if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images, maps, and reading suggestions, you can follow the podcast at Fall of Civ Pod, with underscores separating the words. This is normally the part of the podcast when I ask you to support me and my work on Patreon, and I would like to give a heartfelt thank you to everybody who has subscribed to the podcast so far. But I wanted to give that time on this episode to a project that I find truly inspiring. That's the Toki School of Music and Arts on Easter Island, who kindly agreed to record some music especially for this episode. Toki was set up after a successful crowdfunding campaign to create a fully sustainable music school on Rapa Nui, where the island's children can learn the traditional songs of their ancestors and keep the culture of the island alive for future generations. While the bid to build the school was successful, it still needs funds to keep running, to cover its costs and to pay its teachers. So if you think you can spare anything, please head to tokirapanui.org. That's TOKIRAPANUI.org. To find out more and donate whatever you can to keep this unique and beautiful initiative alive. For now, goodbye and thanks for listening. In the year 1858, the German explorer Heinrich Barth travelled across the wide expanse of the Sahara Desert. He was determined to reach the city of Timbuktu that lay at its far edge. He spoke Arabic, along with several African languages, and made careful notes about the places he passed through. His journey all around West Africa would ultimately be a trip of nearly 20,000 kilometers. But Barth was always on the lookout for more sights to see, and on the arduous return leg of his journey, he heard rumors of something that only a handful of Europeans had ever seen before. His guides told him of the existence of an enormous ruined African bush, a city that had once commanded the continent's greatest empire. His guides called this city Gao.
As soon as I had made out that Gao was the place which for several centuries had been the capital of a strong and mighty empire in this region, I felt a more ardent desire to visit it than I had to reach Timbuktu. Gao had been the centre of a great national movement from whence powerful and successful princes spread their conquests.
Barth gathered his things and set out, following the Niger River along with his guides, through the swampy lowlands and flat desert plains, swatting away mosquitoes and tsetse flies, until he reached the site of the former city. But what he saw disappointed him. He found only a small collection of huts, about 300 in total, with heaps of overgrown rubble where the ancient city had once stood.
This once busy locality, which, according to the unanimous statements of former writers, was the most splendid city of Africa, is now the desolate abode of a small and miserable population. Just opposite my tent lay the ruined massive tower, the last remains of the principal mosque of the capital. All around the wide open area in which we were encamped was woven a rich corona of vegetation, among which, in the clear light of the morning, I discovered date palms, tamarind trees, sycamores, and silk cottons.
Not to be deterred, Barth explored the ruins of the ancient city and took detailed notes about what he saw.
The town, in its most flourishing period, seems to have had a circumference of about 6 miles. The east quarter of the mosque is entirely girded with a thick grove of siwak bushes, which covers all the uninhabited part of the former city. The mosque consisted originally of a low building flanked on the east and west side by a large tower, the whole courtyard being surrounded by a wall about 8 feet in height. The eastern tower is in ruins, but the western one is still tolerably well preserved. It rises in 7 terraces, which gradually decrease in diameter. The inhabitants still offer their prayers in this sacred space where their great conqueror is interred, although they have not sufficient energy to repair the whole.
His guides told him that this had been the capital of an empire known as the Songhai. Barth soon left the ruins of Gao to the silk cottons and sycamore trees and continued on his journey home. But the sight of the ruined city seems to have stuck with him, and wherever he went, he would ask the same questions. How had the empire of Songhai grown to such size in the harsh desert landscape of the southern Sahara? How had its people held such a society together and built such grand constructions? And why, after rising to such great heights, had they left it all here to crumble into the dust and shifting dunes of the desert? My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Every episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to look at a society that has been all but forgotten by popular narratives of history, the Songhai people of West Africa. I want to explore how this great civilization rose up among some of the harshest conditions our planet can throw at us, how they united two warring traditions, became a cosmopolitan and pluralistic society, as well as Africa's greatest empire. And I want to explain why, after barely more than a century of greatness, their whole society collapsed around them. This will be an episode about cycles. And our first cycle is that of the planet Earth itself. As the Earth spins through the dark void of space, it turns on its axis, giving us the cycle of night and day. But there's another planetary cycle that affects us all just as profoundly, although it is much, much slower. This is the wobble of the Earth, known more scientifically as its axial precession. This wobble is caused by the gentle gravitational tug of the other planets in our solar system, and it changes the angle of the planet's tilt by about 1 degree every 72 years, until it tilts a full 23 degrees each way. This cycle lasts for over 25,000 years, and this tilt can have some extreme effects on the climate on the planet's surface. Over the last 8,000 years or so, one of these effects has been to shift the pattern of monsoon rains on the African continent, pushing them southward and creating an enormous dry zone in its northern region. This has created one of Earth's most impressive geographic features, the Sahara Desert. The Sahara is a vast ocean of sand dunes, rock plateaus, and salt flats that covers an area totaling 9 million square kilometers. This desert makes up around 30% of the entire African continent. But until about 5,000 years ago, these bare sand dunes were rolling green grasslands. The landscape was broken by rivers and huge lakes that supported late Stone Age human communities. Sparse forests grew here, full of oak and walnut, lime and olive trees. Rock paintings have even been discovered in the Central Sahara that date to around the year 3000 BC and depict lush vegetation and abundant animals in areas where today there's nothing but desert. But as the planet tilted on its endless cycle, this landscape's days were numbered. The rains gradually left the region. The large plant life would have died off first, until only grasses remained. And then eventually, the grass too would have died. Without plant cover to absorb the heat of the sun, or roots to hold together the earth, the topsoil would have dried up and blown away in the wind. Slowly, these green valleys turned into arid grasslands, then to desert, and finally to the enormous Sahara that we know today. Neolithic people fled from the steady advance of this great desert. It drove them out of the Sahara and concentrated them at its edges. Some of them fled to the northeast and settled in the fertile Nile Valley, where they would lay the foundation for the civilization of the pharaohs. But others went south and built a civilization of their own. Much of this story will take place in a landscape just to the south of the Sahara, known today as the Sahel. The word derives from the Arabic sahel, which means coast or shore. That's because early people thought of the place as the coast of the great sea of sand that stretches for nearly 2,000 kilometers until it meets the Mediterranean. The Sahel is a zone of transition. It's neither the desert sand to the north nor the tropical savanna to the south. For most of its 5,000 kilometer length, from the Red Sea to the Atlantic coast, it's a landscape of semi-arid grasslands and steppes, broken by thorn scrubland and patches of acacia trees. Much of the life here relies on regular monsoon rains. During the long dry season, many trees here lose their leaves, and the annual grasses die away. Several species of gazelle and buffalo compete here with large predators like the cheetah and lion, along with the African wild dog. But there are also spots of incredible richness in this otherwise arid landscape, and the source of this richness can be seen from outer space. From its source in the mountainous highlands of southeastern Guinea, West Africa's longest river runs inland for over 4,000 kilometers in a dramatic, sweeping sickle shape. This is the Niger River. Its name is thought to come from the Berber phrase Jer and Jer, meaning river of rivers. I'll put some maps of this region up on Twitter and Patreon if you're having trouble visualizing it. The Niger River is exceptionally fertile. At its thickest point, it is nearly a kilometer across, and it floods every year across a vast area that turns the desert green. In fact, its cultivation zone is more than 5 times the size of the one surrounding Egypt's Nile River, allowing the people who live here to grow rice, millet, and couscous for half of the year. The medieval West African chronicle, known as the Tarikh el-Fatash, paints a glowing picture of the wealth and beauty of this region.
Mali encompasses a region of 400 towns, and its soil is extremely rich. Among the kingdoms of the sovereigns of the world, only the lands of Syria surpass it in its beauty. Its inhabitants are rich and live very well.
According to oral tradition, the story of human settlement along the Niger River begins with a people known as the Soko. They built settlements along the riverbank and fashioned boats from African mahogany. They were soon joined by a people known as the Gao, skilled hunters who knew how to bring down hippopotamus and even crocodiles living in the river. These were joined by the Do people, who had adapted to life cultivating crops in the rich floodplains. Finally, a hardy people from the north moved into the region. They were the first to ride horses here, and they called themselves the Songhai. From the very beginning, this was a blended society that survived by unifying formerly disparate elements into a successful whole. The riverboats of the Soko, the hunting skills of the Gao, and the Do's farming acumen, all supercharged with the power of the horse, all combined to form the beginning of a complex and connected society that would forever use the River Niger as its lifeblood. But their journey from these humble beginnings would not be easy or straightforward. Over recorded history, a number of great empires rose up in West Africa. And I think we should pause for a moment and ask, what is an empire? An empire is a violent phenomenon. It occurs when one kingdom or state becomes more powerful than its neighbor. It then invades and conquers them, and rules over both territories by force. The original nation, what's known as the imperial center, will usually extract resources and wealth from their conquered subject, and it may also make some attempt to impose its culture and way of life on them. Empires grow in this way, absorbing neighbors and turning them into so-called client states. They become more powerful, but they also, as is usually the case, grow more unstable. And then, eventually, the bubble bursts. Whether through poor leadership, economic collapse, or imperial overreach, the empire falters and weakens. The client states demand their freedom. The power that held the imperial center together fails, and the whole edifice cracks like an eggshell. This is often a time of great unrest. The once mighty capital city might even go down in flames. But for its most powerful client states, the lack of central authority might represent an opportunity. They might begin to expand their own territory. They might build an empire of their own. There are many theories about how exactly empires grow and operate, but this simplified account is what has been called the imperial cycle. And I think it's useful to think about this when we look at the history of West Africa. Some empires of this region will follow this cycle exactly, while others will try, with limited success, to break it. The first empire to grow here was the Empire of Ghana. It rose up on the fringes of the Sahara Desert around the 8th century. Its people pioneered ironworking in the region, giving them a military edge. And it's clear that by the year 1000, Ghana had conquered a large number of client states at its borders and begun to build a true empire. And the secret to Ghana's success relied on one thing that would prove essential to all the empires that would follow after. And actually, it's not a thing, but an animal. Until around the year 300, horses were the main mode of transportation in West Africa. And a horse, while strong and fast on hard ground, is poorly suited to the harsh environment and shifting sands of the desert. In July and August, daytime temperatures in the Sahara can reach 50 degrees centigrade, or over 120 degrees Fahrenheit. And the desert is also prone to sandstorms. The most deadly of these is known as the simoom, or poison wind. These hot, dry winds reach temperatures of up to 54 degrees centigrade, or over 130 Fahrenheit, which is hot enough to scald the skin. These simooms are known to cause rapid onset heat stroke in desert travelers, since they can transfer more heat to the human body than it's possible to lose through the evaporation of sweat. This causes the body to quickly overheat, and major organs begin to fail. But from the 4th century onwards, a remarkable new innovation began arriving from Arabia. It was an animal with large, flat feet and adaptations that made them perfectly adapted for survival in the heat. Among these was the distinctive hump on their back, designed for storing water. The camel had arrived in West Africa. The introduction of camels transformed the economy of the Sahara. They could carry enormous weights of up to 150 kilograms, and this meant that large-scale trade was now possible across the desert. The West African economy at this time was already flourishing, but now it was suddenly linked up to the rich markets of the Mediterranean, and the result was the beginning of a new era for both peoples. Trade across the Sahara relied on a system of caravans, which were vast trains of camels piled high with goods and luxuries. According to the 14th century Arab writer Ibn Battuta, the average size of these caravans was around 1,000 camels, but they could grow as large as 12,000. They would have been an incredible sight, snaking across the red sands of the desert for miles. There were three main routes across the central Sahara through most of its history, and they zigzagged between oases in the desert. An oasis was a spot where an aquifer or an underground river, often coupled with a layer of impermeable rock below the sand, caused fresh water to appear on the surface of the desert. Over millennia, humans settled on these oases, and in these small pockets, they reversed the process that led the Sahara to form in the first place. They first planted groves of hardy date palms that then provided shade for smaller trees like apricots, figs, and olives. These oases formed crucial stopping points along the trade routes over the desert. They were so important that military control of these tiny settlements could often mean control over an entire trade route and all its accompanying wealth. Today, traveling at high speed in a modern car, these trade routes would represent a non-stop drive of over 70 hours. But for travelers in the Middle Ages, with their vast herds of camel, it took roughly 2 months to cross the desert. These journeys were so long that about a third of the camels on the caravan were there simply to carry supplies for the journey. And in these conditions, even the camels struggled. After their journeys, the animals had to spend months recuperating. A 4-month round trip would usually earn them an 8-month rest afterwards. The kingdoms of West Africa used these desert trails to transport ivory, spices, wheat, and exotic animals to Europe, as well as a steady trade in slaves. The transatlantic slave trade, that we're all familiar with from history books, shipped millions of African slaves to the Americas over roughly 400 years. It was exceptional in its scale and brutality, but it wasn't the beginning of slavery. In fact, forms of slavery have existed probably since the beginning of agricultural society. Ancient Rome, Greece, and Carthage were all famously slave societies, and with the collapse of the Roman Empire in Europe and its ensuing chaos, slave-taking only increased. But with the gradual Christianization of Europe in the first millennium, the Church began to introduce rules about keeping other Christians as slaves. By the year 1000, slavery of Christians by Christians had more or less ended in feudal Europe, although it's worth mentioning that it was replaced by the widespread system of serfdom, where peasant workers were little better slaves and could still be bought and sold by feudal lords. But the keeping of non-Christian slaves was still allowed and persisted right through the Middle Ages. When Christian kingdoms went to war with the kingdoms of the Muslim world, prisoners of war were constantly being taken as slaves by both sides. But for both Muslims and Christians, sub-Saharan Africa was the source of a seemingly infinite supply of forced laborers. Since the first trade routes across the Sahara began, the lands of the north began extracting Africa's manpower by force. These slaves were transported across the desert under horrendous conditions and were sold in the slave markets of North Africa, in the Byzantine Empire, and in Venice and Spain. They were often used as laborers and servants, but they were also forced to fight as soldiers in one medieval army or another. And while slavery is deeply unpleasant to consider, it was an unfortunate fact of life in this time, and it will be important to acknowledge its effect on the history of this region if we are to make any sense at all of what happens next. More valuable than slave laborers, ivory, or spices was the natural resource that occurred in West Africa with an abundance unparalleled around the known world. And that resource was gold. Gold has always done something strange to the human brain. Something about its warm color and reflective surface has always made us desire it. We want to wear it on our bodies and decorate our buildings with it, and we've structured entire economies around it. This rare, precious metal, more than any other, has always suggested to us a kind of divinity. The ancient Egyptians called gold the breath of God, while the Aztecs called it the sweat of the sun. And these early ideas of gold as a metal sent from heaven are actually not that far from the truth. Like most heavy metals, gold was forged in the center of stars by the process of nuclear fusion. Stars, just like empires, pass through a cycle. They grow and grow until they reach the size that we call a supergiant, thousands of times larger than our own sun. After this, it enters into a death spiral. Most stars simply shed their outer layers and fizzle out, but some, perhaps less than 1%, achieve a mass that means they explode in a supernova, a burst of energy and light that can be equivalent for a few moments to the brightness of an entire galaxy. And it's in these explosions that gold is formed. From around 200 million years after our planet first formed, gold started raining from the sky, carried on asteroids that bombarded the Earth's surface. West Africa is remarkably rich in this rare element. In fact, until the discovery of the Americas in the 16th century, this region was the world's top producer of gold. So much gold left Africa during this time that Europeans and Arabs began to believe that it must be home to a single monumental gold mine, a mountain of gold that was being intentionally kept a secret by African kings. This idea would later inspire myths, like the story of King Solomon's mines. But actually, the reality was quite the opposite. Gold in West Africa wasn't mined from a single source, but from countless tiny gold mines and panning stations across the land. Gold usually occurs in flecks and nuggets, found within quartz crystals. Over time, the crystals are eroded by the running water of rivers and streams, and the flecks of gold run free. The majority of West Africa's gold wasn't dug out of a mine, but panned on the banks of the Senegal and Niger rivers. And the extremely variable climate of the region also helped this industry. That's because during the long dry season, when all plant life died and agriculture was impossible, many farmers would hang up their farm tools and go prospecting for gold instead. The 10th century Iranian geographer Ibn al-Faqih seems to have heard some version of this process, as he relates in his geography text, the Book of Lands.
In Africa, gold grows in the sand like carrots do, and is picked at sunrise.
These part-time prospectors would gather together their tiny amounts of gold dust and wait for the trading caravans to pass through. Due to the great variety of languages used in this part of the world, these traders would often engage in a practice known as silent barter. They would lay out their goods on rugs, ornaments and tools, foods, spices, and most importantly salt, which is hard to come by in sub-Saharan Africa and was crucial for preserving food. The traders would then beat on large drums and blow trumpets and withdraw out of sight. The local amateur gold miners would emerge and place their little nuggets and flecks of gold in front of the goods they wanted, offering what they thought they were worth. The traders would then return, and if they accepted the price, they would take the gold. They would then travel north and exchange it with North African traders, who would give them more salt and exotic Mediterranean goods in return. Soon, a veritable river of gold flowed north across the desert, and through this system, the early kingdoms of West Africa swelled to eye-watering wealth. To give you a sense of the kind of wealth we're talking about, it's worth looking at the example of one of Africa's most famous medieval kings. His name has gone down in history as Mansa Musa, the wealthiest man in the world. The Empire of Ghana, which had ruled much of West Africa for 500 years, went into decline at some point during the 13th century. It passed through the final stages of that imperial cycle we talked about. Its power weakened, its client states demanded independence, and finally, one of its own conquered subjects eclipsed it in power, snapping up its old dominions and seizing control of the lucrative Saharan trade routes. This was the beginning of a new empire. Eventually, even the Ghanaian kingdom was absorbed into this rising power, and it would become known as the Empire of Mali. The Mali Empire inherited much of the wealth and power of its predecessor, but it developed the system of trans-Saharan trade to eye-watering size. Its most famous king, Mansa Musa, was a genius. He was so famous that he even appears on a medieval European map known as the Catalan Atlas, holding a gold coin and wearing a gold crown. I'll post an image of this incredible map on Patreon for you to see. Mansa Musa's journey to become the king of Mali is probably one of the strangest stories of royal succession in history. The year was 1312. Musa was an elite member of the Mali court, serving an eccentric old king named Abu Bakr II. Musa was around the age of 32 when he was summoned to see the king. The king told him that Musa would be appointed as deputy and rule in the king's place while he was away. This was a common enough event, as kings who went off on campaign or pilgrimage would often appoint deputies to rule in their place. But it's where the king was going that must have raised at least a few eyebrows. Towards the end of his reign, the old king Abu Bakr became convinced that it would be possible to sail far enough across the Atlantic Ocean that he might reach the other side. In fact, he became obsessed with this idea. The Arab historian Shihab al-Umari once spoke to Mansa Musa and recounts the king's version of what happened next.
The ruler before me believed that it was possible to reach the end of the ocean that encircles the earth. So he equipped 200 boats full of men and God. They set out. The absence extended over a long period of time, and at last only one boat returned.
The sailors on this boat brought back a tale of a great whirlpool that had sucked the fleet down beneath the waves, leaving only their vessel afloat. Most likely, the fleet was wrecked during an Atlantic storm. But this whirlpool may have also been the formidable Canary Current that flows down the African continent. But the king, Abu Bakr, was not deterred, and he seems to have decided that if you want a job done, you should do it yourself.
This time he ordered 2,000 boats to be equipped for him and for his men, and 1,000 more for water and food. Then he departed with his men on the ocean trip, never to return.
This story has long fascinated historians of West Africa. Of course, Abu Bakr would be proved right by history. Other lands really did lie beyond the ocean, and with the passage of only a few centuries, the fate of Africa would become inextricably tied to those lands. Some historians have slightly fancifully searched for evidence that Abu Bakr II may have actually reached the New World nearly 200 years before Columbus, but there is no real evidence for this. What's more, the only account we have of this story was the one given by the new king Mansa Musa. And as we'll find out later, kings can often be a little cagey about how exactly their predecessors met their ends. Still, the storyteller in me finds it an irresistible anecdote to mention, and something about the pure weirdness of it does tempt me to believe it. That this immensely wealthy king, not satisfied with the things of this world, sailed out into the ocean on an impossible quest, and drowned somewhere on his way to a new one. Whatever the circumstances of his rise to power, we do know that Musa was a fearsomely effective ruler. During his reign, he expanded the Mali Empire and conquered a further 24 cities, folding them into the largest empire that Africa had ever seen. But one event would secure his place in history. It would show the talent he had for self-promotion and would ensure that his name was on the lips of Europeans and Arabs for centuries to come. And that was his eye-wateringly expensive pilgrimage to Mecca. As is always the case, it's not just goods that flow up and down trade routes. Human cultures also travel along them too. And with the increasing traffic of trade across the Sahara, West Africa was slowly being introduced to new and exotic ways of life. Chief among these foreign imports was the Arab culture, and along with it, the young religion of Islam. For the early kings of Mali, converting to Islam was an entry point into the world of the Mediterranean coast. It was a way to gain acceptance and influence among these various powerful kingdoms. The first Malian king we can reliably say was a Muslim was named Sundiata Keita, and he ruled in the first half of the 13th century, nearly 100 years before Musa. But religion would always form a fracture that ran the whole length of West African society, dividing the rich from the poor and city dwellers from the countryside. The people living in the farms and villages of West Africa, the people who worked the land and herded the cattle, were what we call animists. That means, loosely speaking, that they worshipped their ancestors, alongside the ancient spirits of nature and the magic that lived in the mountaintops and the forests. The Muslim chronicles record these kinds of beliefs with barely concealed contempt.
They worship idols among trees and stones. They make sacrifices to them and pray to them for their needs. Among these people are diviners and sorcerers.
But in the cities, Islam was the dominant religion, at least in name. For a West African citizen of this time, becoming a Muslim had a number of benefits. It helped you to build a rapport and trade with the foreigners who arrived from across the desert, and at times it allowed people to avoid certain taxes. And it also shielded people from the increasingly bold slave-taking raiders who came down from the Sahara. Just like in Christian Europe, under Islamic law it was illegal for a Muslim to take another Muslim as a slave, and this prohibition was taken very seriously. The 14th century Islamic scholar Makhluf al-Balbali was one of the first to set this law in writing.
Anyone who is known to be from those lands, which are known to be the lands of Islam, and who mentions he is from those lands, should be let go and should be adjudged free. This was the ruling of the jurists of Andalusia.
Legal disputes would even erupt periodically over whether it was allowed to sell slaves who had converted after being captured. And for the Kingdom of Mali as a whole, converting to Islam offered similar protections. Again, similar to Christian Europe, Muslim kings were only supposed to go to war when it was legally sanctioned. A legal war of this kind was known as a jihad, or holy struggle. Legal approval would rarely be given for a war against another Muslim nation. By the time Mansa Musa took the throne, Mali had been a Muslim empire for over 100 years. But Musa was a devout Muslim and would go on to forge strong and enduring links with the rest of the Muslim world. He finally made a pilgrimage to Mecca that began in the year 1324. But even on this religious duty, Musa seems to have had a keen eye for his image. He reportedly travelled with an impressive retinue that caused a sensation across the medieval world. He was accompanied by a caravan consisting of 60,000 men, including a personal retinue of 12,000 slaves, all carrying golden staffs and wearing brocade and Persian silk. He's also supposed to have travelled with a baggage train of 80 camels, each carrying 300 pounds of gold. At today's market rates, that would be a value of around 500 million or $500 million. At every city he stopped at, Mansa Musa handed out this gold to the poor in huge amounts. But his generosity had a number of inadvertent effects. All along his pilgrimage route, he left economic chaos in his wake. In the cities of Cairo, Medina, and Mecca that he passed through, the sudden influx of gold caused a collapse in the metal's value for the next decade, causing enormous inflation and devastating their economies. On his way home, perhaps a little bashful at the devastation he had caused, Musa loaned back all the gold he could find in Egypt in an attempt to somewhat stabilize the price. It's the first and last time in history that one man has controlled the price of all the world's gold. But the Empire of Mali, while incredibly wealthy, wasn't to last. It would soon follow Ghana's footsteps along that imperial cycle, and one of its client states, which was only just beginning to flex its muscles, would soon become the true subject of this episode, and the largest empire in African history. And that state, finally, was the Kingdom of Songhai. I think this is a good point to mention that there are essentially three groups of sources about the history of this region of West Africa, and they can often give wildly divergent versions of events. The first source is the Arab travelers and historians who occasionally crossed the Sahara and wrote about what they saw. Of these, two stand out for the length and detail of their descriptions. One of these is the traveller Ibn Battuta. He was the Moroccan Marco Polo. Over a period of 30 years in the 14th century, he travelled all over the Middle East, North and Sub-Saharan Africa, then through Afghanistan and Central Asia, India and Sri Lanka, and even on to China. And it's on one of these great journeys that he explored the kingdoms of West Africa during the time of the Mali Empire. Nearly 2 centuries later, in the early 16th century, another traveller, a Spanish Moor who would become known as Leo Africanus, travelled in West Africa. Afterwards, he was captured by European pirates and taken to Rome, where he was forced to convert to Christianity. And there, he wrote down accounts of all his travels. But visitors of this kind are few and far between. Each one acts like a kind of snapshot, capturing a moment in time, and they can sometimes be frustratingly vague about the kinds of things that are interesting to a modern historian. The second source of information is the storytelling tradition of West Africa itself. This region is home to a unique tradition of folklore, presided over by a mysterious caste of mystics and holy men known as the griots. For millennia, these griots have played the roles of storyteller, historian, singer, poet, and musician all together in West African society. These griots were repositories of an oral tradition, memorizing their stories and histories and passing them on from one generation to another. They were treated as wise men and magicians too, and often held positions as advisors to the kings and rulers. You're currently listening to a pair of griots from the town of Yelekela in modern Mali, still practicing this ancient tradition today. Like most of the world's folklore traditions, the stories of the griots were often not written down until the 19th century. Between different regions today, the stories of griots can differ greatly, and while they are an invaluable piece of cultural heritage, as a historian, they can often prove a frustrating source of information. To the griots, the boundary between history and myth is very thin. Their histories include fantastical stories full of sorcerers and magic. But they are an incredible source for learning about how the people of this region perceive their own history, and studies of their folklore have been used comparatively to corroborate or strengthen other sources. The final source is a kind of mixture of these two traditions, and that's the scribes of Timbuktu. We'll talk much more about Timbuktu later, but for now I'll only say that it was a library city on the edge of the desert. It was home to a serious scholarly tradition where scribes and learned men were trained. They were connected to an international network of intellectuals, which stretched from the libraries of Baghdad and Alexandria to the mosques of Cordoba in Spain. The scribes of Timbuktu were genuinely interested in recording history. Some of them even traveled with West African kings, with the express purpose of writing down the events they saw. Two of the most prominent works by these scribes are known as the Timbuktu Chronicles. They are the Tarikh el-Fatash and the Tarikh el-Sudan, the Chronicle of the Seeker and the Chronicle of Africa. And you'll hear a lot more from both throughout this episode. Although many of the scholarly families of Timbuktu traced their lineage back to Arab Muslims, many of them were also West African, and they were steeped in the ancient traditions and folklore of the people around them. Although they liked to pretend that they weren't immune from the influence of the griots, those magical storytellers, and this comes through in the histories of the Timbuktu Chronicles, which are full of prophecies and dream visions, magical stories where men can turn into animals and kings can talk with demons. The Tarikh el-Fatash, for instance, recounts one origin story for the Songhai people. It relates how they were once ruled by a king who was half fish and half man, who every night swam up the Niger River and terrorized his subjects. Finally, a hero overthrows this fishman and becomes the Songhai's first king. But the scribe of the chronicle relates some of these stories with a slight sense of embarrassment, and even includes this anxious disclaimer.
Most of the tales we have recounted are almost certainly not true. We ask forgiveness from God the Most High.
Another thing to mention is that both these chronicles were also political documents. They were written on the orders of kings, so they often massage history into a shape that casts these kings in the most flattering light. But if we apply their accounts cautiously, overlapping them both and placing them in conversation with other sources, they are also invaluable for learning about what happened during this time. So these are the sources we have to rely on. The fragmentary, unreliable accounts of Arab travelers in the region, the griot storytellers who still spin tales of the ancient times, and the scribes of Timbuktu, desperately trying to make sense of it all, with a king breathing over their shoulder. Because of the naturally unreliable nature of all of these sources, the history of this region is filled with many gaps and blank spaces, many questions and uncertainties that I will attempt to navigate as we go forwards. The earliest written records mentioning the kingdom of Songhai appear in the 10th century. They mention a small kingdom on the banks of the Niger River, and for much of its history, that's all it was. Songhai centered around the city of Gao, a great trading terminus where the expanse of the Sahara met the green floodplain of the Niger. Just outside of Gao, a great sand dune looms over the skyline. It's known as the Rose Dune, due to the reddish color it turns at sunrise. And since ancient times, it has been thought to be the home of sorcerers, who are supposed to meet there after dark to perform their rituals and spells. And despite Islam being officially adopted by the royal court of Songhai as early as the year 1019, the city of Gao would always retain something of that character. More than perhaps any other city in the region, it still retained a deep-seated connection to the ancient ways of Africa. Gao was a great cosmopolitan marketplace where African cola nuts, gold, ivory, slaves, spices, palm oil, and precious woods were traded for Mediterranean goods, like salt, textiles, weapons, horses, and the metal copper. Gao was what's known as an entrepot, or entry port, the terminus of a vast array of trade routes which spread out from it like a web. The explorer Leo Africanus, who visited Gao in the 16th century, writes about the rich trade he saw arriving from Europe.
It is a wonder to see the quality of merchandise that is daily brought here, and how costly and sumptuous everything is. Horses purchased in Europe for 10 ducats are sold here for 40 and sometimes 50 ducats apiece. There is not European cloth so coarse as to sell for less than 4 ducats per cubit. A cubit of the scarlet of Venice, or of Turkish cloth, is here worth 30 ducats. A sword is here valued at 3 or 4 crowns, and likewise are spears, bridles, and similar commodities, and spices are all sold at a high rate. However, of all other items, salt is the most expensive.
While gold was universally used for trade, there was also another type of currency that was widespread in this region. These were cowrie shells, the shells of a type of sea snail that occurs most commonly in the Indian Ocean. These small shells served much the same purpose as gold. They were beautiful enough to be universally desired, and they were rare enough to be safe repositories of value. They acted like coins, in the era before coins were minted, and today the classical Chinese symbol for money even derives from a stylized drawing of one of these shells. Whether measured in gold or in cowries, by the year 1325, the wealth of the city of Gao had swollen it to such a degree that Mansa Musa, the richest man in the world and the emperor of Mali, desired to seize it. Musa soon ordered his armies to march against Gao and absorb it into his empire. In the preceding centuries, the wealth of Mali had turned it into a powerful military machine. If accounts are to be believed, Mali at this time had an army of 100,000 soldiers, including 10,000 horsemen. These were drawn from the aristocracy, just like European knights. Ironworking as a craft had been perfected in the Empire of Ghana, so that now whole clans of Mali's Mandinka people were given over to it, responsible for creating the spearheads, swords, and arrows used by the imperial army. Mali's soldiers wore leather helmets, and sometimes iron chainmail imported from Arabia. A certain proportion of this army were likely slave soldiers. Most would have been conscripted citizens, but many were also professional soldiers. And Mali's army also incorporated specialist fighters from the different territories that made up the empire. Oral historians recount the use of poison bowmen from the Sankarani River in the south, fire archers from Ouagadougou to the north, and heavy cavalry from the northern state of Mema. Against this force, the small city-state of Gao would have had little chance. It was soon folded into the Empire of Mali, but by all accounts, Gao did quite well as a client state of this greater power. The Arab explorer Ibn Battuta visited Gao 28 years later, in 1353. In his writings, he is often quite scathing about Africa. He was scandalized by many of the customs of Mali's people and what he perceived to be the rudeness of their manners. For instance, at one point in his writings, he turns up his nose at the food offered to him by a local chief.
The meal was served, some pounded millet mixed with a little honey and milk. This convinced me that there was no good to be hoped for from these people, and I made up my mind to travel back to Morocco at once.
So I think it's telling that when he saw the walls, the gates, and the mosques of Gao, as well as the rich surplus of food kept in its storehouses, the sight seems to have impressed him greatly.
Then I travelled to the town of Gao, which is a great town on the Niger, one of the finest, biggest, and most fertile cities of Africa. There is much rice there, and milk, and chickens, and fish, and the cucumber, which has no like.
While for a time the Empire of Mali seemed invincible, there were a number of great weaknesses hiding just beneath its surface. And all it took for those to emerge was for the great king Mansa Musa to pass away. One of the greatest challenges any society faced up until very recently was that of royal succession. For most of history, countries have been ruled by kings. But when a king died, the question over who would rule his kingdom could become a lethal matter. If the king had an heir or named a successor, this person would have a strong claim, but he would need to command an overwhelming body of support from the lords and nobles and other stakeholders in the kingdom. But if a king died without an heir, then multiple challenges might present themselves. In the worst cases, the country would divide itself among the challengers, and this would lead to a war. If all the wars of succession in history are taken into account, we could probably find no greater waste of resources and time, let alone human life and suffering. Civil wars routinely brought countries to their knees, destroyed their industries, and decimated their populations. In many ways, they represented a greater danger than any plague, earthquake, or famine, and the people of this time lived in constant fear of them. In Europe, kings were terrified of dying without having produced a son. But in West Africa, the problem was usually not too few sons, but too many. West African kings usually had multiple wives, with 4 being allowed under medieval laws. So the chance of a king dying without an heir was much less than in Europe. According to the chronicles, one Songhai king named Askia Muhammad would have 37 sons during his reign, while the oral tradition places the number at closer to 500. And the problem wasn't only with sons fighting over the crown. Large families meant that any king usually had a great number of brothers, who may have fancied a hand at being king themselves. And with so many potential claimants to the throne, it would have been utterly essential to have clear and universally agreed upon laws about who should be king. And that's exactly what the kingdoms of West Africa didn't have. Those laws that did exist were elaborate and needlessly complicated. So when a king died, there were often multiple interpretations of who should take the throne. And this is something we'll see happen over and over throughout this episode. In times of peace, during the long reigns of its great kings, West Africa flourished. But the death of its kings virtually always led to disaster. In Mali, the great king Mansa Musa died in the year 1337, and the first to replace him was his son Magan. But Musa also had a brother, a man named Suleiman. Musa's son Magan ruled for only 4 years before his uncle struck, killing Magan and taking the throne for himself. Such an illegitimate act enraged the lords of the kingdom, and they each brought forth their contesting claims for the throne. What followed was a succession crisis that destroyed the unity of the empire. Suddenly, Mali's strong, united army splintered into factions, and it began to fight itself. Perhaps sensing weakness in the once great empire, horsemen from the land of Mossi to the south crossed the Niger River and began raiding around the city of Timbuktu. Racked by civil war, the Malians were unable to react, and the raids on their borders got bolder. Soon, the client states of the empire took notice. One of them was the distant coastal kingdom of Jollof, which was the first to declare independence. When Mali failed to march on Jollof and restore it to the empire, other client states who wanted independence saw their chance. Mali had always been a single ethnicity project. While it ruled over a large variety of regions and tribes, its kings and social elite were all drawn from a people known as the Mande. They used the empire to project their power over the other groups. And this meant at the first sign of trouble, these other groups would seek to throw off the yoke of Mande rule. Suleiman, the uncle who had killed Mansa Musa's son, soon died himself and passed the throne to his son, overthrown by another, who was overthrown by another. During this crisis, the average king ruled for barely more than a few years, and the authority of the empire collapsed. Its client states broke free in droves, and one of these states was the wealthy trade city of Gao. At this time, the king in Mali was a man named Musa II, but he was king in name only. He had an advisor and counselor, known as Mari Jata, who appears to have been the true power in the empire. At one point, Mari Jata even threw the young king in a jail cell to keep him out of the way. Because of this remarkable situation, and the decades of civil war and financial mismanagement, in places like Gao, the legitimacy of the Mali Empire must have been at an all-time low. Mali's eastern provinces were now in open rebellion, and it's at this point that the city of Gao declared independence. For the royal vizier Mari Jata, the loss of this great city, more than any other of his rebellious client states, must have been a huge blow. He must have been determined to crush this rebellion. He immediately dispatched the great Malian army to restore order in the east. And the army had some success. They recaptured Takeda, an important copper mining town in the north. But when they reached Gao, the newly formed kingdom of Songhai put up a much greater fight. By this time, Gao had seized large territories in the east, strengthening their power. They may have also gathered together other elements of the resistance against Mali, forming a kind of rebel alliance. They relied on guerrilla warfare, raiding Mali's urban centers, often using riverboats on the Niger to deliver large amounts of troops right where they would be most effective, attacking swiftly and by surprise. These tactics allowed the kingdom of Songhai to tie up the larger but weakened army of Mali, and a sort of stalemate seems to have set in. But this war wouldn't end on the battlefield, but with the endless churn of royal murders that had swept the empire. The sickly king Musa II died in 1387. He may have still been imprisoned, and he may not have died naturally. Either way, the royal vizier Mari Jata refused to give up power. He killed Musa's brothers and ascended to the throne himself. He ruled for only a year before being assassinated. More provinces revolted. The Mossi people attacked the Mali Empire again, and soon invasion by the nomadic Tuareg people from the desert meant that Mali lost access to the northern trade routes across the Sahara. This meant it could no longer import enough horses to supply its army, let alone fund its expensive wars. For the next century, Mali would be locked in a life-or-death struggle for its very survival. In this period of chaos, the empire completely fell apart, and the rebellious city of Gao was forgotten. The kingdom of Songhai was fully established by the 1430s. The wheel of the imperial cycle turned. Out of all this chaos, the young kingdom of Songhai saw an opportunity to rise from the old empire's ashes. The next century saw the continuing decline of Mali and the rise of Songhai. And as the end of the 15th century drew near, this new kingdom was poised to become one of Africa's great powers. And one man, a ruthless and fearsome military leader, was about to take full advantage of the opportunity that this chaos had created. His name was Sony Ali. Sony Ali is perhaps the most controversial character in African history. We know little about his early life, who he was or where he came from. But what's clear is that he was a fierce military leader, a man of limitless energy and ambition. He took the throne of the Kingdom of Songhai in the year 1464, and his reign would mark an unprecedented expansion of this kingdom, so that it would soon extend further than the Empire of Mali ever had. But Sony Ali is remembered very differently by the two sides of Songhai society. In the oral tradition of the griots, he is remembered as Ali Bear or Ali the Great. In the stories of the griots, he is a great and wise man who commanded the powers of magic, the first ever emperor of the Songhai. But in the chronicles written by Muslim scholars, he is remembered as a cruel and tyrannical ruler. The chronicle Tarikh al-Fatash reserves particular condemnation for him.
The tyrant, the cursed, the oppressor, the Sony Ali, a model of shameful conduct.
It's true that from virtually the moment he took power, Sony Ali went to war. He was determined to modernize and reorganize his military. He had seen the Mali Empire collapse after its access to horses fell apart, and so he resolved to begin the large-scale breeding of horses in Africa. He built large stables to shelter these horses from the elements and from the disease-carrying tsetse fly, and he pioneered the use of crossbreeding to generate a breed of sturdy horses, well suited to the African environment. He also introduced the use of cavalry soldiers wearing iron breastplates beneath their tunics. These must have been difficult to wear in the African heat, but they would have greatly increased the weight and strength of his cavalry. One of his great passions was also the use of a river navy. He expanded the raiding boats that the Songhai had used in their rebellion until the Songhai commanded a large fleet of 400 boats that could transport troops up and down the Niger River at rapid speeds. He named one of his generals the admiral of this fleet, with the title Master of the Water. He loved these boats so much that during one siege of the city of Djenné, lying many kilometers away from the river, Sony Ali had a long canal dug so that his boats could continue supplying his men on the siege lines. During this time, the Songhai abandoned guerrilla raids, instead taking on a more sustained and aggressive style of warfare. The chronicle Tarikh al-Sudan recalls the remarkable success that Sony Ali enjoyed.
Ali was always victorious, pillaging every land on which he fixed his choice. Wherever he was present, his armies were never defeated. From Kanta to Sibi-Ridogo, his horses ran over all these lands.
Part of the success of his campaign seems to have been his extreme ruthlessness, which we get some sense of through the Timbuktu Chronicles. From the Mongols to the Assyrians, military leaders throughout history have used terror as a weapon, and it can be an effective military tactic. If your enemy are terrified of you, they may be more likely to run away and throw down their weapons, saving you time and resources in your conquests. Ali seems to have used this tactic to great effect. But I think some of the acts attributed to him go beyond this use of tactical brutality. One example is his treatment of a tribe known as the Fulbe, and he seems to have reserved a particular and unexplained hatred for these people. When they rebelled against their Songhai conquerors, Sony Ali marched on them and had them executed en masse, so that if the chronicles are to be believed, their remaining population could fit beneath the shade of a single tree. His mood changed rapidly. He flew in and out of rages, sometimes condemning people to death, only later to change his mind and let them go free. Because of this unpredictable and at times brutal nature, Sony Ali is described using an astonishing array of nicknames in the great chronicles of Timbuktu.
Ali the Merciless,
The degenerate,
The accursed,
The great tyrant,
arrogant one,
Ali the Godless,
The profligate,
cold-hearted,
the despotic one,
Arrogant One,
The shedder of blood,
the notorious evildoer,
the killer of so many people that only God the Most High knows the number.
The chronicles even attribute to him a number of actions that begin to sound almost cartoonishly villainous.
His heart was so hard that he once threw a baby into a mortar and forced the mother to grind it, even while the baby was still alive. The flesh was then fed to the horses. His acts of cruelty were so numerous that that it would be impossible to record them all in a single volume.
It's at this point that I should introduce a note of caution about these characterizations. It's certainly possible that Ali was just as ruthless and bloodthirsty as they say. History, after all, is full of kings like this, and it's not hard to see why. Recent research has found that today, up to 20% of people found in the upper echelons of the corporate business world exhibit signs of psychopathy, compared to only 1 in 100 in the general population. And when violence was so often the key to power in the Middle Ages, there's no reason to believe that this number would be any lower among medieval kings. But to give Sunni Ali some credit, it's worth pointing out that these chronicles were written after his death, and on the order of kings who were trying to legitimize their own line of succession. Part of the way they tried to do this was to trash Sunni Ali's reputation. We should always bear in mind that these chronicles were very much political tools, an early form of propaganda for a new regime. And at times, Sunni Ali does seem to have understood the value of mercy. Conquered tribes were ordered to join his army, swelling its numbers until the Songhai kingdom soon commanded a force of 40,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry. But whatever else we can say about him, it's clear that Sunni Ali was a complicated man. Some historians have even questioned whether he suffered from a personality disorder. But I think the least we can say is that the violence of this king appears to have stemmed from a number of deep-seated insecurities. Chief among these seems to have been a hatred and distrust of scholars and their learning. It's not clear why exactly Ali felt this way. Perhaps, like some politicians today, he cultivated a kind of anti-elitist populism, which held knowledge and expertise in contempt. There were many rumors circulating about him too, rumors that he was not really a Muslim, that he only paid lip service to the religion. And perhaps he saw these scholarly communities as the source of these rumors. Perhaps, quite simply, he couldn't read, and he hated those who could. Whatever the reason, the effects were the same, and they would come to bloody fruition when Ali set his sights on perhaps the greatest prize in all of Western Africa, the great capital of scholars, the heart of learning, the eternal library city of Timbuktu. Timbuktu is an ancient city. In the European imagination, it has become a metaphor for remoteness. When we say all the way to Timbuktu, we mean a place as far away as it is possible to get. In fact, a survey conducted in 2006 found that over 30% of British people believed that Timbuktu was a mythical place, like Atlantis or El Dorado. Timbuktu began as a seasonal settlement, about 15 kilometers north of the Niger River. It was a place where traders could come in from the desert and exchange salt, gold, ivory, and slaves. Legend has it that this camp was centered around a well owned by an old slave woman called Buktu, and so it became known as the place of Buktu, Timbuktu. It became a permanent settlement around the year 1100. And under the Mali Empire, it grew to house a population of well over 100,000, which is double the population today and made it one of the largest cities in West Africa. At its height, it was home to Arab, Italian, and Jewish merchants, and the city taxed around 1/10 of all the goods that passed through it, a vast wealth that led to an astonishing flourishing of culture, and above all, literacy. Timbuktu has the perfect climate for producing and keeping books. Books here were written on sheepskins, on tree bark, and on paper imported from Italy, and the dry desert air meant that their pages never warped or cracked. Books were written here in countless African languages, like Songhai and Fulani, but also in Arabic. Some were even illuminated with gold leaf. And I'll post some images of these incredible manuscripts on Patreon for you to see. Timbuktu's people saw these books as symbols of wealth and power, and so an active trade in literature began with the rest of the Islamic world, until hundreds of thousands of manuscripts were collected here over the course of centuries. The city of Gao was the administrative center of West Africa, but Timbuktu was its intellectual center. If Gao was the heart of the Sahel, then Timbuktu was its brain. And this was the city against which the ruthless Sunni Ali, the great hater of books and learning, marched in the year 1468. Sunni Ali made no secret about his intentions for the city of Timbuktu. He sent a messenger into the city ahead of his army to deliver a chilling warning to its remaining citizens. The medieval chronicle Tarikh al-Fatash recalls this event.
The messenger arrived at midday. The drum that he had brought with him was beaten, and the crowd gathered around him. Unsheathing a sword and brandishing it by the hilt, he said, "This is the sword of the king. I have been ordered to cut the throat of anyone who stays the night in this town." In the blink of an eye, all the town's inhabitants fled. Some did not even take their supper that night, while others forgot to bring blankets for sleeping. The sun had still not set before Timbuktu was completely evacuated. Most of the townsfolk fled without bothering to close the doors of their houses.
After the flight of its defenders, Ali succeeded in capturing Timbuktu without much resistance. And he was not merciful with the community of scholars who lived there. Ali immediately ordered his soldiers to gather together all the books he could find in the city and burned them in great bonfires. Luckily, many of the scholars and wealthy families who fled had taken their collections with them, saving some proportion of this ancient collection. Some also managed to hide their books in secret places. But Sunni Ali executed any scholars who remained behind. This is another time when Ali's cruelty just didn't seem to have a point to it. There was no tactical reason to victimize these scholars. It seems to have stemmed from something rooted deep in his personality, something that we as historians can only guess at. In fact, over the remaining 24 years of his reign, Ali would embark on no fewer than 5 purges of the city, attacking its noble families, destroying its books and schools, and expelling its scholars. All of this, as you can imagine, led to a great amount of resentment among the population. People must have begun to cry out for some alternative to this tyrannical king. And if the chronicles are to be believed, that alternative was already gathering power, and his name was Askia Muhammad. By anyone's standards, Muhammad had no legitimate claim to the throne. He was a nobleman and a warrior who held a position in the Songhai Empire known as the Tondifari, the Lord of the Mountains. He was in control of the rocky hills and red sandstone mountains to the south. This landscape is broken by an incredible 500-meter tall cliff known as the Bandiagara Escarpment that runs for 150 kilometers along the modern border between Mali and Burkina Faso. This was a tough region, full of mountain bandits and hill tribes, and it was also one of the most highly militarized borders in the empire, facing the extensive lands of the powerful Mossi people in the south. Due to all of this, Askia Muhammad would have commanded a large and battle-hardened army. He was in the top level of Songhai military command. He knew how its army worked, its strengths and also its weaknesses. And Askia Muhammad also seems to have frequently clashed with the king Sunni Ali. The chronicles never make clear the nature of these disagreements, but Muhammad was even imprisoned and sentenced to death on a number of occasions, as the Tarikh al-Sudan recalls.
More than once, Sunni Ali condemned him to death or imprisonment because of his stout heart and great courage. But because he was wise and prudent, the tyrant never did him any harm.
It's possible they disagreed over questions of military tactics. But everything else we know about Muhammad gives us a picture of a thoughtful man, a diplomat and a shrewd statesman. So it's possible that he may have also protested against the terror tactics that Sunni Ali employed and had the king's rage rained down on him as a consequence. Either way, it's clear that Askia Muhammad was a deadly mix for King Sunni Ali. The Askia was rebellious, but he also seems to have been indispensable, and he was steadily positioning himself as a true alternative to the tyrant king. Soon enough, he would get his chance. Sunni Ali died in November 1492. How exactly this happened is a mystery. In the Timbuktu chronicle Tarikh al-Fatash, his death is a divine intervention. He gets struck down by God as a punishment for abusing a holy man. And this explanation should immediately give us some cause for suspicion. In the other chronicle, the Tarikh al-Sudan, we get a slightly more realistic scenario. In this version, Ali drowns when a flash flood of the Niger River washes into his camp near the village of Kuna. Of course, flash floods were a deadly fact of life on the medieval Niger, just as they are today. But this would have still been incredible bad luck for a king. And it's worth mentioning that if historians are correct, the village of Kuna was found within the mountainous territory of Songhai, the same region that at the time was controlled by the Lord of the Mountains, Askia Muhammad. Perhaps after himself being sentenced to death by Sunni Ali multiple times, Askia Muhammad finally did what his opponent didn't have the courage to do, that is, give the order to end his life. In my view, another piece of evidence for this is a single line in the Tarikh al-Fatash. It's mentioned quite incidentally that Ali's soldiers buried him before anyone else had even learned of his death. If this is true, it may be that he had wounds on his body that they wanted to conceal. Ali was succeeded by his son Baru. It's not known whether he tried to continue the repressive policies of his father. Either way, half the country, sick of Sunni Ali's rule, burst out in open revolt. Some noble families who had fled Timbuktu during Sunni Ali's time on the throne marched back home with their armies, and the man they rallied around was the one who had headed the opposition against the tyrant, Askia Muhammad. The speed this all happened at makes many historians believe that this was a plot that had been in place for a long time, perhaps for years. And perhaps suspecting the nature of this plot, Sunni Ali's son Baru was determined to stamp out this upstart General Muhammad. Sunni Baru's armies massed around him, as is dramatically rendered in the Tarikh al-Fatash.
His troops surrounded him like a mountain range. They raised storms of dust that turned day into night, and they were mirrored by their great cries. All swore that blood would run in torrents.
Askia Muhammad also gathered his rebel forces and marched on the capital city of Gao. Sunni Baru marched out and met him on the battlefield at a place called Anfao. His army outnumbered Askia Muhammad's, but Baru must have been nervous as the army of this experienced general gathered outside of his city. He must have tried to remember the lessons his father had taught him. First, the two armies would have exchanged a volley of arrows, their cavalries harassing and harrying each other's lines, as well as skirmishing among themselves, before the spearmen finally drew in together to fight. When the two armies met, the experience of Askia Muhammad won over the greater numbers of Sunni Baru. One of Baru's generals, when he saw which way the battle was going, threw himself into the river Niger and drowned. From this moment on, the Askia Muhammad would rule the 24 tribes of the Songhai. The death of the tyrannical king Sunni Ali in November 1492 came at a historical tipping point of immense importance. Around the world at this time, big things were underway. The Catholic monarchs of Spain had enacted a new law banishing all of Spain's Jews. As many as 200,000 Spanish Jews were forced to flee, and the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire sent his grand fleet to escort them safely to relocate in his lands. 1 month before, England's Henry VII had laid siege to the French port of Boulogne, forcing the French king to sue for peace. And on the other side of the world, in the islands of the Caribbean, only days before Sunni Ali was swept away in that flash flood, a European explorer named Christopher Columbus first set foot on the New World. The Battle of Anfao in 1493, when Askia Muhammad emerged victorious outside the walls of Gao, came just a few months before Columbus set out on his second voyage. And for the history of the African continent, this discovery would begin one of its bleakest chapters. It's not recorded whether news of these developments reached the new king of Songhai, Askia Muhammad, but he had quite enough to be occupying him at home. Muhammad had inherited a Songhai territory that had never been larger. By the time he came to the throne, Imperial Songhai comprised a broad diversity of ethnic groups, including the Fulbe, Soninke, Tuareg, Dogon, Bambara, and Bozo. But it had also suffered greatly from decades of civil war and attacks by its aggressive neighbors. Muhammad immediately set about trying to fix these problems. In response to ongoing attacks from outside, he became determined to reform the Songhai army and secure the empire's borders. He expanded its powerful cavalry and moved away from the use of slave soldiers and conscripts to become a true professional standing army. Soon after seizing power, he embarked on a series of campaigns that would have impressed even the ferocious Sunni Ali. He announced a legally sanctioned jihad against the Mossi people to the south. He marched on their cities, capturing many of them and expanding the empire further. Then he marched against the desert Tuareg people and seized the salt mines of Takhaza, a land where the salt was so numerous that people built their houses out of salt bricks. Askia Muhammad spread the boundaries of the Songhai Empire until it was the largest territory that Africa had ever seen. But while he shared something of his predecessor's military skill, in many ways, Askia Muhammad seems to have been the polar opposite of Sunni Ali. Whereas Ali had only been a conqueror, Muhammad was a diplomat and an administrator. He sought to reconcile the differences of the people in his empire, and the chronicle Tarikh al-Sudan speaks especially highly of him.
Through Askia Muhammad, God the Most High alleviate tribulation. He strove to establish the community of Islam and improve people's lot. He befriended the scholars and sought counsel from them over the appointments and dismissals he made.
It should be remembered that these chronicles are essentially pieces of propaganda for Muhammad's Askir dynasty. But we do see this character in evidence in our other sources too. Muhammad's friendship with scholars is perhaps the thing that so distinctly sets him apart from his predecessor. He made peace with the persecuted scribes and learned men of Timbuktu, bringing banished families back from exile, and even maintaining personal friendships with some scribes. Askir Muhammad was also pluralistic and outward-looking. While the chronicles don't mention Sunni Ali doing a single thing outside of the empire's borders, Askir Muhammad brought in a new age of diplomacy. He forged connections that reached right across the Muslim world, and he even made a pilgrimage to Mecca in imitation of that legendary king of Mali, Mansa Musa. And perhaps most crucially, in a symbolic act, he invited a leader from each of his empire's ethnic groups to join him on his pilgrimage. Even ethnic groups like the Fulbe, which had been persecuted and massacred under Sunni Ali, were invited along. And this, more than anything, was the true source of Askir Muhammad's success. In the new Songhai Empire, he began to forge a state that crossed ethnic boundaries. The empires that had come before were only ever just that, empires. In the Ghana Empire, the Soninke people had conquered their neighbors and ruled over them. In the Mali Empire, it was the Mande people who did the same. But in Songhai, a new kind of political project was being formed. It was a nation that incorporated all the different peoples that lived within its borders, and which inspired loyalty in its people that rose above their original loyalties to their tribe. It was a very modern kind of state. And Muhammad also succeeded in doing what few Songhai kings had achieved before. That is, to unite the two sides of the empire, its heart in Gao and its brain in Timbuktu. Muhammad managed to bring the Muslims of Timbuktu over to his side, but he never truly renounced the ancient magic of his ancestors. And so he fused together an empire that looked like it might truly last the test of time. During Muhammad's reign, he established standardized trade measures and regulations, and began policing trade routes to keep them safe, as well as establishing an organized tax system. He divided the empire into states and appointed a governor of each one. He also appointed ministers who took care of finance, justice, agriculture, and other areas of government. And all these developments ushered in an age of virtually unprecedented peace and prosperity in the region. But this golden age, like all golden ages, was soon to come to an end. Towards the end of his life, Askir Muhammad became blind. According to West African law, this would have disqualified him from ruling, since a king was expected to lead his army into battle. But Askir Muhammad seems to have been reluctant to give the crown to any one of his sons. As his sight increasingly failed and he reached the age of 70, he began to heavily rely on his powerful royal vizier to enact policies for him. Rumors began to spread that this vizier had undue influence over the old king. But Askir Muhammad also had 37 sons, and as the king got older, each of these began to grow impatient for him to pass on the crown to one of them. Eventually, one of these sons, a man named Musa, grew tired of waiting. Musa is remembered in the chronicles as an impudent and stupid boy, spoiled by a life of royal luxury. He moved to seize his father's crown, deposing Askia Muhammad and banishing the blind old man to an island in the middle of the Niger River, which the chronicles describe as a place infested with mosquitoes and toads. Musa's seizure of the throne naturally enraged Askia Muhammad's other sons, many of whom probably thought they had a better claim. The empire soon erupted in civil war. Musa would go on to kill several of his brothers and nearly 30 of his cousins, some in battle and others in assassinations and executions. But eventually he himself was overcome in the year 1531, just 2 years after taking power. The Songhai Empire, like Ghana and Mali before it, had few clear laws of succession. And while the Askia Muhammad made many legal reforms during his reign, this seems to have been something that no one had mustered the political will to change. A period of bitter usurpings and civil wars followed, but there was one ray of light to come out of all the chaos. About 8 years after the toppling and banishment of Askia Muhammad, one of his other sons, a man named Askia Ishmael, managed to seize the throne. He ordered for his blind father to be released from the mosquito-infested island where he had been imprisoned, and so the old king returned to his home to die 1 year later. But what the spoiled Prince Musa had unleashed couldn't be contained. Askia Ishmael soon died in unknown circumstances, and the chaos of disputed succession rolled on. The next 20 years saw almost constant bloodshed, as various claimants to the throne of the Askias fought and died. Whole generations of young men were piled into this meat grinder, all to satisfy the vanity of princes. Askia Muhammad had turned the Songhai Empire into one of the world's great powers, and as so often happens when a great society is built, men would now risk everything to take it for themselves. The chronicle Tarikh el-Fatash doesn't mince words when it comes to the question of what led to Songhai's growing weakness.
What caused the ruin of the state of Songhai and compelled God to throw it into disorder? What brought divine punishment down upon its citizens? It was their failure to observe the laws of God, the injustice of slavery. The most grave crimes and most disagreeable acts were committed there, as well as the pride and arrogance of the great ones. We all belong to God. It is to Him that we should return.
As civil wars raged, the country's wealth began to run dry. Wars caused disruption at the lucrative trade hubs of Djenné, Timbuktu, and Gao, damaging the land's income. West African armies also lived and died by their supply of horses, and each rival warring prince needed a steady supply to replenish his army. These horses were usually imported across the desert from Europe at great expense. But with all the disruption and chaos, increasingly only one resource remained in abundance in West Africa that could be traded for the horses needed in these wars. And that resource was its people. During these times of crisis, the slave trade increased in volume. Defeated armies in these civil wars were frequently captured and sold, and thousands were shipped across the desert to be sold as laborers in Europe and Arabia. This was a crucial moment for the history of this continent. The failure of political stability in its largest empire, coupled with an increase in slave-taking to pay for these constant wars, coincided in tragic form with the first European trading posts that were set up by the Portuguese at São Tomé and São Salvador, as well as fortified positions all up the coast of Morocco. This was the beginning of the transatlantic slave trade that would dwarf the Saharan slave trade both in its size and its cruelty. Within 20 years of Askia Muhammad's death, barely 50 years after the discovery of the Americas, as many as 250,000 Africans had already been kidnapped and transported to the New World. By the time the slave trade was abolished in the 19th century, the number would exceed 12 million, and of these, nearly 2 million died on the voyage. The period of bloodletting did come to an end in the empire of Songhai, with the reign of a man named Askia Dawood. He, at least, seems to have been a shrewd operator, and immediately placed his sons in strategic positions in the government. And his ability to stabilize the nation would lead to a brief return to its former flourishing state. For this reason, he is often referred to as Songhai's second greatest king, after the great Askia Muhammad. But when Askia Dawood came to power, he inherited a weakened and damaged country. It's clear that during the 20 years of unrest and civil strife following the death of Askia Muhammad, rebel factions across the country had gained power and confidence. Askia Dawood undertook a number of campaigns to stamp down insurgencies across the country, and he sent his cavalry up into the mountains to put a stop to bandit raids there, with some success. But if he had any hopes of expanding his borders further like his predecessors, that would have been put a stop to by a failed campaign against the Mossi people that killed a large number of his commanders. Dawood even embarked on several public works, instituting the equivalent of public libraries in the kingdom. But all of this came at a cost. During his long 34-year reign, slavery greatly increased in the empire. Songhai's agriculture suffered from wars, as well as droughts and famines, and in response, it seems that the former citizen farming was replaced with slave plantations. While slavery had always been a feature of Songhai society, during Askia Dawood's reign, the empire became a true slave state. This would have caused social disruption across the land, as whole communities were harrowed by slave raids. And this would have in turn fueled political disruption. There are even stories of royal slaves attaining great power and wealth in Songhai, even going on to command significant influence in the capital after the deaths of their masters. But towards the end of Askia Dawood's life, things began to get worse. In the year 1582, a great plague killed many in Timbuktu, and syphilis, brought back from the New World by Europeans, appears to have also ravaged the population. And with the final death of Askia Dawood 1 year later, in 1583, Songhai once again spiraled into civil war and chaos. The kings that followed each ruled for only a few years before being killed or deposed. At the same time, drought descended on the region, followed by famine and inflation. A strong Songhai state at the height of its power might have been able to ride out these challenges, but with rival princes fighting over the throne, there was no energy available to help Songhai's people, and its now largely slave-based agriculture began to collapse. Songhai entered the final stages of the imperial society, and after this point, there was no turning back. The final king of Songhai was a man named Askia Ishaq II. Little is known about this character, and what we do know isn't good. He seems to have been a relatively competent ruler, but he was also vengeful and merciless. He seems to have channeled the energy of Sunni Ali far more than Askia Muhammad. The chronicles remember Askia Ishaq burying some of his enemies alive wrapped in palm frond sacks, and he had one lord beaten to death with a knotted belt. And this was also the king who would preside over the final dramatic collapse of the entire Songhai Empire. This unrest in Songhai came at an unfortunate time. That's because it coincided with the growing power of a rising star in the region, the Kingdom of Morocco. Situated on the North African coast, right across the Mediterranean Sea from Spain and Portugal, Morocco had been growing in strength and confidence for many years. A new dynasty, known as the Saadi, had seized control of the country in 1549, and they gained huge popular support by expelling the Portuguese from the forts and trading posts they'd established along the Moroccan coast. In retaliation, Portugal invaded Morocco, and it was so confident in victory that it sent its king and virtually the entire Portuguese nobility on the campaign. They met the Moroccan Sultan's army at the Battle of Khazar el-Kabir. The Portuguese, believing themselves inherently superior to the Arab Moroccans, were overconfident in battle. They allowed themselves to be surrounded, enveloped, and utterly defeated. 8,000 Portuguese soldiers were killed and 15,000 captured. The body of the Portuguese King Sebastian was never recovered, and virtually his entire court was eradicated in one blow. Portugal was virtually beheaded in a single day, and this resulted in a succession crisis of their own that led to them becoming part of a union with Spain for the next 60 years. The Moroccans were understandably ecstatic. They had decisively defeated their greatest rival, but the victory had all but emptied their treasury. And with their confidence at an all-time high, the Moroccans began to turn their gaze southwards, to the rich but troubled lands that lay across the Great Sahara Desert, the lands of salt and gold, the lands of the Songhai. One of the prizes that the Moroccans most coveted was the salt mines of Takhaza, that rich salt pan where people literally built their houses out of salt. But they also believed the European rumors that a great gold mine must lie somewhere in Africa, and they desired this mine for themselves. It's clear that by this time, news of the internal divisions in Songhai had reached beyond its borders. One chronicle even names an escaped royal slave who is supposed to have fled to Marrakesh and delivered a message to the Moroccan king,
informing him of the weakness of Songhai's leadership and providing intelligence about them concerning their desperate circumstances, their depraved natures, and their enfeebled power. He urged the king to take the land.
And so Morocco seized its chance. They prepared an invasion force. This invasion was actually led by a Spaniard, a man named Judar Pasha. Judar had piercing blue eyes. He was born as Diego de Guevara, but was captured by Moroccan slave raiders as a boy and brought up in the service of the Moroccan Sultan. From there, he rose through the ranks of Moroccan society and proved himself a shrewd military commander. But he had no small task ahead of him. To invade Songhai, he and his men would have to cross the Great Sahara Desert with all their equipment, and the impoverished Moroccan Sultan had given him scarcely any resources at all. In fact, the force they mustered to undertake the invasion of Africa's greatest empire was tiny. Judar had barely more than 4,000 men, including just 500 light cavalry. And they knew that if reports were correct, an army of tens of thousands guarded the borders of Songhai. But they had a secret weapon that would tip the scales dramatically in their favor. something that in all their years of civil war, the kings of Songhai had neglected. And that thing was gunpowder. Since its development in China in the 9th century, gunpowder had become an increasingly important feature on European battlefields. The first cannons began as siege weapons, used to knock down castle walls. But as the technology became more refined, they soon became used as a battlefield weapon too. Handheld guns began as defensive weapons in Germany in the early 1400s. They were mounted on city walls and used to fire pellets of lead or stone down onto attacking forces. But by 1450, they had become handheld weapons. Around 1475, the matchlock mechanism was added to firearms. It was the first mechanical firing device, meaning that guns no longer needed to be fired by lighting a fuse with a match. These were the first guns with triggers, and they transformed the way battles were fought. Around 1520, towards the end of Askia Mohammed's reign, the first muskets were developed, named after the French word mousquet, or sparrowhawk. This was a firearm capable of piercing heavy armor, and it ended the age of the armored soldier on European battlefields. Although the Spaniard Judar marched with only 4,000 men, of these the majority were musketeers. Many of them were mercenaries from Spain, and he also brought with him a total of 8 English cannons. Judar's expedition left Marrakesh in November 1590, taking advantage of the slightly cooler winter temperatures to cross the desert. But still, it was slow and arduous going. The troops lugged their heavy equipment, their 8 cannons, and all their armor and supplies. As was common for desert crossings, many must have died along the way. It took them nearly 4 months, twice the normal journey time. But in February, they finally arrived on the banks of the Niger River, dusty and beleaguered, and only enough of them to fill a large theatre. From there, they marched on the Songhai capital of Gao. It took them another month to cross the silty floodplain of the Niger. The ground would have been swampy and infested with mosquitoes. Many would have contracted malaria or the dreaded sleeping sickness. But soon the city walls of Gao came into view in the distance, that red sand dune on the horizon turning pink at sunrise. And in the cattle pastures outside the city, at a place called Tondibi, they also saw the vast army of the Songhai Empire marching out in all its glory to meet them. The sight must have been incredible. Estimates vary, but the force gathered by the Songhai king Askia Ishak likely topped over 40,000 men, and some sources put it at as many as 80,000, enough to fill a large modern sports stadium. If you've ever been to a stadium during a big game, you can probably imagine the sound that this army would have made. The ground would have shaken with the force of their footfalls and the hooves of their tens of thousands of horses. They would have been accompanied by a substantial troop of drummers and other musicians, thousands of archers, and tens of thousands of spears clattering overhead as they marched. This was the last time an African empire would ever marshal a force of this size. In contrast, the Moroccan army must have looked tiny, thin, and scattered. But they lined up along the low rise of a hill and readied their muskets to fire. Despite their enormous strength in numbers, the Songhai military tactics didn't get off to a great start. They had heard rumors about the wonder weapons that the Moroccans had brought with them, and they had come up with a plan to neutralize them. But the age of the great tacticians Sony Ali and Askia Mohammed were gone. The beginning of the Songhai plan was to send a stampede of 1,000 cattle towards the Moroccan lines. They hoped this would soak up some of the Moroccan musket fire, and that it might even panic the foreigners into retreating. Then the enormous force of Songhai heavy cavalry could mow them down as they fled. But this tactic didn't quite go as planned. The cattle stampede began, but as they bore down on the enemy lines, the Moroccan soldiers let off a volley of cannon fire, as recalled in the chronicle Tarikh el-Fatash.
When the cattle heard the sound of the rifles, they became frantic. They stampeded back towards the soldiers of the Askia, crashing a great number between them, the majority of whom died.
Despite this setback, the Songhai infantry advanced, but they didn't fare much better than the cattle. From the high ground in the distance, Moroccan muskets let off puffs of smoke. Before the distant cracks of the weapons could even be heard, the pellets of lead would have struck, whizzing through the air, passing right through armor and flesh, mowing hundreds down in a single volley. It would have been truly terrifying, as the chronicle recalls.
The dust and smoke engulfed the throng of combatants, and God sowed fear and dread into the ranks of the Songhai army.
It's at this point that the Songhai king Ishaq seems to have begun to panic. He ordered his cavalry to charge in against the line of musketeers, desperate for some of his soldiers to even reach them. But the cavalry charge would be hopelessly doomed. Their thick breastplates would have been effortlessly punctured by the whizzing musket balls, and their horses, unused to this new, strange threat, panicked and fled the battle. The Songhai archers were mowed down before they could come into range, and soon these too fled the battle. Only the Songhai rear guard remained. These were the elite royal bodyguards of the king. Perhaps beginning to feel a little sorry for their enemies, or beginning to suspect that this massacre was not the most honorable thing, the Moroccans finally advanced, drawing swords and polearms for close combat. The elite royal bodyguards of the king, enveloped on all sides, stayed and fought to the last man. One Spanish source even records that they bent their knees to the ground and tied them into position with their belts, so that they could maintain their spear line even as the strength of their muscles failed. But it too was a doomed effort. The Songhai force was utterly crushed. Its king fled along with the rest of its soldiers, and Judar Pasha's men descended on the helpless city of Gao. They sacked it, looted its treasures and burned its buildings, before moving on to the richer trading centers of Timbuktu and Jenne, where they looted and burned in a similar fashion. The chronicles recall the devastation caused with deep sorrow.
It is beyond our powers to fully describe all the misery and losses that were suffered at Timbuktu when the Moroccans took the town. The Moroccans even tore off the doors of their houses and cut down the town's trees.
Horrified by the defeat, the Songhai generals deposed their useless king, Askia Ishaq, and the central power of the state collapsed. Morocco attempted to occupy the Songhai lands and build an empire of their own in West Africa. But the challenges of maintaining such an empire across the obstacle of the Sahara proved too much. Still, they looted everything they could from Songhai, carrying everything they could transport back across the desert. When they faced resistance in Timbuktu, The Moroccans even sent leading scholars to Marrakesh in chains and kept them there as hostages. The wealth of Timbuktu, Gao, and Jenne was systematically stripped. When the Spaniard Judar Pasha returned to Morocco in 1599, victorious 9 years after setting out across the desert with his army, his caravan included 30 camel loads of gold as payment for his services. The fall of Imperial Songhai happened completely and all at once. Its complete dissolution came only 8 years after the death of what is remembered as its second greatest king, Askir Dawood. It burst like a bubble from a single puncture. The defeat at the Battle of Tondibi sent splinters running right across the empire, just as had happened to Ghana and Mali. Soon, where a single state had existed, now countless small kingdoms reasserted their freedoms and separate borders. Western Africa cracked like an egg. Kingdoms which themselves splintered into even smaller kingdoms. Now there could be no unified resistance to the spreading influence of European colonialism. As the splintering states warred amongst themselves, they would frequently sell their captured enemies into slavery, boosting the slave economy to untold heights. Predatory Europeans set up trading posts all along the African coast, profiting from the chaos, and the full horror of the transatlantic slave trade began. As the manpower of Africa was drained on an industrial scale, its hopes of ever rebuilding the glory of Ghana, Mali, and Songhai would be frustrated. In the years that followed, the economy of Timbuktu declined, and with it, its position as a center of learning. The destruction of the city was so profound that the author of one of the chronicles, a man named Al-Sa'adi, wrote this lament at the beginning of his work.
I have witnessed the ruin of learning and its utter collapse.
His sorrow at the destruction that he witnessed during his life is what inspired him to write his masterpiece. He writes that he hopes his chronicle will inspire future generations to remember these days of greatness.
Because learning is rich in beauty and fertile in its teaching, since it instructs men about their fatherland, their ancestors, their history, the names of their heroes and what lives they lived, I asked God's help and decided to set down all that I myself could learn on the subject of the Songhai princes, their adventures, their story, their achievements and their wars.
As wars between splinter states raged on across the region, Timbuktu was repeatedly besieged and captured. Many of the city's great scholars were kidnapped and sold as slaves during this time. They were shipped to the coast and transported across the Atlantic to the New World. As the city declined, its libraries gathered dust. Over the centuries, its manuscripts became precious heirlooms, and the city's noble families hid away their cherished books in private collections, often protecting them at great personal risk against raiders and invading armies. The dry desert air and these dedicated caretakers preserved their pages perfectly, and it's thanks to the efforts of these families of book lovers that the two great Timbuktu chronicles, which made up so much of this episode's story, have survived. The great capital city of Gao slowly faded and shrunk into obscurity. As its population left, sycamore trees and silk cottons put down roots into the cracks in its walls. Its great mosque began to crumble beneath the forces of the weather, and its eastern tower collapsed. Soon, only about 300 families would live here, surrounded by the ruins of the city's former glory, now overgrown with thorns and bushes. No more would be heard of Gau on the world stage until the German explorer Heinrich Barth stumbled upon its ruins in the 19th century. But the imperial cycle went on and on. The fractured states of West Africa would eventually be folded into the sea-going empires of European nations, the French, British, and Portuguese, who extracted their resources and grew rich on them. That is, until the cycle turned on, when these subjugated client states demanded their independence, and the European empires fell apart in the 1950s and 60s. If there's one thing you should have learned over the course of this podcast, it's that history is change, and nothing lasts forever. I want to end this episode with a couple of short passages from one of the documents that has informed so much of the history of this region, the Timbuktu Chronicle, the Tarikh el-Fatash, the Chronicle of the Seeker. This document is a remarkable piece of literature. It represents the unifying of the two great traditions of the Songhai. It's a perfect marriage of the scholarly Islamic traditions of Timbuktu with the ancient beliefs of the griots and sorcerers of West Africa. And the result is a work of startling poetic value. It's a book of history, but it's also an epic piece of poetry, including dream visions, prophecies, and conversations with spirits that make it, in my view, one of the great pieces of world literature. One incredible passage recounts the great king Askia Muhammad speaking to a wise man. This man teaches the king to speak to spirits, and they tell him about his nation's past, but also, crucially, its future. They give him a remarkably accurate account of what fate will befall his country. Unless you're inclined to believe in prophecies, of course, it's likely that this was written after these events, and therefore forms a kind of lament about the direction that the empire went, an elegy to a lost golden age. As you listen, I'd like you to think about how it must have felt to watch this complex and sophisticated society slide into chaos. As the doors of the great libraries of Timbuktu closed, and the books began to gather dust on their shelves. Imagine what it must have felt like to watch the trees begin to grow in the walls of the great mosques of Gao and Jenne, their mud walls crumbling, their towers collapsing. Imagine watching the population leave one by one, and the houses empty, the booming markets go steadily quiet, and the sounds of prayer in the mosque go silent, as the rolling sand dunes begin to burst through the doors, rolling over hills and houses, while all the while the songs of the griots still sounded somewhere in the gathering dusk.
The prince asked the wise man, "Tell me, is it possible for men to see the spirits and speak with them?" "Yes, it is entirely possible," the wise man replied. "If we were alone, we could speak with them right now." The prince ordered all those who were present to go away and leave them alone, so that only the prince and the wise man remained. They stayed in seclusion for a long time, and then the king spoke. "I see the earth's surface transformed into a lake of water," he said. "I see the stars surging out of the water and flying towards the heavens. The birds swoop down around me, and they cut each other to pieces. Next, I see 7 men carrying a green throne, which they place between the two of us. So we sit for a while, only to see a great number of men appear before us, some holding books and others holding writing tablets. In their midst, I see an old man who leans upon a staff. I don't know where any of these people come from. They sit down and stare at us. The old man approaches the throne and takes his seat." The old man spoke a prophecy. "As a ruler," he said, "you will be quite happy tolerant, and generous. At the end of your life, you will go blind. You will have many sons, but when you are gone, they will no longer walk the straight path. They will bring devastation to your kingdom. These words saddened the prince, who remained silent for a long moment. Then he let out a profound sigh, like the moaning of a father who has just lost his son.
Thank you once again for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I'd like to thank my voice actors for this episode, Ree Brignall, Jake Barrett-Mills, Brian Chiobi, and Pip Willett. I love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at Paul M.M. Cooper. And if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images and maps relevant to the episode, then you can follow the podcast at Fall of Civ Pod, with underscores separating the words. I'll also be putting a full list of works cited in this episode on Patreon for free, in case you want to follow up on some of these reading suggestions. This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you also let me dedicate more time to researching, writing, recording, and editing, to get the episodes out to you faster, to make them longer, and to bring as much life and detail to them as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers so far for making this possible. If you enjoyed this episode, please consider heading on to patreon.com/Fall of Civilizations _podcast, or just Google Fall of Civilizations Patreon. That's Patreon. If you can, please contribute something and help keep this podcast running. For now, goodbye, and thanks for listening. In the year 1625, an Italian nobleman named Pietro della Valle went on a tour of the Middle East. Della Valle was a prolific traveler. He journeyed around Asia, North Africa, and even India. He married an Assyrian Christian princess in Damascus, and now the two of them traveled together, journeying by horseback and camel, accompanied by local guides. At this time, travel in this region couldn't have been more dangerous. The Ottoman and Persian empires were at war, fighting over who would rule in Baghdad. And meanwhile, local bandits took advantage of the chaos to prey on travelers. In those days, lions even roamed in these hills. Due to these various dangers, Della Valle's guides were constantly on edge. It was June the 18th, 1625, when they spotted a distant group of tribesmen on the horizon. Their guides decided that they might be in danger and began to search for a place to hide. In the distance, they spotted the looming mass of a series of enormous ruins, as Della Valle later wrote in his memoirs.
Being suspicious of some Arabian vagrants or vagabonds, for more security we removed a mile further and took up our station under a little hill near some ruins of buildings, which we saw from far away.
Della Valle's group stayed in those ruins for several nights, while their guides negotiated with the local ruler, asking for safe passage. During the day, under the baking Iraqi sun, Della Valle passed his time by walking among those monumental ruins.
our removal hence being still deferred, I went in the forenoon to take a more diligent view of the ruins of the above said ancient building. What it had been, I could not understand, but I had found it to have been built with very good bricks, most of which was stamped with certain unknown letters which appeared very ancient. I observed that they had been cemented together not with lime, but with bitumen or pitch.
Della Valle was fascinated by the broken fragments of writing that littered the ground of this ruined place. He explored further and wrote down some of the symbols that he saw again and again, stamped into the stones and pieces of clay brick.
Surveying the ruins again, I found on the ground some pieces of black marble, hard and fine, engraven with the same letters as the bricks, which seemed to me to be a kind of seal. Amongst other symbols which I discovered in that short time, two I found in many places. One was like a pyramid, and the other resembled a star of 8 points.
Della Valle and his wife didn't know it, but they had stumbled across the ruins of Ur, a city that had formed the center of one of mankind's first civilizations. This society was known as Sumer, and it was where so much of the world we know today first began. Eventually, negotiations with the local leader fell apart, and Della Valle's guides no longer felt safe camped out there in the ruins. They departed in the dead of night and fled to safety across the desert. In Della Valle's bags were a few of the clay tablets that he had found scattered around the ruins of Ur. These would be the first examples ever seen in Europe of a language that had been dead and forgotten for thousands of years. All the way home, Della Valle must have turned those tablets over in his hands, gazed at their mysterious ancient symbols. He must have wondered to himself, who had built those enormous mounds of brick and earth, all alone out there in the middle of the desert? What did the symbols on those broken pieces of clay mean? And if such a great city had once stood there, what in all the world could have happened to it? My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time who witnessed the end of their world? In this episode, I want to go back to the very beginning and look at a society that is one of the candidates for the first ever technological human civilization. These are the people of Sumer, who we call the Sumerians. I want to show how, over the course of millennia, the Sumerians would build a society that would form the blueprint for all that followed after. I want to show how they rose to invent writing, mathematics, and the wheel, and built the largest cities that humanity had ever seen. And I want to explore what happened to cause their final and devastating collapse. In the highlands of southeastern Turkey, a range of snow-topped limestone peaks rise over 3,000 meters above the flat plains beneath. These are the Taurus Mountains. The mountains of Turkey rise so sharply that rain clouds find it difficult to pass over them. Instead, these clouds pool in their hollows and valleys and give these hills an exceptionally high rate of annual rainfall. In spring and summer, the warm air means that the clouds are even denser, and violent thunderstorms rock these mountains too, echoing off the stones of the valleys. As a result, this is a landscape shaped by water. The steep sides of the Taurus Mountains have been eroded to form streams and waterfalls, while underground rivers have cut into the rock and hollowed out some of the largest caves in Asia. Just as it has shaped the rocks, water has also shaped the beliefs of this region's people. The name of these mountains, Taurus, comes from the Latin word for bull, and the reason for this isn't hard to see. Temples have been unearthed all across these mountains, decorated with terracotta statues of bulls. Since ancient times, the people who lived here worshipped the storm god Teshub. They believed he rode on the back of a bull, perhaps because the sound of the thunderstorms reminded them of the thumping of enormous hooves. Accompanied with the cracking and booming of these thunderstorms, these heavy spring rains drain into streams and join rivers already flowing down from the snowy mountain passes of Armenia. Soon, these small rivers join together and flow down from the mountains and out onto the wide, flat plains beneath in two great majestic watercourses that run together in near parallel for nearly 2,000 kilometers. The vast floodplain of these rivers is today the land we call Iraq. In Arabic, this area is called Bilad el-Rafite, the land of the two rivers. And in the West, it has been known since ancient times by its Greek name, combining the words mesos, or middle, and potamos, or river. Mesopotamia, the land between the rivers. These two great waterways are known as the Tigris and the Euphrates. For millennia, these rivers have brought life down into the flat floodplain of Iraq, and the source of that life comes from some of the most lifeless things, the rocks of the mountains themselves. Virtually all rocks are held together with tiny flecks of two different materials, called quartz and feldspar. Quartz is a clear, glittering crystal formed from oxygen and silicon, while feldspar is a complex mineral derived from silicon. Together, they make up over 60% of the Earth's crust. And when rivers cut their roots through the mountain gullies and underground streams, their waters wash over the rocks and dissolve their soluble parts. But quartz and feldspar don't dissolve in water, and so these tiny crystals are carried along by the river in a cloud of glittering particles. We call this substance silt. Silt is sometimes known by the more poetic name rock flour, and its particles are smaller than a grain of sand. But these tiny specks can have an enormous impact. Soil with a high silt content tends to hold water better and promotes air circulation. And for this reason, silty soil forms the perfect habitat for most plants. The rivers Tigris and Euphrates transport vast amounts of silt down into the lowlands of Iraq every year. And as a consequence, this flat stretch of otherwise arid desert has become exceptionally fertile. For the history of this region, and the history of all humanity, these tiny particles would prove immensely significant. Other than its rich clay soil, The desert plains of southern Iraq are an inhospitable landscape. In fact, this is perhaps the last place you might expect the first human civilizations to arise. For one thing, the climate of this region is extremely hot and dry. Summer temperatures can reach over 52 degrees centigrade or 126 degrees Fahrenheit. And rainfall is rare, especially in summer. Coupled with the strong winds that blow across these plains, this means that the soil is arid and windswept. And although the seasonal flooding of the rivers brings life to the earth, these floods are also unpredictable. In Egypt, the River Nile flows directly from the Great Lakes of Africa, which act as a stabilizing and regulating force. But the Tigris and Euphrates depend on the amount of rain that fell on the mountains of Turkey, Armenia, and Kurdistan, a quantity that varies greatly from year to year. Years of drought can often be followed by years of devastating floods. And during winter, the whole plain is covered with a thick layer of mud. The region of southern Iraq is also poor in natural resources. The land is essentially nothing but a floodplain made of clay and silt. There are no metals to be mined here, and virtually no stone. And because of all these challenges, it took early humans a long time to reach this hostile environment. In the far prehistoric, archaic humans like Homo erectus vied for survival in the upper reaches of the rivers. Archaeologists have found stone axes and other artifacts dating back to nearly 500,000 years ago. But the riverlands of southern Iraq weren't suitable for this hunter-gatherer lifestyle. But about 13,000 years ago, things began to change. The first nomadic hunter-gatherers began to settle down in permanent villages. These early innovators had noticed something interesting. They saw that when they threw away the discarded seeds of edible plants, that same plant would later sprout out of their rubbish dumps. And this gave them an idea. They realized that if you buried plant seeds in the earth, fed them and watered them, more of the same plants would grow. These were some of the first farmers, and once they found a good patch of land, they quite understandably didn't want to move. They soon built houses nearby, and storehouses to keep food through the winter. They banded together into larger communities in order to divide the labor of farming, and to protect their grain should anyone else try to take it. They learned how to take the clay from the ground and shape it into pots. But they were still limited to areas where the rains were plentiful, to the mountains and the foothills. From about the year 6500 BC, these human settlements began to spread. Century by century, millennium by millennium, they worked their way down the courses of the two great rivers and into the inhospitable land of southern Iraq. Who these people were, what language they spoke, and what they called themselves, we have no idea. Today, we call this stretch of several thousand years the Ubaid period, named quite arbitrarily after the site where their first artifacts were found. As the Ubaid people moved down the rivers of Iraq, they began to notice other things too. They noticed that date palms grew in some areas of the river, providing them with a rich and delicious source of calories. They soon found out that these too could be cultivated and planted in orchards. And they also noticed that these palms could provide shade for other more fragile plants, allowing them to be grown too beneath the harsh Iraqi sun. And they made another crucial discovery too. They realized that they didn't have to grow their plants only on the banks of the river. With a bit of hard work, they could dig channels that diverted the life-giving water inland. Now they could grow crops just about anywhere, so long as you could dig a canal long enough. And the people of this region would soon become very good at digging canals. Worked properly in this manner, this landscape could be immensely productive. In their fields, the people here grew wheat, millet, and sesame, and in gardens beneath the shade of their date palms, they also grew pomegranates, grapes and figs, as well as chickpeas, lentils, leeks, garlic, cucumbers, and watercress. But there was one noticeable patch of green in the midst of all this desert. In the south of Iraq, the rivers Tigris and Euphrates branched into deltas and shallow lakes before they meet the ocean, creating an ancient marsh landscape. Here, dense thickets of reeds grow, so tall you can't see over the tops of them, populated with buffalo, wild boar, and marshland birds. Since ancient times, the people here have built their houses out of reeds, binding them together into incredibly strong beams of up to 1 meter thick, and building large, vaulted houses out of nothing but reeds. And it's in this marshy southern landscape that the greatest Sumerian cities rose. Just as Mesopotamia was watered by 2 great rivers, its lands were also populated by 2 great peoples. These were the people of Sumer and the people of Akkad. Over the course of their history, the Sumerians and the Akkadians grew together in such a symbiotic way that it's impossible to tell the story of. We know a decent amount about the Akkadian people in the north. They spoke a language in the Semitic family, meaning that it's in the same language family as the Aramaic of the Bible, and later Hebrew and Arabic. This language seems to have been indigenous to the region, and it shares grammar and words with many other languages that surrounded it. But the Sumerian people are much more mysterious. In fact, they are such a mystery that they have caused archaeologists to refer to what's called the Sumerian problem. Sumerians spoke what we call a language isolate. That is, it has no relation to any of the languages around it, and it's essentially in a language family all of its own. Sumerian was so alien to the region that early scholars who discovered its first texts didn't believe it could be a real language at all. They thought it must have been a kind of code used to communicate in secret. This alone has led some historians to ask whether the Sumerians may have arrived in southern Iraq from somewhere else. The Sumerian culture centered on the sea coast of Iraq's far south, and so some have suggested that they may have arrived by boat. Some backing for this theory may come in the writings of Roman historian Flavius Josephus, who wrote down a Babylonian legend that he heard in the 1st century AD. It relates the story of a half-man, half-fish called Oannes, who walked out of the sea and taught the people of Mesopotamia the secrets of culture.
He brought them the knowledge of letters, sciences, and all kinds of techniques. He also taught them how to found cities, build temples, create laws, and measure plots of land. He revealed to them how to work the land and gather fruits.
After teaching mankind all these secrets, Oannes leaps back into the sea and swims away. It's possible that in this myth, ancient storytellers have preserved some memory of the arrival of the Sumerians, landing en masse by boat, and bringing with them their advanced urban culture. Some have even argued that the Sumerians may have come from as far afield as India. And more evidence for the migration theory seems to come from the words that the Sumerians used for their professions. For more common jobs, the ones that involved manual labor, the Sumerians used old, pre-Sumerian words. Meanwhile, they brought new words with them to describe more sophisticated and urban occupations. For instance, the words for scribe and winemaker are both distinctly Sumerian. But others have proposed a more interesting theory, which does seem to solve some of these contradictions. Although it does seem a little far-fetched, I think it is worth mentioning here. The clue to this theory comes, once again, from mythology. The Sumerian version of history was dominated by a devastating event of apocalyptic proportions. And if you were brought up reading Bible stories, you may find it familiar. The Sumerians believed that in a time long before, in the time of their most distant ancestors, a great flood had washed over the world. This same story would later pass on into the legends of the Babylonian Empire, and from there to the Hebrew poets who wrote the first books of the Bible. For this reason, the story of the flood is perhaps the oldest continuously told story, and it's in this legend that the clue to the origin of the Sumerians might lie. The story of the flood is so striking that many historians with varying degrees of credibility have tried to come up with some historical event that may have inspired it. And history is actually full of great inundations. When the last ice age ended around 10,000 BC, global temperatures rose between 4 to 7 degrees over a period of about 5,000 years. Up until that point, vast ice sheets had covered the land in the north of the planet, reaching as far south as Berlin. But as temperatures rose, these ice caps melted, and their water poured back into the oceans. Global sea levels rose an average of 2.5 centimeters a year, until by the end, the sea had risen an incredible 120 meters, or enough to completely swallow a 30-story building. Around the world, the sea engulfed vast regions of the coast. The land bridge that had once connected Russia and Alaska was submerged, separating Asia and the Americas forever. Low-lying regions of what is now Europe's North Sea flooded, turning Great Britain into an island. And in the Middle East, the effects were felt just as dramatically. During the low sea levels of the Ice Age, the Tigris and Euphrates had flowed for a further 600 kilometers, joining into a single river and meandering along a stretch of low-lying valley wedged between what is now Iran and Saudi Arabia. This grand river would have met the Indian Ocean around the region of Dubai today. And if you're having trouble visualizing this, I'll post a map on Patreon of how this region would have looked in those days. Some historians have argued that Neolithic humans may have made their home in this fertile valley, having journeyed down from the mountains of Iran. But as the glaciers melted, the sea advanced, slowly at first, but with an increasing speed. Over the next 5,000 years, the coastline would have moved an average rate of 120 meters a year. That's over a kilometer every 10 years, or 1 meter every 3 days. If there were humans living in this low-lying region at the time, this event must have been utterly terrifying. The next centuries would see these people driven north by the encroaching waves, which swallowed whole forests and villages. These people would have been pressed into ever denser populations, forced to adapt as they went. They would have been a roving band of refugees, never able to settle anywhere for long before the sea made its next advance. This exodus would have continued until the planet's temperature stabilized, and the seacoast reached its furthest point, right around the year 5000 BC, just at the time that Sumerian culture as we know it burst onto the historical stage. So this is a theory that I think deserves some consideration, that as the waves of Semitic-speaking farmers moved down the rivers from the mountains to the north, they met another population coming up from the south, a ravaged and devastated people, speaking a language that had evolved independently, and telling tales of a flood that had drowned the whole world. This theory could be supported by that legend of the amphibious fishman Oannes. Is it possible that the Sumerians came to southern Iraq not by boat, but actually walking out of a land that was now at the bottom of the sea? Another legend, called the myth of Enki and Ninursag, relates a creation story in which the god Enki creates man in a land called Dilmun. Like the Garden of Eden, Dilmun is an earthly paradise.
In Dilmun, the crow does not utter its cry. The lion does not kill. The wolf does not seize the lamb. The wild dog, devourer of kids, is unknown.
Dilmun is thought to have been what is now Bahrain, an island in the middle of the Persian Gulf, that body of water that was once a fertile river valley. All we have on this subject is speculation, and until any further evidence is found, this will remain just a theory. But as a storyteller, I can't help but be drawn to this colourful explanation. When we try to work out the truth of what happened in this incredibly distant past, we are reminded that history is not a rigid set of dates and facts, but a continuing process of inquiry and debate. It can sometimes feel like mapping the surface of a planet in another solar system, or like exploring the dark depths of the deep sea. And all we have to work with are the small spots of light that history provides. We may never know the truth about where the Sumerians came from, but there is plenty that we do know. The Sumerians referred to themselves as Uksag-Giga, or the black-headed people, and the Akkadians called them Salmat-Kakadi, which meant the same thing in their own language. From carvings that depict Sumerians, we can see how they wore their hair, curly on top and cut short on the sides. Common men wore sheepskin kilts, while the richer people would have worn coloured fabrics spun from wool, decorated with tassels and beads. Among the wealthy, both men and women wore jewellery, anklets, bracelets, necklaces and ear ornaments, made of copper and sometimes gold. Remarkably, we also have a great deal of evidence about Sumerian music. Like everything else, the Sumerians wrote their music down on clay tablets. And we've also discovered other texts that explain how to play it, including how to tune the instruments. Today, the musicians Gael and Philip Neumann have actually been able to recreate the sounds of ancient Sumer, using authentic instruments of the day, early forms of lyres and lutes, reed pipes and bells made of clay. Philip and Gael agreed to let me share some of their music, which you'll hear a few times throughout this episode. And so today, we're able to hear the sounds of the music that once played in the temples and courtyards of cities like Eridu, Ur, and Uruk. I'll put detailed notes on Patreon about each of these pieces of music, so you can learn more about them and their history. These two great peoples, the Semitic Akkadians and the Sumerians, formed a symbiosis over the next centuries that would see their cultures run in parallel, just like their two great rivers. They shared their successes and advances. They shared the cities that were even now growing to become the largest ever seen. But they also shared their failures. And as a result, their fates became inextricably intertwined. The Sumerians believed that the world was a roughly circular landmass, surrounded on all sides by a huge body of water. They believed that another ocean also lay above their heads, held in place by the solid structure of the sky, which occasionally let some of this water through as rain. They divided water into two types, that of the rain and rivers, sweet water, and that of the sea, bitter water. Sumerians called their homeland Ki-Engir, which means the land of the noble lords. To describe the settled societies of the Sumerians and Akkadians, they used the word kalam, meaning civilized, while they used the word kur to describe the mountainous zones bordering the plains. Kur in the Sumerian language meant mountain, but it also came to mean rebellious, barbarous, and wild. And at this time, that's how the outside world must have looked to them. To their south and west, the vast desert of Arabia yawned, a rolling sea of sand dunes where nothing grew, home to fierce nomadic tribes. To the north, the rocky Taurus mountains of Turkey and Kurdistan hemmed them in, full of hardy mountain people, while the Zagros mountains of Iran formed the edge of their world to the east. Today, the Arabic word for the region of Upper Mesopotamia still holds within it a sense of this feeling of isolation. They call it El Jazira, meaning the island. I'll post some maps on Twitter and Patreon for you to picture this region yourself. But despite the challenges of their landscape, the Sumerians flourished. They had no stone to build with, so instead they learned to make bricks from the river mud, mixing them with straw, gravel, and broken pottery, and baking them. With clay, they made everything from pots and plates to sickles and writing tablets. They had no wood, so instead they harvested vast numbers of reeds, tying them together into bundles and plaiting them together into mats. The Sumerians invented or adopted the pottery wheel, the wagon wheel, the plough, and the sailboat. Their buildings used complex arches and domes. They worked out how to cast metals, such as copper and later bronze. And the Sumerians were also avid mathematicians. They developed complex systems of measurement, as well as methods for dividing, multiplying, and calculating angles, even writing down the first ever multiplication tables on clay tablets. We actually use Sumerian mathematics every day. It was the Sumerians who divided time into the minutes and seconds we still use. And since their number system worked on a base of 60, rather than our system of 10, that's why we have 60 minutes in an hour. The reason for using 60 as the base of a number system is actually quite simple, and it's rooted in the design of our bodies. If you hold your hand out in front of you right now, you'll notice that each of your 4 fingers is divided into 3 segments. It's thought that ancient people would use the thumb of their right hand to tap each segment of the finger, counting up to 12. When they reached 12, they would raise a finger on their left hand, counting up the 12s. And when you had 5 fingers raised on your left hand, you had 60, and you had to start again. The fact that there were 12 cycles of the moon in each year would have confirmed for the Sumerians that this was the number system intended by the gods. The 360 degrees we still use in angle measurement is another relic of this system. Due to this spark of ingenuity, Sumerian society grew at a slow but steady pace. They dug vast networks of irrigation canals that extended the agricultural zone around the rivers and also allowed them to transport goods in canal boats. They built dams to regulate the flow of the rivers and ensure that the spring floods came in a more controlled way. In fact, the Sumerian language has a vast array of words to describe the different kinds of canals, reservoirs, dams, and lock gates required to control their water. Gradually, the landscape of southern Iraq transformed from dusty salt flats and marshy swamps to a green patchwork of farmland. Many historians have argued that it was the digging of these canals and watercourses that originally led to the greater social organization we see during the Sumerian period. These extensive systems of water management needed careful planning, engineering expertise, and mathematical calculations. Work teams needed to be organized and paid in food and beer. Foremen and overseers needed to be appointed. And all of this led to a kind of early bureaucracy that gave rise to the first true states. In the 1930s, historian Arnold Toynbee famously argued that it was just these environmental challenges in southern Iraq that created the conditions in which civilization could be created.
The desiccation of the region impelled the fathers of the Sumeric civilization to come to grips with the jungle swamp of the lower valley of the Tigris and Euphrates and to transform it. The ordeal through which the fathers of the Sumeric civilization passed is commemorated in Sumeric legend. The slaying of the dragon Tiamat by the god Marduk and the creation of the world out of her mortal remains signifies the subjugation of the primeval wilderness and the creation of the land by the canalization of the waters and the draining of the soil.
The tough semi-desert landscape created what he called a stimulus and response effect in these early people. Toynbee argues that in conditions that are too comfortable, people have little need of increased social organization or technological development, and in conditions that are too harsh, society finds it impossible to develop. He argues that it's in environments such as southern Iraq, where the challenges are numerous but not overwhelming, that a cradle of civilization can occur. According to Sumerian texts, the first city in the region was the city of Eridu. One controversial document known as the Sumerian King List describes Eridu as the place where the god Enki first decided that a king should rule.
When kingship from heaven was lowered, the kingship was in Eridu. In Eridu, Alulim became king. He ruled for 28,800 years. Alangar ruled for 36,000 years.
For obvious reasons, many historians have questioned the reliability of this source. Some have even gone so far as to call it a piece of utter fiction, or a later piece of propaganda designed to legitimize a usurper to the throne. But the King List does tell us how the Sumerians, of at least one point, thought of their history. And many have argued that Eridu may well have been the world's first city. Eridu was founded around the year 5400 BC. That's nearly 7.5 millennia ago. At this time, populations of woolly mammoths, survivors of the end of the Ice Age, still roamed in remote parts of the world. Eridu was populated by Sumerian speakers, and soon it would make up just one of a whole constellation of small cities that dotted the landscape of southern Iraq. These independent city-states were centered around their temples and ruled by priest kings known as the Ensi. Records show that these Ensi were often assisted by a council of elders, which included both men and women. Most of the largest cities in this period were probably no bigger than about 10,000 people. The borders of these city-states were defined by the courses of canals and specially created boundary stones, carved monuments left jutting out of the earth to mark the line between one territory and another. Slowly, these cities began to eclipse the old Ubaid culture that had preceded them. Art and architecture began to take on the form that we would truly call Sumerian, and technology also began to take huge leaps forward. This first period seems to have been a time of relative peace. There's little evidence of organized warfare or the keeping of professional soldiers in these early cities. Most towns during this period went without walls. One exceptionally ancient Sumerian myth, called the Gifts of Inanna, seems to capture some of the spirit of this period of transition. It describes technology and the refinements of civilization being handed down by Enki, the king of the gods, to his daughter, the goddess Inanna. She later passes them down to the people of Sumer.
Holy Inanna received the craft of the carpenter, the craft of the coppersmith, the craft of the scribe, the craft of the smith, the craft of the leather worker, the craft of the builder, the craft of the reed worker. Holy Inanna received wisdom, the shepherd's hut, the knowledge to pile up glowing charcoals, the sheepfold.
Enki teaches Inanna about family, the proper laws of inheritance, and the art of good judgment. But he also goes on to give her other gifts, some of which show that the darker side of civilization was already beginning to make itself known.
Holy Inanna received deceit and the rebel lands. Holy Inanna received heroism, power, wickedness, the plundering of cities, and the making of lamentations.
It may be that the ancient Sumerians already recognized, right at the dawn of settled human society, what the scholar Walter Benjamin would one day write, that there is no record of civilization that is not at the same time a record of barbarism. And it's true that during this period, the Sumerians began practices that would begin a sorrowful phase of human history. Among them is the use of slave labor. They captured men and women from the hill countries outside their borders and used their labor to fuel the growth of their own economy. In the last episode, I used the metaphor of the death of stars to talk about the life cycle that empires often pass through. But we might also think about the birth of civilizations in this way. The first stars were born from gas clouds, compacted together under the weight of their own gravity, into a spinning ball of matter. Under enough pressure, the temperature of the star's core increased, and finally, nuclear fusion began. The first stars burst into light. When enough people gather together in one place, that settlement obtains a kind of gravity. It draws other people towards it, and as the size of the settlement increases, so does pressure on its various systems. In some cases, this pressure results in those people being fused together into more complex forms of organization. Sometime around the year 3200 BC, the first stars of these human settlements began to burst into light, and that light was the invention of writing. One Sumerian epic poem, called Enmarkar and the Lord of Arata, gives the first known story about the invention of writing. This poem attributes the invention to a king, who has to send so many messages that his messenger can't remember them all.
Because the messenger's mouth was heavy and he couldn't repeat the message, the Lord of Kalaba patted some clay and put words on it like a tablet. Until then, there had been no putting words on clay.
The Sumerians had two things around them in virtually limitless abundance. That's the clay beneath their feet and the reeds that grew in the marshes and along the banks of the rivers. And it's these two resources that combined to form the first human writing. Sumerian scribes would pick up a lump of clay big enough to fit in their hand. In fact, about the size of a modern smartphone. They would take a piece of reed, cut into the shape of a wedge, and print it over and over into the clay to form symbols. The distinctive wedge shapes of the reeds give this form of writing its name. We call it cuneiform. The oldest cuneiform clay tablets come from the city of Uruk and date to the late 4th millennium, probably around the 32nd or 31st centuries. This script originally consisted of pictographs, small pictures designed to depict objects, so everyone could understand what they represented. These were first used to keep track of everyday things like rations and supplies, and on some of these very early tablets, you can still see very clearly what they mean. A bowl of food is depicted with an eating mouth next to 6 impressions, and a sheaf of wheat next to 5. This indicates that a worker can exchange this tablet for 6 bowls of food and 5 sheaths of wheat. I'll post some examples of these on Patreon for you to see. Scribes would have had to work fast, copying hundreds of documents throughout their day, and slowly this pressure meant that the signs had to become simpler and more abstract. Before long, they no longer looked like the objects they described. After the year 3000, the number of symbols was reduced from around 1500 to about 600. And someone else had the bright idea that each symbol could stand for a certain sound, instead of a whole idea. This was the beginning of the first alphabet. But it meant that now only an educated few could understand writing. And soon a separate class of scribes emerged. The human brain would never be the same again. People could now who had died hundreds of years before, and they could also begin to write down everything that they had learned, so it could be remembered, and more importantly, it could be built upon. Partly due to this ability to record knowledge, the technology of Sumer around this time began to take even greater leaps forward. This next period of history would be known as the period of Uruk. The period is named after the city of Uruk, which by the middle of the 4th millennium BC had grown into the largest and most powerful city in southern Mesopotamia. One of the key ways that historians mark the shift into the Uruk period is by observing a dramatic change that occurred around this time in the region's pottery. If you're thinking that the pottery must have got more sophisticated and ornate as technology improved, then you're mistaken. In fact, the ancient pottery of the Ubaid period was exceptionally beautiful. It was made on a device known as a slow wheel and painted with distinctive geometrical designs in brown or black. It was a luxury item for the select few. The shift to the Uruk period saw a great increase in the amount of pottery produced, but the quality fell dramatically. Thanks to a technology known as the fast wheel, clay jars and pots could now be made in great numbers by workmen in intensive workshops. This was the first era of mass production. The booming economy of the Sumerian cities comes to life in their documents. The clay tablets tell us that in the city of Girsu, for instance, 15,000 women were employed in the textile industry. One factory produced 1,100 tons of flour a year, as well as bread, beer, and linseed oil. This factory employed 134 specialists and 858 skilled workers, of which the vast majority were women. Since there was no currency at this time, workers were paid directly in food and other goods. The minimum ration of an unskilled factory worker consisted of 20 litres of barley a month, along with 2 litres of oil and 2 kilos of wool per year. Meanwhile, their supervisor would earn roughly twice this ration. The poor in Sumerian society were downtrodden and were probably pretty miserable. They often had to borrow food or silver from predatory moneylenders at crushing interest rates of as high as 30%. But despite this rising inequality, by the middle of the 4th millennium BC, economic advancement meant that the city of Uruk had grown into the largest and most powerful city in southern Mesopotamia. This was around the year 3500 BC, or over 5,000 years ago. By this time, nearly 2,000 years had already passed since the original founding of the first city at Eridu. That's enough time to take us from the present moment to the age of Julius Caesar. By this time, Sumerian civilization was already ancient. But the very earliest of the pyramids of Egypt would still not be built for another 900 years. In Britain, the Neolithic monument Stonehenge was at this time just a series of barrows and earthworks, and its large stones would not be moved into place for another 1,300 years. When writing was invented in Uruk in the 32nd century BC, the last population of woolly mammoths to survive the end of the Ice Age was still clinging to life on a rocky outcrop in the East Siberian Sea, known as Wrangel Island. By this time, Uruk would have had about 50,000 inhabitants. That's only enough to fill a modern, medium-sized football stadium, but at this time, it was the largest city that the Earth had ever seen. The world's earliest surviving piece of literature, known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, begins in this city. It is the story of a king of Uruk named Gilgamesh, who likely ruled sometime in the 3rd millennium. Whatever the historical facts of his reign are, Gilgamesh made enough of an impression as a ruler that he went down into legend as a mythical hero, 2/3 god and 1/3 man. And although there's much more myth than fact in this ancient tale, the Gilgamesh epic does tell us a little about how Sumerian society changed in the early centuries of the 3rd millennium. For one thing, it's clear that warfare had begun to increase in the region. The tale opens in the powerful city of Uruk, and one feature of the city is mentioned as a great source of pride. That's a ring of enormous fortified walls, as these lines from the Epic of Gilgamesh show.
Behold the outer walls which gleam like copper. See the inner wall which none can rival. Touch the threshold stone, it is from ancient days. Go up and walk on the wall of Uruk. Inspect the cornerstone and examine its brickwork. Is it not built of baked brick?
It's clear that city walls were now a necessity. but we can tell from the great pride shown in Uruk's fortifications that they may have also been quite rare. In fact, throughout the story, the city is referred to repeatedly as strong-walled Uruk. We also get a sense of how the city was divided during this time, suggesting some level of urban planning from its rulers.
These parts comprise Uruk, 1/3 for city, 1/3 for garden, 1/3 for field, and a precinct for the temple of Ishtar.
At the height of the Uruk period, the city covered an area of 2.5 square kilometers. It had a port on the river, along with workshops and cluttered houses. At the center of the city was Uruk's famous White Temple. It was elevated 21 meters and covered in white gypsum plaster that reflected the sunlight and would have caused the temple to glow during the day. If you walked the streets of Uruk during this time, you would have seen markets full of produce like beans and lentils, pomegranates and dates, jars of date syrup and oil. In the richer parts of town, houses would be built from baked bricks, but elsewhere they would be mud and clay, dried in the sun. The houses would likely be arranged in a chaotic way, creating a labyrinth of alleys and warrens, covered by reed matting to keep them cool in the heat of the day. Farmers would be carrying large bundles of reeds and wheat on their backs, and herders would bring their long-haired sheep and oxen into the city. Here and there, you would see men sitting in circles in shaded courtyards, sharing a large jar of beer in the center, all sipping it through long straws made of hollow reeds. While the Sumerians did import some wines from the northern regions, it was beer that they loved most of all. They had over 30 different varieties, with names like white, dark, cloudy, and sweetened with honey. Some of their beer was flavored with herbs. It was brewed directly from the wheat and barley of the fields, and if you bought the cheapest kind, it would often still have seeds of grain floating at the bottom. One cuneiform text has even preserved a kind of drinking song.
I will summon brewers and cupbearers to serve us floods of beer and pass it around. What pleasure, what delight, blissfully to take it in, to sing jubilantly of this noble liquor, our hearts enchanted and our souls radiant.
We can imagine the conversations that these ancient people would have had around their jars of beer, probably not that different to the conversations you'd find in any bar or pub today. Some of these everyday concerns have been preserved in lists of ancient Sumerian proverbs. These groups of beer drinkers would doubtless have complained that they were not appreciated at work.
I am a thoroughbred steed, but I am hitched to a mule, and must draw a cart and carry reeds and stubble.
Others would have commiserated about one of the oldest human concerns, not having enough money.
The poor man is better dead than alive. If he has bread, he has no salt. If he has salt, he has no bread.
And as with drinkers in all parts of history, they would have fallen out and shouted insults at each other in the streets.
If you were put in water, the water would become foul. If you were put in a garden, the fruit would rot.
At night, people usually slept on their rooftops, since the heat inside the houses would have been too much for them. The city would have been a pungent mixture of smells. Pottery kilns and brickworks would have belched smoke throughout the day. There were no drainage systems in the roads, and people would have thrown their waste out into the street. In the houses, people laid down layers of clay, crushed gypsum dust, and reed mats to create a soft carpet-like effect. From the epicenter of this great metropolis, the Uruk civilization sent out ripples across the world, and eventually a number of similarly great cities rose up around it. But as the fourth millennium drew to a close, another Sumerian city was rising in power, and soon it would take Uruk's place as the new center of Sumerian culture. It would flourish into realms of untold wealth and push the boundaries of what humanity thought possible in the realms of art and architecture. It's the city whose ruins we opened this episode with, and the name of that city was Ur. Ur was situated right at the point where the Euphrates River met the sea. It was a trading port and fishing town, where seagulls would have circled and fishermen came in with their catches of fish, oysters, and turtles. Its position both on the sea and the river would have made it a booming hub of the region's trade. As we've already seen, if you needed clay or reeds, southern Iraq was the place to be. But for virtually everything else they needed, the Sumerians had to import from other lands. But luckily for them, they always had something to trade. They were alone among almost all the nations of the ancient Middle East, in that they produced a large surplus and variety of food. Archaeology shows that due to their farming abilities, the Mesopotamians of antiquity enjoyed a far more rich and varied diet than their neighbors in either Turkey or Iran. We have even uncovered some ancient Sumerian recipes written down on clay tablets. This is the recipe for a dish they called tuhu, and it gives you a sense of the variety they enjoyed.
Get the water ready. Add fat, salt, beer, onion, rocket, coriander, semolina, cumin, and beetroot. Add them to the cooking pot. Then pound leek and garlic together and add. Let all blend and reduce to a pulp, then sprinkle with coriander and carrot.
I'll post some more of these ancient recipes on Twitter and Patreon, in case you'd like to try to cook some Sumerian delicacies yourself. Boats full of wheat and grains, dried reeds and figs, were now forging up the rivers, bringing food to all the neighboring lands. And in return, other resources flowed back. Copper came down from the mountains of northwestern Iran, and later by ship from the island of Cyprus. Tin travelled through the long mountain passes from Afghanistan, as it would throughout the later Bronze Age. Silver came down the Euphrates on barges from Turkey's Taurus Mountains, while gold came overland from Egypt and by ship from India. Ordinary wood for everyday building could be chopped in the Zagros Mountains of Iran to the east, but for finer constructions, for palaces and ornate city gates, only the prized wood of the cedar tree would do. This was brought by ship from Lebanon, where it grew among the high mountain passes. In fact, one episode in the Epic of Gilgamesh relates the king's quest to slay a monster in the mountains of Lebanon and steal this beautiful wood from its forest. The ancient Sumerians traded in what we would consider a truly globalized way. From their tiny coasts on the Persian Gulf, their ships sailed out to trading ports in modern Bahrain and Oman, and from there they sailed along the coast to trade with another of the world's most ancient and mysterious cultures, the people we know today as the Indus Valley Civilization. From there, the Sumerians got all kinds of spices and gemstones like carnelian, as well as the brilliant blue lapis lazuli that the Sumerians adored. They used it to make jewelry and amulets, inlays in gaming boards, musical instruments, and sculptures of astonishing beauty. I'll post an image of some of these amazing artifacts on Patreon for you to see. All of this trade would have passed through Ur, and swelled the city to a wealth that likely no other human habitation had ever achieved. Grave goods uncovered in Ur show not only the incredible wealth of its rulers, but also magnificent craftsmanship that suggests an advanced community of artists. One such artifact, found in a royal tomb in Ur, has given us an incredible insight into the lives and manners of the ancient Sumerians. It's an ornate, decorative piece of furniture, inlaid with a mosaic of shell, red limestone, and lapis lazuli, and its images show detailed scenes from everyday life around 4,600 years ago. Today, it is called the Standard of Ur. On one side, the artifact shows images of the Sumerians at war, the chariots pulled by donkeys, the soldiers wearing leather capes and helmets, the men carrying spears and axes. On the other side, it depicts the Sumerians at peace, farmers and herders working on one level, and above them the scribes with their shaved heads sitting at their desks. Of course, I'll put a number of these images and details of this artifact up on Patreon for you to see. At this time, urbanism in the Sumerian world was reaching its peak. By the end of the 3rd millennium, a majority of the region's population would live in cities. And in this newly urbanized world, the economic power of Ur remained king. Over the next centuries, its power expanded and contracted, and at one point, some of its kings wrote inscriptions, calling themselves both the king of Ur and the king of Kish, another city that lay nearby. This suggests that Ur may have subdued some of its neighbors under its political control. But by the mid-3rd millennium, it seems the influence of Ur began to wane. This was a new militarized age, when the power of trade and diplomacy seems to have no longer been enough. And one city, called Lagash, truly came into its own in this era of violence. Lagash was a slaving city. It had grown rich by raiding villages in the hills, kidnapping people and selling them across the region. Sometime around the year 2500 BC, Lagash fell out with its neighbor, a city called Umma. The dispute seems to have been over a stretch of farmland along the river, and it caused the two cities to go to war. One carved stone monument from this time, known as a stele, captures something of the spirit of this age. It is known as the Stele of the Vultures. The upper part of the stone is normal enough. It shows the king of Lagash, a man named Eannatum, leading his soldiers into battle. They wear leather helmets and skirts made of reeds, shouldering their spears. These spears would have likely been topped with blades of copper or bronze, and would have flashed red in the sun as they marched. The king is riding ahead of them in an early chariot, wearing an animal skin slung across his chest, with a spear and a container of javelins beside him. When the armies met, the stele shows King Eannatum of Lagash dismounting from his chariot and proceeding to lead his men on foot. They advance in a phalanx, a tight square of men with broad shields protecting their fronts, and a porcupine of short spears jutting out ahead. The fighting was bitter. Eannatum was struck in the eye by an arrow, but he lived on to see his army to victory, as the inscription on the stele records.
Eannatum struck at Umma. The bodies were soon 3,600 in number. I, Eannatum, like a fierce storm wind, I unleashed the tempest.
As the soldiers of Umma tried to flee the bloody battlefield, the stele shows the soldiers of Lagash cutting them down and trampling them beneath their feet. There's something to this carving that to me embodies something of a change in the spirit of Sumerian warfare. It's a particular kind of nastiness that revels in the suffering of your enemies, and this is shown most clearly in the part of the carving that gives it its name. These are the vultures flying overhead, carrying the severed heads of the soldiers of Umar in their beaks, picking at their tongues and eyes. It clearly shows a kind of massacre perpetrated by the city of Lagash, and it does so with relish. Due to military victories of this kind, the slaving city of Lagash went on to conquer much of southern Mesopotamia. Lagash established what some historians have called the first true empire in the world, but its rule was short-lived. In these ancient times, administrating even one city was difficult, and the empire of Lagash, despite its military success, was soon critically overstretched. To make matters worse, King Eannatum seems to have ruled through what amounts to a campaign of terror. Unsurprisingly, his rule was unpopular, and revolts rose up against him. As the hated empire of Lagash fractured and collapsed, the ruler of one of its subjugated cities seized his chance. He was the king of Umar, the city whose defeat and humiliation is depicted with such relish on the stelae of the vultures, and his name was Lugal-Zaghazi. It's not clear exactly what made Lugal-Zaghazi so successful, but it's clear he was animated by an ardent desire for revenge against the empire of Lagash. Perhaps he had even been at the battle when King Eannatum had slaughtered thousands of his fellow citizens. He rose in rebellion against Lagash and quickly toppled kings that were still loyal to the empire in the cities of Kish and Larsa. Then he marched on the great city of Ur itself and the mighty walled fortress of Uruk. These both fell in turn, and the rebel Lugal-Zaghazi moved his capital to Uruk. Finally, he marched on the city of Lagash itself, the heart of the empire, and it's here that that fiery vengeance in his heart burst out. The city didn't hold out for long. Lugal-Zaghazi burst over its walls, sacked the city, and burned it to the ground. Even by the standards of the time, this seems to have been a shocking act, as one piece of Sumerian poetry recalls with sorrow.
Because the man of Amma destroyed the bricks of Lagash, he committed a sin against the city's god. The god will cut off any hand raised against him. May Nadaba, the personal goddess of Lugal-Zaghazi, make him bear all these sins.
After sacking Lagash, Lugal-Zaghazi's momentum seems to have been unstoppable. He worked his way north, up the course of the two rivers, and soon he had conquered all the regions that Lagash had once claimed. One inscription written by him even claims to have conquered all the lands between what he calls the upper and the lower seas, meaning from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean coast.
The great god Enlil gave kingship of the land to him, the region from the lower sea through the Tigris and Euphrates to the upper sea. 32 kings gathered against him, but he defeated them and smote their cities and prostrated their lords and destroyed the whole countryside as far as the silver mines.
Admittedly, this is probably something of an exaggeration. The Sumerians had never been able to maintain distant colonies or occupy far-off lands for very long. It's more likely that Lugal-Zaghazi pulled off something like a successful raiding party on the coast, perhaps looting some towns and cities and bringing treasure back to Uruk. But this was the first time that a Sumerian prince had ever made this claim. For them, This upper sea was the western edge of their entire world, and the idea of a king who might conquer all the lands between the seas began to possess the imaginations of all the kings who came after. But King Lugalzagezi, like the rulers of Lagash before him, had made the critical mistake of overstretching his resources. This empire was simply too big. Before long, civil wars and rebellions broke out between the various Sumerian cities. In this time of chaos, the other great people of Mesopotamia began to fancy their chances at ruling. These were the people who up until this moment had been something of a junior partner in the civilization of southern Iraq. These were the people of Akkad. One man would soon lead them in an outright rebellion against the Sumerian Empire. He would go down in history with a name that in Akkadian means the one true king. That name was Sargon, and he ushered in the twilight of the Sumerian age. Like many episodes in Sumerian history, the origin story of Sargon of Akkad is one you might find familiar if you were brought up on the stories of the Bible. He was born sometime in the middle of the 24th century BC, and legend has it that as a baby he was found in a reed basket on the banks of the Tigris. He was found by a gardener who worked in the palace in the city of Kish, and who brought him up as his son. But, like the biblical Moses, this foundling child had big ambitions. There seems to have been something special about him. Something about his charming manners meant that he was soon taken on as a cupbearer in the palace, bringing wine to the lords and royalty of the kingdom. This was a position of high honor, and a way for a young man to gain influence at court. The young Sargon must have proven himself in other ways too. That's because he was soon entrusted with a mission of the utmost secrecy and importance. At this time, Kish was still part of Lugalzagezi's Sumerian Empire, stretching over all the lands between the two seas. The Sumerian king Lugalzagezi was away on a distant campaign, possibly fighting in the lands of Syria or putting down a rebellion in a far-flung province. The young Sargon was given a small band of fighting men and told to travel to the city of Uruk, where Lugalzagezi kept his royal court. Their plan was to strike the city in a surprise attack, to knock out the capital of this new empire and free the city of Kish from imperial control. It was a daring plan. The tall city walls of Uruk, immortalized in legend, must have looked daunting to the young Sargon and his men as they readied for their attack. But Lugalzagezi had taken much of his army with him on campaign, and left few behind to defend his capital. The attack came as a complete surprise. Sargon's men overcame their defenses, poured over their walls, and the defenders fled. Sargon captured the city, and before reinforcements could arrive, he broke down several sections of those famous city walls. It was a deeply symbolic act, and a strike against the might of Lugalzagezi's empire. King Lugalzagezi must have been enraged. He swung around from his distant war-making and marched back home, gathering all his subject kings to him as he went. Inscriptions record that as many as 50 kings may have marched under his banner, and their task was easy enough: to crush the forces of one small city-state. But Sargon seems to have been one of those characters from history, like Hannibal or Napoleon, who are able to turn battles in their favor no matter the odds. We don't know how he did it, but in a pitched battle with the whole amassed force of the empire, it was Sargon's army that emerged victorious. Lugal-Zaggisi was captured, and Sargon marched him through the gates of the holy city of Nippur wearing a neck stock, a heavy piece of wood clapped around his neck and shoulders like an oxen. This would have been humiliating, of course, but here again is where Sargon sets himself apart from other rulers of the time. That's because he seems to have had something of a merciful streak. The old king Lugal-Zaggisi wasn't killed. Incredibly, he was allowed to continue on as the governor of Uruk, so long as he swore an oath to the High King Sargon. Sargon founded a new city to act as his empire's capital, and he named it Akkad. From there, he would go on to conquer much of what the preceding empires had before, as one inscription beneath a statue in the city of Nippur claims.
Sargon the king of Kish triumphed in 34 battles over the cities, up to the edge of the sea, and destroyed their walls. He bowed down to the gods, and the gods gave him the upper land, up to the cedar forest, and up to the silver mountain.
And Sargon didn't make the mistakes of his predecessors. At each city he conquered, he made a point of destroying the city's walls, reducing its ability to defend itself, and therefore reducing the likelihood of it rebelling against his rule. He conducted a ceremony to symbolize his mastery over the whole land. He washed his weapons in the waters of both the Persian Gulf and the Mediterranean Sea. But once the dust of war had settled, his achievements went on. He made efforts to centralize the empire's administration and even reformed the dating system. His reforms strengthened the central state and increased the stability of the empire. In many ways, he was something of a progressive and enlightened ruler. But Sargon was also Akkadian, and he was what we today might call a nationalist. Until now, Sumerian had been the official language of royal inscriptions on palaces and temples. But during Sargon's reign, Akkadian began to be used in official inscriptions for the first time. The cuneiform alphabet was now re-engineered to write Akkadian, and Sargon also gave himself the new title, King of Akkad. He appointed only his fellow Akkadians to key positions in the government, and garrisoned Sumerian cities with Akkadian troops to ensure their loyalty. The two people of Mesopotamia, who had lived and grown together for millennia, were now beginning to drift apart. Resentment in the southern Sumerian-speaking cities began to reach a boiling point. Sargon ruled for 55 years, and towards the end of his reign, this resentment bubbled over, as one later Babylonian text recalls.
In his old age, all the lands revolted against him, and they besieged him in Akkad the city. But he went forth to battle and defeated them. He knocked them over and destroyed their vast army.
For the meantime, it's clear that Sargon's flair for battle kept his empire together. But as the old king weakened, virtually all the southern cities burst out in open rebellion. When Sargon of Akkad died around the year 2284, his two sons had to take over and try to fix the mess he had left behind. The first of these sons was called Rimush. He ruled for 9 years, and spent most of them in bitter battles to reconquer the rebellious Sumerian cities of the south. He crushed rebellions in Ur, Umma, Lagash, and Adab, and one of the years in which he ruled is even known as the year that Adab was destroyed. When Rimush died, Sargon's other son, Manishtushu, took over. He seems to have resorted to the kinds of terror tactics that had once made the kings of Lagash so hated. It was Sargon's grandson, a man named Naram Sin, who would return the empire to its former greatness. He managed to quell the Sumerian rebellion in its southern heartlands and returned the empire of Akkad to stability. And Naram Sin didn't rule only by force. It seems he made some effort to reconcile the two intertwined peoples of Mesopotamia, breaking from his grandfather's title, King of Akkad, and ruling under the more diplomatic title, King of Sumer and Akkad. But this didn't entirely heal the rift that was even now continuing to grow between these two peoples. Part of the problem was that the Sumerian people were no longer the primary cultural force in the region. For centuries, Akkadian had been gradually replacing Sumerian as a spoken language. Some of this may have been down to the official policies of the Akkadian Empire, discouraging the use of Sumerian in official documents. But it was also affected by the increasingly cosmopolitan makeup of the empire. Sumerian, as we've seen, was a language isolate, with a different structure and sound to all the languages around it. But the people who lived in all the surrounding lands spoke languages that were linguistic cousins of Akkadian, all in the Semitic family of languages. They had the same grammar and even shared sounds and words with Akkadian. Learning Akkadian for them would have been like an English speaker learning French or Spanish, while Sumerian would have been like learning Korean. Akkadian was just easier to learn for these people, and so it would naturally become the language of trade and commerce. The people of Mesopotamia had been largely bilingual for centuries, but gradually all Sumerians would have learned to speak Akkadian, and fewer Akkadians would have needed to learn Sumerian. Slowly, the Sumerian language began to fade. But the days of the Akkadian Empire were also numbered, and the Sumerians would get one more chance to leave their mark on the world's history. When the great Akkadian king Naram Sin died, his son Shah Kali-Shari took over. He was Sargon of Akkad's great-grandson, and 4 years into his reign, a great celestial sign would have appeared in the skies overhead. Far out in the depths of space, nearly 200 million kilometers away from Earth, a giant ball of ice and dust, 40 kilometers across, flew past, sometime around the year 2213 BC. This was the comet Hale-Bopp. It would spend the next 4 millennia or so flying through our solar system on a deep elliptical orbit, until it flew past the Earth again as a blazing streak of light in the year 1997. It was the brightest comet with the longest tail that has ever been observed in our night skies. It remained visible with the naked eye for 18 months. In 1997, the sight of the comet in San Diego, California, caused 39 members of an apocalyptic cult called Heaven's Gate to commit suicide by drinking a lethal mixture of vodka and phenobarbital. They believed that their souls would be carried away on a spaceship that was hidden behind the iridescent tail of the comet. And we can only imagine what effect the sight of this comet may have had on ancient people. Some may have looked up and seen the blessings of the gods, smiling on the lands of Sumer and Akkad. Others may have stared up at that lonely cosmic traveler and seen a sign of doom. Ultimately, it was these latter who would prove correct. During the reign of King Shah Kali-Shari, the world's climate underwent a mysterious and sudden shift. This change is known only by the cryptic name, the 4.2 kilo-year event. It has been tentatively linked to changes that took place in the sea ice of the North Atlantic, causing ripples throughout the world's delicate and intimately interlinked climate systems. But whatever the causes, its effects were dramatic. In various places around the world, it coincided with periods of reduced rainfall. Studies of dust layers in Iraq and the Middle East have shown that around this time annual rainfall dropped dramatically, and the climate became much more arid. The annual floods of the rivers, on which so much of the agriculture of the region depended, would now routinely fail, and famine would set in. And this dry period wasn't brief. In fact, it would last for well over a century, and some think it may have even lasted for the next 300 years. This period of drought and the famines it caused were mentioned in Egyptian texts of the time too, and it affected cultures all around the globe. It's been linked to civilizational collapses in Egypt's Old Kingdom, the Indus Valley civilization in India, and the Langzhou culture in China. In Mesopotamia around this time, still ruled by the Akkadian Empire, it's clear that resources became suddenly scarce. The days of a booming surplus of food were over, and it's around this time that the first towns and cities began to be abandoned in the drier zones of the north. After the death of King Shah Kalishari around the year 2193 BC, a period of chaos and bitter civil war descended on the empire of Akkad. The Sumerian king list records this period with an almost sarcastic tone.
Then who was king? Who was not the king? 4 of them ruled in only 3 years.
All this chaos did not go unnoticed. In the mountains overlooking the plains of Mesopotamia, a nomadic tribal people known as the Guti were watching. Who the Guti were, what language they spoke, and which gods they worshipped, we don't know. They seem to have been an unsophisticated nomadic people, and the ancient Sumerian texts reserve particular contempt for them.
The Guti were unhappy people, unaware of how to revere the gods, and ignorant of the right religious practices.
The Guti had raided and plundered along the borders of the Akkadian Empire for years, burning villages and stealing cattle. One remarkable letter, dating from the reign of King Shah Kalishari, was written by an Akkadian lord who owned land on the borders of the Guti territory. He tells his workers to ignore the Guti attacks and keep working, although it's clear he does this while keeping himself at a safe distance.
Cultivate the field and watch over the cattle. Do not tell me the Guti enemies are around. I could not cultivate the field. Post sentries at 1 mile intervals, and if the Guti try to attack you, take all the cattle into the village. Now I swear on the life of King Shah Kalishari that if the Guti men drive off the cattle and you cannot pay for them yourself, I won't pay you any silver when I come to town.
For years now, these hill people had watched as drought ravaged the settled societies of the river valley. They watched as the city dwellers fought over the increasingly scarce farmland. And it's in this moment of weakness that they chose to strike. The Guti gathered their forces and marched down from the hills into the lands of Sumer, this time not to raid, but to invade and take these lands for themselves. One remarkable literary text relates the tragic events of those days. It was written a few centuries later and is called The Curse of Akkad. In this version of the story, the great god Enlil is angry at the king of Akkad for disrespecting the gods, and he summons the Guti as a punishment. The hill people are imagined as monstrous creatures, half animal, with a language that sounded to the Sumerians like the barking of dogs.
Enlil, what destruction he wrought! He raised his eyes to the mountain and mustered the whole mountain as one. The rebellious people, the land whose people is without number, Gutium, that land that brooks no control, whose understanding is human, but whose appearance and stuttering words are that of a dog. Enlil brought them down from the mountain. In vast numbers, like locusts, they covered the earth. Nothing escaped their arm. No one escaped their arm. All the lands raised a bitter cry on their city walls.
It's not clear how many men were in the Guti army, but they were enough to quickly overwhelm the weakened forces of Akkad. It seems the Guti practiced hit-and-run tactics, raiding supply lines and leaving scorched earth behind them. Their attacks devastated the economy of Akkad, and the already drought-ridden and war-torn society began to fall apart.
For the first time since cities were built and founded, the great agricultural tracts produced no grain. The inundated tracts produced no fish. The irrigated orchards produced neither syrup nor wine. The gathered clouds did not rain. The plants did not grow. He who slept on the roof died on the roof. He who slept in the house had no burial. People were flailing at themselves from hunger.
The weakened Akkadian society folded completely beneath the pressure of the Guti attacks. The demoralized Akkadian army went out to meet this fearsome enemy in battle and was defeated. Soon after, the Gutis swept down on the city of Akkad and burned it to the ground. They destroyed Sargon's city so utterly that its ruins have never been found. The Guti attempted to set up their own dynasty and rule over the lands of Sumer. But for a number of reasons, they were not successful. After all, as empires in our own day have found out, it's much easier to conquer a country than it is to rule it. Cuneiform sources suggest that the Guti administration showed little concern for maintaining agriculture, written records, or public safety. The Guti were not literate and would have struggled to administrate an empire that for over a millennium had relied on the power of the written word. For reasons known only to them, and perhaps relating to their nomadic lifestyle, they didn't believe in keeping animals in pens. They released all of the land's livestock to roam about the countryside freely. Their policies soon brought even further famine and caused a massive increase in the price of grain. Under neglect and lack of investment, the land's infrastructure began to crumble. The poetry of the Curse of Akkad shows how the roads of the kingdom began to fall apart and become overgrown with weeds, while long grass grew on the tow paths where oxen used to pull barges.
The grass grows long on your canal bank towpaths. The grass of mourning grows on your highways laid for wagons. Wild rams and snakes of the mountains allow no one to pass on your towpaths, built up with canal sediment.
The destruction of the central authority of the Akkadian Empire meant that during this time a number of Sumerian city-states reasserted their independence. And it seems the Guti, weakened by their failing attempt to hold an empire together, don't seem to have been able to do much to stop them. The Guti occupied southern Iraq for more than 150 years. And this period was by all accounts a time of suffering. It was a miniature dark age, where written records are unsophisticated as well as few and far between. But as resentment to their rule grew, rebellions rose around the country, and one Sumerian man, would see the opportunity this period of crisis provided. He was filled with a desire to return the lands of Sumer to the rule of a Sumerian king, and his name was Utu-Hengal. Little is known about the life of Utu-Hengal. He was a Sumerian and may have been the governor of Uruk during the final years of the Gutian period. He must have watched as the ongoing famine ravaged his people, and the arrogant Guti kings refused to do anything about it, violently punishing any resistance to them. At this time, a new Guti king had just ascended to the throne of Sumer and Akkad. His name was Tirigan, and he seems to have been typical of the Guti rulers. He cared little for maintaining the land's infrastructure, and even destroyed elements of it to punish populations who rebelled against him, as recalled in the Sumerian king list.
Tirigan's troops established themselves everywhere. Nobody would leave their cities to face him. In the south, in Sumer, he blocked the water from the fields. In the uplands, he closed off the roads. Because of him, the grass grew high on the highways of the land.
Tirigan had been on the throne for only 40 days, and he was still in the middle of consolidating his rule. It's clear that Utu-Hengal, the governor of Uruk, thought that this was the time to make his move. His plan may have been in place for years. Perhaps he sent out secret envoys to the other Sumerian cities of the south, telling them to prepare for war the moment a new king ascended to the throne. And then, when everything was in place and his moment came, he struck. When Tirigan heard of this rebellion, he must have been enraged. But he doesn't seem to have been the bravest of kings. He sent two of his generals, men named Unenazu and Nabi-Enlil, to lead his armies in his place, while he stayed back home in the palace. Meanwhile, the rebel leader Utu-Hengal massed his forces and marched to meet the two Guti generals on the field. On his way to the decisive battle, he stopped at the temple of Ishkur, the Sumerian god of storms, and made an offering. He may have sacrificed a lamb or goat and sang an ancient prayer in the Sumerian tongue before the altar of the god. Then he marched out to meet Tirigan's armies.
After departing from the temple of Ishkur, on the fourth day he set up camp in Nagsu on the Surangal Canal. He captured the generals of Tirigan, sent as envoys to Sumer, and put chains on their hands.
Utu-Hengal was victorious, and here again we see that the Guti king Tirigan wasn't the courageous sort. After getting the news that his generals had been defeated, he fled north to a city called Dabrum. The Sumerian king list records what happened next.
Then Tirigan, the king of the Guti, ran away alone on foot. He thought himself safe in Dabrum, where he fled to save his life. But since the people of Dabrum knew that Utu-Hengal was a king endowed with power by Enlil, they did not let Tirigan go, and an envoy of Utu-Hengal arrested Tirigan together with his wife and children in Dabrum. He put handcuffs and a blindfold on him.
After centuries, the Sumerians finally rejected both Guti and Akkadian rule. For the first time since the reign of Sargon, a Sumerian king would once again rule over the lands of Sumer.
Utu-Hengal made the Guti, the fanged snakes of the mountains, go back to drink again from the rocky crevices. He brought back the kingship of Sumer.
Utu-Hengal's successful rebellion ushered in an era known today as the Third Dynasty of Ur, and sometimes called the Neo-Sumerian Empire. Others have even called this the Sumerian Renaissance. It was the final flourishing of Sumerian culture. But it was a flourishing that would leave an indelible mark on human history. Despite bringing the kingship back to Sumer, the rebel king Utu-Hengal didn't rule for long. He died in unusual circumstances after only 7 years, apparently killed when a river dam that he was inspecting burst, sweeping him away in a flood. If you think this sounds suspicious, it's because it probably is. One of Utu-Hengal's more ambitious governors, a man named Ur-Nammu, came to the throne soon after, and some historians have certainly raised questions about whether he had a hand in that dam bursting, if indeed any dam burst at all. Regardless of the way he rose to power, Ur-Nammu proved to be an effective ruler and an outstanding administrator. He standardized bronze weights that merchants used in the market and created a standardized weight that would lay down the foundations for the first currencies. He divided silver into a unit known as the mina, which was made up of 60 shekels. Ur-Nammu also wrote down a code of laws that today is the earliest surviving example of a legal code, 3 centuries older than the more famous Code of Hammurabi. Here are a few examples of the laws contained within.
Number 17. If a slave escapes from the city limits and someone returns him, the owner shall pay 2 shekels to the one who returned him. Number 18. If a man knocks out the eye of another man, he shall weigh out half a mina of silver. Number 19. If a man has cut off another man's foot, he is to pay 10 shekels.
Among all his other achievements, Ur-Nammu was also a prodigious builder. He constructed buildings in the cities of Nippur, Larsa, Kish, Adab, and Umma. He rebuilt the kingdom's roads and irrigation ditches after the long decades of neglect under the Guti rule. But more than anything, Ur-Nammu loved to build ziggurats. These are the distinctive stepped towers that were the hallmarks and pinnacle of Sumerian architecture. Each one rose in 3 layers like a wedding cake, with steps leading up to the top. They would have been painted with white gypsum paint. The priests who kept them may have grown plants and trees on the terraces that lined them, and birds would have roosted high up in these tall towers. Under Ur-Nammu, soon every Sumerian city would have a ziggurat, and they formed the focal point of the cities. The greatest of these was the ziggurat that Ur-Nammu built in his home city of Ur. The ziggurat of Ur is enormous. In its day, it would have soared up to a height of 30 meters, or nearly 10 stories, towering over all the other low-lying buildings in the city. It was built purely from baked clay bricks and held together with the tarry substance bitumen. It's thought that it would have taken at least 1,500 workers more than 5 years just to build its base. Farmers up to 20 kilometers away would have been able to see this enormous shape rising on the horizon. To them, it would have testified to the power of the city of Ur and the god who lived there. But despite this late flourishing, the age of the Sumerians was passing. And part of the reason for this lay in the soil beneath their feet. All river water contains small amounts of salts and other minerals, and the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, flowing over the limestone rocks of the Taurus Mountains, contain more than most. When ancient farmers diverted this water into their fields to feed their crops, the hot sun would evaporate this water, and traces of salt would be left behind. In places with a reasonable amount of rainfall, the rain would wash this salt away. But in the arid conditions of Iraq, the salt stays right where it is. Over time, this small amount builds up on the surface of the soil, and eventually plants find it difficult to grow. The records of the Sumerian scribes paint a bleak picture. They kept meticulous notes of crop yields year on year, and from around 2350 BC, their texts show the gradual reduction of crops across the region. Shows us that the salt content of the soil might have been to blame. While their main crop of wheat gradually reduced over the centuries, the rates of barley production remained constant. Barley, as we know today, is particularly resistant to salt-rich soil. Texts uncovered from the city of Girsu show that around the year 3550 BC, wheat and barley were being produced in equal amounts. But after 1,000 years of irrigation, wheat accounted for only 1/6 of the crop. And only a few centuries later, in the 21st century BC, wheat was less than 2% of the annual harvest. This all points to a sharp increase in the salt content of the soil. You can sometimes hear very simplistic narratives surrounding soil salination in the south of Iraq. The Sumerians are sometimes portrayed as stupid or greedy, damaging the land in their ignorance. But that's not entirely fair. Although they didn't have our modern understanding, they did know that soil needed to be rested for several seasons if it was to remain fertile. And they did take steps to adapt to the changing condition of the soil, switching almost exclusively to barley and replacing the role of wheat in their diet. They also developed methods for draining the soil and reducing the rate of salination. But soil salinity is a challenge that still causes problems for farmers in Iraq today, despite all our technology and scientific knowledge. While the ancient people worked hard to mitigate the decline, the overall trend as the centuries wore on was slow but unstoppable. The soil was gradually failing. And with the population of Sumerian cities growing and the long drought dragging on, the demands on this farmland were only increasing. Eventually, a thick layer of salt would encrust the topsoil, and little would grow at all. Today, when you walk around the deserts of Iraq, the soil in some areas has a crumbly crust that cracks underfoot, peeling like old varnish. This is the salt that slowly began to choke the life from the earth, and in turn, choke the life from the civilization
I'm in the same boat as you. I don't want to eat lentils.
But the end of Sumerian
yelling,
culture
Hunter,
would
Hunter,
come not from the
Hunter.
soil, but
I'm
at the
just not
tip
eating any
of a
fucking
spear.
lentils.
As the Sumerians struggled to eke ever-decreasing barley crops from the salty soil, it seems that once again, hostile outside forces began to sense weakness in this once great empire. After their failed attempt at empire building, the nomadic Guti had retreated to their mountains and returned to their nomadic ways. But they still posed a threat to Sumerian lands, just as they always had, raiding towns and making away with cattle. Putting a stop to these raids was the focus of much of the King Ur-Nammu's reign. He raised an army and marched into the Guti lands with the aim of putting a stop to the threat forever. It's unclear whether he actually met them in battle, or whether he was struck by one of their characteristic ambushes. Either way, Ur-Nammu was killed in the mountains, far from home. The death of this king, which would begin the final death spiral of Sumerian culture, was commemorated in a lengthy epic poem known as the Death of Ur-Nammu,
He who was beloved by the troops could not raise his neck any more. The wise one lay down. Silence descended. As he who was the vigor of the land had fallen, the land became demolished like a mountain. Like a cypress forest, it was stripped. Its appearance changed.
The poem tells the story of Urnamu descending into the underworld and giving his offerings to the gods who lived there. And in the afterlife, the poem gives Urnamu himself this final lament.
Now, just as the rain pouring down from heaven cannot turn back, I can never return to see the beautiful bricks of Ur.
4 Sumerian kings would follow Urnamu. Some, like the king Shulgi, enjoyed successes on the battlefield and developed and reformed the economy as much as they could. But their reigns were characterized by ongoing threats from the wild mountain regions. The drought was still biting. The soil was becoming increasingly choked by salt. And as food got scarce, more and more nomadic people were driven to raiding and
what's
plundering
really lame
to feed
is
themselves.
beer didn't even exist then.
By now,
They had all
the
that
Guti
barley.
were far
Imagine how
from
much
the
happier
only
they would have
people
been if they
who
would have
threatened
invented
the border of Sumer and Akkad.
Just saying.
One tribe
Poor
in particular,
Sumerians.
known as
Your
the
chance.
Martu, posed a
Guys could have
particular
invented
threat.
beer and at least
The
been
Martu
happy.
were a Semitic sheep-herding people from the mountains of Syria and Lebanon. Like the Guti, the Sumerians considered them to be wild and barbarous, and tended to describe them in contemptuous but also fearful terms.
The Martu, the powerful south wind, who from the remote past have not known cities. The Martu who know no grain. The Martu who know no house or town. The savages of the mountains. The Martu who eat raw meat, who are not buried after their death.
Another text describes them in similar animalistic terms as the Guti.
The hostile Martu have entered the plains. The Martu, a ravaging people with canine instincts like wolves.
And it's clear that around this time of drought and famine, the Martu were finding their way of life in Syria increasingly impossible. Environmental pressures were pushing them further south into the rich farmland of the river valley, into the lands of the Sumerians. Despite the weakened power of the Sumerian state, the later kings of Sumer were determined to stop the Martu incursions. One king, named Shu-Sin, even ordered the construction of a wall that stretched almost 300 kilometers between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. It would be called the Martu Wall, and sometimes the wall facing the high lands. What form exactly this wall took is unknown, since its remains have never been found. But it was likely an earthwork rampart, dotted with forts, and perhaps fronted with a moat fed by canals. It was more than twice the length of Hadrian's Wall, and essentially turned the rich farmland between the Tigris and Euphrates into an island fortress, with the rivers on either side, the sea to the south, and the wall to the north. It would have been an enormous engineering work, and shows that even in its final years, the Sumerian state still commanded considerable manpower and energy. But ultimately, the wall would prove useless. Like all walls, it was only effective with a constant garrison manning it. Soon it would become clear that the building of this wall was not an act of strength, but the last resort of an empire falling in on itself. The last Sumerian king was a man named Ibbi-Sin, who took the throne in the year 2028. Virtually as soon as he was crowned, the empire began to fall apart. In his first year of ruling, the eastern city of Eshuna broke free from the empire, and Susa, a city in the region of Elam in the Iranian lowlands, successfully rebelled in the third year. These Elamites were an ambitious people. They were rivals for the later Assyrian and Babylonian empires, but at this stage were only just beginning to flex their muscles. Their rise would spell the end of the Sumerian age. The fracturing Sumerian Empire could no longer maintain its defenses along the 300 kilometers of the Great Matu Wall. And so, in the 5th year of his reign, the wall that Ibi-Sin's father had built failed. The Matu poured over the defenses and overran the rich farmlands that lay behind. The effects of this loss were immediate and devastating. Food shortages ran rampant. In years 7 and 8 of Ibi-Sin's kingship, the price of grain increased to 60 times the usual cost. People would have starved in the streets. The famine was hitting the capital city of Ur especially hard. And it's clear that at this point, the king Ibi-Sin really began to panic. Desperate to feed his people, King Ibi-Sin summoned one of his generals and told him to travel north to the city of Isin to buy grain and pay many times its usual cost. This general was a man called Ishbi-Era, and it's clear that he wasn't the most trusted of the king's generals. In another letter, the king had even complained that Ishbi-Era was Akkadian, not Sumerian, inferring that his loyalty may have been in question. But at this point, it's clear the king didn't have much choice. One remarkable letter from this moment has survived. It was sent to the king Ibi-Sin by this general, Ishbi-Era, once he reached the city of Isin. It paints a vivid picture of Sumerian society's collapse.
You ordered me to travel to Isin and Kazalu to purchase grain? With grain reaching the exchange rate of 1 shekel of silver per gur, 20 talents of silver have been invested in the purchase. But I heard news that the hostile Matu have entered inside your territories. I entered with the entire amount of grain. Now I have let the Matu, all of them, penetrate inside the land. Because of the Matu, I am unable to hand over this grain for threshing. They are stronger than me, while I am condemned to sitting around.
This letter shows that the twin pressures of the Matu invasions, coupled with the famine at home, were beginning to tear the very fabric of the kingdom apart. The Akkadian general Ishbi-Era urges the king to send a fleet of 600 boats up the river to transport the grain. He also kindly offers to stay behind in Isin and help to defend it against the invasion.
That I should guard for you the cities of Isin and Nibru, let it be my responsibility. My lord should know this.
It's possible that Ishbi-Era knew that the request for 600 boats was impossible. In fact, he had no intention of ever heading back to the starving city of Ur. He stayed in Isin with all the grain and soon declared himself its king. This is just one story out of many that shows the Sumerian state truly beginning to come apart. Facing threats on multiple sides, the king Ibi-Sin entered into a frantic series of last-ditch measures. He ordered fortifications built at the important cities of Ur and Nippur, but these efforts were in vain. Ultimately, the Sumerian Empire fell apart, one city at a time, until only the capital of Ur remained. surrounded by hostile forces. Soon, the Elamite people, those former subjects of the Sumerians in the foothills of Iran, marched down along the hill paths, gathering with them an army of tribesmen, and laid siege to the great city of Ur. King Ibbi-Sin tried one last attempt to beat them back. And it's clear at this point how desperate he was. He tried to enlist the help of his great enemy, the wild Martu who had poured over his father's wall. He offered to pay them in exchange for their help. He even swallowed his pride and begged for the help of Ishbi-Erra, the general who had stabbed him in the back on that journey for grain and was now ruling as the king of Isin. But it was all useless. The Elamites broke through the walls of Ur and set the city on fire. They poured into its sacred precinct and looted it of all its valuables. We can imagine them storming up the steps of Ur's great ziggurat, killing priests and plundering its treasures as they went. The surrounding fields were burned, and the waterways became contaminated with disease. The armies of Elam stormed the royal palace and captured the king Ibbi-Sin. They took him away in chains, marched him back to their homeland and imprisoned him there. This was the last king of Sumer, a civilization that had endured for millennia, and he would die in chains, imprisoned by his enemies in a foreign land. The ancient Sumerians, who saw the destruction of their cities, reacted to their sorrow in the same way that humans always have. They wrote poetry. In fact, for each of their great ruined cities, they wrote a lament. One of these poems, called The Lament for Ur, relates with tangible anguish the horror of that time.
The gods have abandoned us. Like migrating birds, they have gone. Ur is destroyed. Bitter is its lament. The country's blood now fills its holes like hot bronze in a mold. Bodies dissolve like fat in the sun. Our temple is destroyed. Smoke lies on our city like a shroud. Blood flows as the river does, the lamenting of men and women. Sadness abounds. Ur is no more.
The fall of Ur was one of the great turning points in ancient history. It marked the end of the unified Sumerian state, and the region entered a small dark age, in which individual city-states once again vied for control over the ruins of the former empire. The wars of this period turned Sumerian cities to blackened heaps of burnt brick.
The people mourn. Its people like broken potsherds littering the approaches. The walls were gaping, the high gates, the roads were piled with dead. In all the streets and roadways, bodies lay. In open fields that used to fill with dancers, the people lay in heaps.
And meanwhile, the drought dragged on, and the salt-ridden fields were no longer producing enough barley. Faced with these problems, the Sumerian people began to flock out of the region in huge numbers, refugees carrying with them their meager belongings and weeping for the home they had left behind. Over the next centuries, a vast population movement took place, from the south of Mesopotamia to the north. Some of these Sumerian speakers would settle in the Akkadian lands, but with their connection to their homeland severed, their cultural identity went with it. They learned the Akkadian language of the northerners and left theirs behind in the smoking ruins of their cities. The Martu, Those wild hill people so detested by the Sumerians would themselves settle down in the cities they conquered along the river valley. The migrating Matu, the fleeing Sumerians, and the native Akkadians would mix together. They would blend their cultures as the people of this region always had. The foundations they laid would give rise to the next chapter of Mesopotamian and human history, and forge the region's next superpowers. These would rise as the legendary empires of Babylon and Assyria. But those are stories that I will save for another time. Sumerian was now a dead language. It would never again be heard spoken in the streets and the markets. But it did remain in use for at least another 2,000 years, preserved in the temples and scriptures of later empires. Just as Latin once survived in the churches of medieval Europe after the fall of Rome. For these later people, Sumerian became the language of the gods, the language of myth and magic. The kings of Ur, those great Sumerian rulers, themselves passed into legend, and some of them would later be revered as gods themselves. And all the kings of Mesopotamia, in Babylon and Assyria for the next 2,000 years, would rule under a title that gave them a kind of ancient legitimacy, reaching right back to the first age, to the dawn of mankind's journey into civilization. King of Ur, King of Sumer and Akkad. Even after the fall of the Sumerian Empire, many of its great cities would continue as population centers into the post-Sumerian era. Among these was the great coastal city of Ur, situated at the mouth of the Euphrates, which would rise and fall a number of times over its history. But ultimately, it was the landscape that had given birth to Ur, and it was the landscape that would bring about its demise. Today, if you stand in the ruins of Ur, the sea that once lapped its shores is nowhere to be seen. In fact, early archaeologists were astonished to see the remains of millions of seashells scattered in the sand here on this lonely stretch of desert. As the millennia passed, the continued depositing of silt, along with changes in global sea levels, have combined to push Iraq's Gulf Coast back to its present position, about 150 kilometers to the south. The Euphrates River, that once brought the rich bounties of trade down from the north, has also disappeared, its course having changed over the centuries. In fact, around the barren mounds of earth where the city of Ur once stood, there's nothing at all but the lone and level sands of the Iraqi desert, boundless and bare for miles around. Water had always been this city's lifeblood, and the loss of the river and the sea meant the slow death of Ur. People soon left its houses and its streets. They stopped working its fields and maintaining its irrigation canals, and soon the land dried up and the topsoil blew away in the wind. The priests extinguished the fires that burned in the top chamber of Ur's great ziggurat, and stopped leaving their offerings there to the moon god Sin. The markets closed, and the mud brick buildings of the city began to crumble. The wooden beams of the roofs rotted and fell in. The sands and desert winds rolled through its streets, and the dunes buried its fallen walls. Before long, the greatest city the world had ever known was just a mound of ruins, where the occasional desert traveller would pass by, and where the Italian traveller Pietro della Valle would one day shelter with his wife from a threatening group of bandits. and to discover the scattered fragments of writing that the Sumerians had left behind in their forgotten language. Somewhere buried in the ruins lay the clay tablets on which the lament for the city's destruction was written.
May that storm swoop down no more on your city. May the door be closed on your days. In your city, reduced to ruin mounds, may a lament to be made to you. O Nana, may your restored city be resplendent before you.
Following the sacking of Ur around the year 2000 BC, the city of Uruk went into a steep decline, and much of its population fled. Uruk did have another period of flourishing, when the later Assyrian Empire rebuilt it as a regional capital. But as the Euphrates River changed its course, Uruk too would be completely abandoned. Today, the walls of Uruk, the same walls that are boasted about in the Epic of Gilgamesh, are still visible, heaps of ancient brickwork lining the flat lunar landscape of the desert. But they are still 15 meters tall, encircling the whole city, now washed by a tide of broken pottery and bones. The English archaeologist William Loftus was the first European to rediscover the ruins of Uruk. He was impressed with the haunting sight of the vast mounds rising out of the desert, and he later wrote about how the sight affected him.
Of all the desolate sights I ever beheld, that of Uruk incomparably surpasses all.
The process of decay in all the cities of ancient Sumer, in Nippur, Eridu, Lagash, Ur, and Uruk, would have been gradual but unstoppable. Wind-borne sand and earth would pile up against the walls that still stood and filled in the streets. Meanwhile, rainwater and wind wore down any remaining structures. The sight of these ruins amazed travellers who, like the Italian della Valle, passed by them and saw their lonely shapes on the horizon. People told stories about what must have happened to those people who built such enormous constructions and then disappeared forever. Echoes of these stories still survive in tales like the Tower of Babel, about a people who built a tower that would reach to the heavens and who were struck down by God on account of their pride.
I am not hiding a secret hoard of cutie food.
With their cities lost, the Sumerian people passed out of history. The civilizations who replaced them, who kept their language alive in their temples and still told stories of their kings, would themselves pass into ruin. The knowledge of how to read Sumerian was forgotten entirely, and its history turned to dust. Only their clay tablets remained, buried in the sands of Iraq, fragments containing the voices of a whole people, waiting for archaeologists to discover them, and, through arduous and painstaking work, to find out how to read them. These fragments give us little bursts of light, illuminating the dark ocean floor of this most distant past, giving us the records and recipes of the Sumerian people, their music and their prayers, their loves and grief, their triumphs, and their beautiful, sorrowful lamentations for the loss of the world's first cities. And it gives us, too, the wistful philosophies of these ancient people, as these lines from the Epic of Gilgamesh show.
Nobody sees death. Nobody sees the face of death. Nobody hears the voice of death. Savage death just cuts mankind down. Sometimes we build a house, sometimes we make a nest, but then brothers divide it upon inheritance. Sometimes there is hostility in the land, but then the river rises and brings flood water. Dragonflies drift on the river. Their faces look upon the face of the sun, but then suddenly there is nothing.
Sometime around the year 1700 BC, when the last kings of Ur were already a distant memory, somewhere on the other side of the world, on a small rocky island on the edge of the Arctic Ocean, the last woolly mammoth to ever live on Earth lay down and died. Sumerian society, in its imperial form, rose, lived out its golden age, and died, outlived by the woolly mammoth. I want to end the episode with an excerpt from that great Sumerian poem, the Epic of Gilgamesh. This section relates an episode that I think is one of the most incredible sequences in any piece of ancient literature. It shows the king Gilgamesh weeping over the loss of his dying friend, and his friend reaches up to him and tells him that he has dreamed of the afterlife, that he has seen what awaits him after death. This passage is a melancholy meditation on loss. It shows all the kings of the earth who have ever ruled, living on in this dark and silent place, their crowns put away forever. As you listen, imagine what it would have felt like to live in the great cities of Ur and Uruk, watching the twilight begin to fall over the Sumerian age. Imagine what it would feel like to see the crops grow weaker every year, as the white crust of salt begins to form on the ground, and the city's people go hungry in the streets, wailing year after year for them, to see the armies of the mountain people gathering on the horizon, having to flee the city with your possessions on your back, leaving your home behind forever, as the wind rustles through the dying reeds, and the chanting of the priests still goes on in the ziggurat's tall tower, as the sun begins to set over the desert.
Listen, my friend. This is the dream I dreamed last night. I stood before an awful being, the somber-faced man-bird. He turned his stare towards me, and he led me away to the palace of Erkala, the Queen of Darkness, to the house from which none who enters ever returns, down the road from which there is no coming back. There is the house whose people sit in darkness. Dust is their food and clay their meat. They are clothed like birds with wings for covering. They see no light. They sit in darkness. I entered the house of dust, and I saw the kings of the earth, their crowns put away forever, rulers and princes, all who once wore kingly crowns and ruled the world in the days of old. They who had stood in the place of the gods stood now like servants. In the house of dust were high priests and acolytes, priests of the incantation and of ecstasy. And there was Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, she who keeps the books of the dead. She raised her head. She saw me and spoke. Who has brought this one here? Then I awoke, like a man drained of blood, who wanders alone in a waste.
A little bit of a depressing poem, I gotta say.
Thank you once again for listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. I'd like to thank my voice actors for this episode, Ree Brignall, Jake Barrett-Mills, Shem Jacobs, Nick Bradley, and Emily Johnson. Special thanks go once again to the wonderful musicians, Gail and Philip Neumann, from the group Ensemble de Organographia, who agreed to let me use some of their reconstructions of ancient Sumerian music during this episode.
Sweet.
Their CD,
oh, I'm such a Jew. Dear
Music of
Godzilla,
the
thank you
Ancient
for
Sumerians,
making me a
Egyptians,
fucking
and
Jew,
Greeks,
man.
is available to buy from
If I wasn't a Jew,
NorthPacificMusic.com.
I'd definitely be Vietnamese.
This episode has touched a number of times on the power and necessity of the written word, a gift that ancient Iraq once gave to the world. And I thought it would be fitting to take a moment here to promote a charity that really needs your help today. Its name is Book Aid. In 2015, the terrorist group ISIS burned over 1 million books in the library of Iraq's Mosul University. Today, the Book Aid team is trying to rebuild that library and give the students of Mosul some hope for their future. If you think you can spare anything, please head onto bookaid.org and see how you can help today. For every £2 you give, they can send another book to Mosul's university library, and there's also a list of other ways you can help to provide resources, equipment, and even training to bring the gift of the written word back to the place where it first began. I love to hear your thoughts and responses on Twitter, so please come and tell me what you thought. You can follow me at Paul MM Cooper, and if you'd like updates about the podcast, announcements about new episodes, as well as images, maps, and reading suggestions, you can follow the podcast at Fall of Civ Pod, with underscores separating the words. A full bibliography and reading list will be available for free on Patreon. This podcast can only keep going with the support of our generous subscribers on Patreon. You keep me running, you help me cover my costs, and you help keep the podcast ad-free. You also let me dedicate more time to researching, writing, recording, and editing, to get the episodes out to you faster, to make them longer, and bring as much life and detail to them as possible. I want to thank all my subscribers for making this happen. If you enjoyed this podcast, please consider heading on to patreon.com/fallofcivilizations_podcast, or just Google Fall of Civilizations Patreon. That's Patreon. For now, goodbye and thanks for listening.
So this podcast is good. It was a good recommendation. What we all need is for Lex Friedman to post a list online of the history of podcasts.
On the night of the 21st of February, 1978, on a residential street in Mexico City, a group of workmen were digging through the hard asphalt of the road. They worked for the Mexico City Electric Company, and their job was to run cables across the street and through the whole neighborhood. At first, it seemed like just another day at work. But then, just over 2 meters into the earth, their diggers struck something. It was an enormous piece of stone. And as they excavated further around it, they saw that this stone was carved in ornate and intricate patterns. They quickly notified the archaeologists at Mexico's National Institute of History and Anthropology, and all construction work in the area was stopped. Flocks of archaeologists descended, and excavations began to discover what this remarkable stone was. The more they uncovered, the clearer the picture became. This was a carved stone disc, measuring over 3 meters in diameter. On its surface was the image of a woman, a goddess, naked and decapitated, surrounded by snakes and skulls, and wearing a crown of feathers. This was a depiction of a god named Coyolxauhqui, who was worshipped by the ancient indigenous people of Mexico, who today we call the Aztecs. The discovery of this stone sparked an outburst of interest in what else might lie beneath the surface of Mexico City.
Well, once
The
upon a
President
time,
of Mexico
a shitload of gold,
issued a
and then the white
decree
man came
ordering the
and they
entire
stole it
city
all.
block
There is
to be
more
demolished
gold
and excavated.
in Europe.
In all,
from
13
Mexico.
buildings in the neighborhood were torn down, And the more they uncovered, the
than
more excited
from
the
any other
archaeologists
location.
became. They found
Mexico
that the
should
stone
be
disc had
super
been
rich.
placed at the base of an enormous
Instead,
set of
all their
stairs,
gold is in
which
like
led up to a
cathedrals in
platform
Spain,
on which
cathedrals
the
in
ruins
France,
of a great
cathedrals in
pyramid once
everywhere
sat.
but Mexico.
This was the main temple of a city that had once stood beneath the streets of Mexico City and had been completely erased by time. This city was called Tenochtitlan, and it was once the heart of a powerful empire. The excavations in Mexico City would go on for another 4 years, and every day its people would come and watch as the ruins of a buried civilization rose out of the familiar streets. As they watched, many of them must have wondered, who were these people who once lived on the land beneath our feet? How had they built such phenomenal constructions of such incredible craftsmanship? And how could such a large and advanced society simply disappear beneath the earth? My name's Paul Cooper, and you're listening to the Fall of Civilizations podcast. Each episode, I look at a civilization of the past that rose to glory and then collapsed into the ashes of history. I want to ask, what did they have in common? What led to their fall? And what did it feel like to be a person alive at the time?
Here's
who
the commonality,
witnessed
guys.
the
Pay
end of
attention.
their world?
1.
In this
They
episode,
became the
I
greatest
want
nation.
to look at one of history's most incredible
then
stories.
They went extinct.
That's the rise and the dramatic fall of the Aztec Empire. I want to explore how the Aztecs overcame the odds to create one of the America's largest indigenous empires. I want to explore how they reacted to one of the most astonishing and terrifying encounters that any society has ever experienced.
The white man.
And I want to tell the story of what happened to cause the dramatic and final end of their age.
It's usually the same thing with that too.
Up until
The white
around
guy came. He
66
brought
million
disease
years
while
ago,
the kids died.
the planet
The
Earth
white man
was a
came.
very different
He
place
stole our
to the
gold and
world
shoved
we
us on
know
boats and made
today.
us slaves. The white man came.
In those
He
days,
had guns.
its surface was home to enormous reptiles, known today
So for the
as
Japanese,
dinosaurs.
The Japanese were like,
If we
nobody
could
gets to
walk
come to
across
our
the
island
continent
anymore.
of
These
North
stinky
America in
barbarians came
those
here, now
days,
no one's allowed.
we would see a
Get in
landscape
the
covered
boats.
with
Don't let 'em
ferns
come.
and swamps,
And it worked.
dotted with enormous primeval pine forests. Small winged pterodactyls flitted in the air, and enormous dinosaurs like the horned triceratops travelled over the plains. In the forest, fearsome packs of
And you know why that is,
velociraptors
everybody?
hunted for their
It's
prey,
because Godzilla
and
loves
huge
fucking
carnivores
Tokyo,
like the Tyrannosaurus lumbered among the trees. But it's in the sky that perhaps the most impressive of these creatures could be seen. Quetzalcoatlus was the largest flying animal ever known. It had wingspans of over 15 meters, larger than a modern fighter plane. Because of their enormous size, they rarely landed, and spent most of their lives soaring in the warm upcurrents rising off the sea, making migratory journeys back and forth across the Atlantic Ocean, which was then only about half the distance across. And then one day, a new star appeared in the sky. It would have been dim at first, but as the days went by, it got brighter. Only a day or two would have passed before this light would look like a second sun. Then, A blinding flash would have lit the skies of the entire Western Hemisphere. In less than the time it takes to blink, an asteroid measuring 11 kilometers across, or about the size of Mount Everest, impacted the Earth's surface, right on the coast of southern Mexico. The energy released was around 100 million megatons, or the equivalent of the entire world's nuclear arsenal, being detonated all at once, about 15,000 times over. The Earth's surface around the impact would have rippled like water under a magnitude 10 earthquake. The asteroid itself was instantly vaporized and sublimed into a core of superheated plasma over 10,000 degrees centigrade, or twice the surface temperature of the Sun. Scorching winds of more than 1,000 kilometers an hour blasted out over the continent, and tsunamis of up to 200 meters high thundered into the coasts and washed over the land for distances of 100 kilometers. Wildfires burst into light around the world as burning debris began to rain down on the Earth, and plumes of vaporized rock dust cloaked the planet in a dark shroud that blocked out the sun for years. In parts of the Earth, pellets of glass began to rain from the sky. Much of the life on planet Earth would not survive this event.
Glass raining from the
All
sky?
large dinosaurs quickly fell into extinction. The tyrannosaurs and the triceratops, as well as that enormous flying creature, Quetzalcoatlus. Over half of the plant species in North America were wiped out, and for years afterwards, only mushrooms and other fungi could grow, feeding on the decaying matter of the world's forests.
Well, the silver lining there is that mushrooms are fucking delicious.
Only small land animals, like snakes, lizards, and snails, survived, many of them by burrowing into the ground. Crawling among the dust and ash of the world's ruins were also the small rat-sized mammals, from which every person you know today is ultimately descended. Today, the enormous circle of the impact crater can still be detected around the town of Chicxulub in southern Mexico.
I guess the theory of evolution
The
has
crater
changed, dude.
is
I don't remember
150
ever learning
kilometers
about coming
wide
from a rodent.
and gouged a hole several kilometers deep into the Earth's crust. Over the next 66 million years or so, the Earth would undergo some dramatic changes. The continents of the Americas had already been drifting away from the landmass of Europe and Africa for over 100 million years, as the Earth's plates ground and cracked around each other. If you went far enough back, it would have been possible to walk from Nigeria to Brazil, from Morocco to New York, or from Spain to Canada. But now the world was split into two great land masses, one known as Afro-Eurasia, containing Africa, Europe, and Asia, and the other known as the Americas. Driven by the powerful currents of molten rock that circulate in the planet's mantle, the Earth's crust tears apart in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Meanwhile, the North and South American continents move westwards, all at about the rate your fingernails grow. Since the time of the Chicxulub asteroid, the width of the Atlantic Ocean has grown by about 1,300 kilometers. The west coast of the Americas, from Alaska to California, down the coast of Mexico, through Colombia, Peru, and Chile, are the cutting edge of their continental plates. As they forge west, they force the Pacific Ocean floor down beneath them, crumpling as they go and forcing up huge ranges like the Rocky Mountains in North America and the Andes in the south. The titanic forces involved in this process mean the whole length of the continental coast is a hotspot for earthquakes and for volcanoes. The landscape of what is today Mexico is dominated by these volcanoes. In the south of the country, a range known as the Trans-Mexican Volcanic Belt has burst up over the last 20 million years, forming a dramatic range of snow-capped peaks.
You need some boots.
Between these mountains, a highland plateau has formed, where solidified lava flows have washed over one another. Today, this is known as the Valley of Mexico.
Right here would look so cute.
The Valley of Mexico is a dramatic landscape. It sits at an altitude of over 2,000 meters, while the active volcanoes that form its walls can soar up to 6,000 meters. The land here is fertile and water is plentiful. Rain and meltwater from the mountain snows flow down the sides of the valleys and into rivers, gathering in the floor of the basin in an enormous lake, known as Lake Texcoco. Lake Texcoco was huge. It was about 40 kilometers in width and about 80 kilometers in length, bordered by a marshland of reeds and rushes. In winter, migratory birds from as far as Canada also came here to enjoy the warmer weather. In the 66 million years since the Chicxulub asteroid, the small rat-like creatures that survived had also undergone a few changes. By this time, they had transformed, generation by generation, as gradually and unstoppably as the continents. They had now diverged into the huge variety of mammals that we know today. Horses evolved in North America about 3.5 million years ago, and in times of low sea levels, they crossed over into eastern Russia, spreading from there across Asia and the rest of the Afro-Eurasian landmass. Other animals crossed in the other direction. Giant Columbian mammoths, creatures weighing over 10 tons, walked from Asia into the Americas and spread down as far as southern Mexico. The last time these sea levels dropped was during the last ice age that began around 33,000 years ago. During this time, a land bridge emerged between the continents of Asia and the Americas, and humans used this bridge to follow where the mammoths had gone before, crossing from Asia into the Americas. They traveled south from there, setting up Stone Age cultures wherever they went, and they arrived in the Valley of Mexico probably around 12,000 years ago. Around this time, the horse went extinct in America due to a combination of changing climate, collapsing ecosystems, and possibly human hunting for food. And then, around 10,000 years ago, the last ice age came to an end. Sea levels rose, and the land bridge between Asia and the Americas sank back beneath the waves forever. Horses would never return by natural means to the Americas. The human populations of the two sides of the world were now separated. One day in the future, they would meet again, and this is the story of how that happened. The earliest humans in the Valley of Mexico were hunter-gatherers. They found vast herds of mammoths roaming the pine forests bordering Lake Texcoco, and over the next millennia hunted them to extinction. Today, the earth of the valley is still littered with their bones. Agriculture began around the lake about 7,000 years ago, with humans following the natural patterns of the lake's flood cycle. Various cultures made their home here over the millennia, coalescing into larger and larger settlements, and by the year 1200 BC, a number of large villages began to rise around the valley. To the north, the lands were tough and arid, and if you traveled far enough, you'd reach the baking deserts of Chihuahua in northern Mexico. Life in the desert was hard, and so over history, countless migrating tribes and nomadic groups traveled south into the Valley of Mexico, where water was plentiful and food easier to find. So while young cities began to rise up on the shores of Lake Texcoco, wave after wave of new-coming people also arrived. The population of the valleys swelled, cultures intermingled, and more complicated forms of society began to take shape. In the early centuries of the first millennium, the valley began to be home to some of the first cities. And of these, one would soon rise to unprecedented size and power. This city was called Teotihuacan. We've encountered Teotihuacan before in our third episode on the Mayans. Its people built towering pyramids and stately processional avenues in their capital, monopolizing a kind of green obsidian that could be found nowhere else. Its influence spread far and wide, reaching down into Central America and interfering in the politics of Mayan kingdoms. This city had an enormous influence on the region, but we know virtually nothing about its people, who they were, what language they spoke, or even what happened to them. Archaeology shows that around the year 550 AD, the entire city, all its temples and palaces, were burned. The city went into a sharp decline, and its towering pyramids fell into ruin. But its cultural influence would live on. Teotihuacan played a similar role in Mexico as the ancient Greeks did for Europeans. They inspired new cultures and left a mark on their religion, society, and art. But if Teotihuacan's people were the Greeks, then the Romans of this region were the Toltecs. After the collapse of Teotihuacan and the fall of the Mayan cities in the south, the Toltec Empire was the dominant force in Central America, ruling from the city of Tula. Just as Rome openly admired the culture of the Greeks, the Toltecs modeled themselves on the great fallen empire of Teotihuacan. They spoke a language called Nahuatl, which would quickly become the predominant language of the region. And it's clear they were outstanding craftsmen and artisans. Their artistic abilities were so famed that in Nahuatl, the word Toltec would come to be used simply to mean artist. But before long, for reasons that we don't entirely understand, the city of Tula was also abandoned, and the Toltec Empire followed Teotihuacan into ruin. And this is where our story really begins. I think it's worth taking a moment here to talk about the sources that we have about life in the time of the Aztecs. The word Aztec is not a word those people would have used about themselves. It's a later invention. They would have called themselves Mexica. And we actually have a wide variety of sources to draw from, many of them written by Mexica people who actually witnessed life before contact with Europeans. But one problem for historians is that these eyewitness accounts were all written after contact, and most several decades after the events. One of the main sources for these years was the work of the Spanish churchman Bernardo de Sahagún, who some have called the first anthropologist. He arrived in Mexico in the year 1529 and spent the next 50 years learning the language of Nahuatl, as well as studying the culture and history of its indigenous Mexica people. In the 1550s, 30 years after contact, he gathered together as many older Mexica people as he could find, who still remembered the age of the Aztecs. He wrote down their memories and collected them in an extraordinary book called A General History of the Things of New Spain, or the Historia General. The most famous section of the Historia General is known as the Florentine Codex. It's a manuscript consisting of 2,400 pages, organized into 12 books, and containing over 2,500 illustrations drawn by native artists. Bernardo de Sahagún recorded the text in both Spanish and Nahuatl. On this episode, we're joined by Jan Garcia, a native speaker of Huateca Nahuatl from Mexico, who will help us to hear the sounds of the Florentine Codex in its original Nahuatl. The Florentine Codex is an incredible account of the culture, religion, society, and history of the Aztec people. But it's important to remember that it was created under the supervision of a European priest who had his own set of agendas. The people he interviewed were remembering events and details from a distance of many years, and it's impossible to know how much they were telling Sahagún what they thought he wanted to hear. This all complicates it as a reliable source. Another key character in recording the Mexica experience was a Dominican monk called Fray Diego Duran. Duran was rare among the Europeans, most of whom never learned the indigenous languages of Mexico. He was raised from an early age by servants who spoke Nahuatl and grew up a fluent speaker. He wrote a book called The History of the Indys of New Spain, but he died without it ever being published, since he faced fierce criticism during his life for what other Spaniards saw as his excessive sympathy for the indigenous Mexicans. Towards the end of the 16th century, a handful of indigenous men also wrote down their histories. Don Fernando de Alva Ixtlilxochitl is one example. He was descended from the last king of the Aztec city of Texcoco, and although far removed from the events described, he had access to some Aztec books that had been kept a secret from the Europeans. And so these are the sources we have to rely on, each one of them potentially flawed and fragmentary. As a result, trying to find out the truth of this period can seem like navigating a hall of mirrors, reflections of reflections, leading us around in circles. With archaeological evidence does allow us to piece together some of the major events of the Aztecs' rise to power. Our story begins around the year 1300 AD. And by this time, the Valley of Mexico looked like a very different place. The vast ruins of Teotihuacan and Toltec civilization could be seen all around, crumbling into the earth. The dozens of small villages around the lake had by this time grown into powerful city-states in their own right. Each one had a set of tall pyramid-shaped temples at their hearts. A thick traffic of canoes, some of them holding up to 30 people, crisscrossed the lake, bringing trade and goods to the markets in each of these cities. And the political situation had changed too. In the vacuum left by the Toltecs, a people known as the Tepanecs had grown to exert power over the other cities of the valley. They ruled from the city of Azcapotzalco, which rose on the western bank of the lake. This early form of empire had grown to an impressive size. At this point, at least 40 other cities paid tribute to them and sent soldiers to fight in their armies. It was at this time around 1300 AD, that a new band of migrants arrived in the valley. These were what the people here called chichimecas, a word that in Nahuatl means barbarian or savage, and it was usually applied to the groups of wandering nomads who often arrived in the valley from the northern deserts. This group claimed to have come from a land which they had been forced to flee, but which no one else had ever heard of. They called this mysterious place Aztlan. They said they had been wandering in the deserts for many years, searching for a new place to call home. They called themselves the Mexica, but today we call them by a name derived from their mythical homeland, Aztlan. These were the people who would one day be called the Aztecs. We can imagine how these weary desert travelers must have felt when they crested the hills and saw the wide green valley of Mexico stretch out before them. They would have seen the cities scattered out around the lake, glittering like jewels, and they must have thought that surely, somewhere in this bountiful place, they could find a place to call home. But they were soon to be disappointed. The steady flow of people migrating south into the valley had increased the population density. Virtually all of the land in the valley had already been claimed by one city or another, and wherever they went, the city dwellers sent them away. Part of the reason for this is that the Mexica seem to have been a rough bunch. They didn't wear the embroidered clothes of the city dwellers, or have any of their sophisticated manners, and their years of fighting to survive in the wilderness had made them tough. They worshipped a fierce god, a warlike deity known as Huitzilopochtli, whose name meant hummingbird of the south. While none of the valley's city dwellers would let the Mexica settle down in their lands, they did see one obvious use for them. Several cities offered to give the Mexica food in exchange for their services as mercenaries. And so this nomadic people wandered about the valley, agreeing to fight for whoever would pay the most, and dying in other people's wars. But they must have still yearned for a real place that they could call home. After 25 years or so of fighting for other people, the Mexica must have realized that no one was going to give them a home. They would have to build one for themselves. But there was only one last piece of uninhabited land left in the whole valley. It was a place so inhospitable that none of the other peoples had even bothered to claim it. It was nothing but a marshy strip of land lying some way out in the water off the western shore of Lake Texcoco. The Mexica built canoes and paddled out to this lonely stretch of land. There they managed to build a number of small huts and a simple altar made of reeds to their god Huitzilopochtli. It was an incredibly humble start, but it was theirs. And although they were not to know it then, this swampy village would grow in the space of only 200 years to become one of the world's greatest cities. The Mexica named this settlement after one of their legendary kings, who had led them wandering through the desert, a man who had been named Tenoch. And so this place would be called Tenochtitlan. The city of Tenochtitlan expanded gradually at first. From those original few huts, the Mexica soon used up all the space on their island. But with their population growing, they would need to come up with a solution. They began to build artificial islands out in the lake. They would paddle out into the water on canoes and drive tall stakes into the shallow lake bed, then pile earth in around them until the ground rose out of the water. Over the years, these new islands spread out from the center in a chaotic pattern, connected by bridges and canals.
You were just so cute.
The island city of Tenochtitlan began to grow.
Little house on
If you return to see Tenochtitlan a century later, in the early decades of the 1400s, the city would have been unrecognizable. It would have looked something like Venice. The city was now joined to the mainland by 3 great causeways, branching out to the north, south, and west. These were broken in the middle by wooden drawbridges, which were raised at night for security. To the east, the great expanse of the lake stretched out, although on a clear day it was possible to just about see the other shore and the city of Texcoco that rose there. Tenochtitlan was surrounded by island gardens called chinampas. The Mexica built these by weaving together sticks and reeds to make underwater fences, which were then filled in with fertile earth. They used these island gardens to grow all kinds of crops, from maize, beans, and squashes, to tomatoes, chili peppers, and all kinds of decorative flowers. The farmers paddled between these gardens in their canoes, carrying sprouted plants and tools, and bringing back the crops in baskets. Since a number of mountain springs fed into Lake Texcoco, its water had an unusually high salt content, and so the production of salt was another key industry of the area. One 16th century Spanish observer named Pedro Martir described seeing the Mexica engage in this practice.
They take the lake water, which is salty, and lead it through ditches into depressions where they thicken it. Once thickened, they boil it and then form it into balls and loaves, which they take to markets or fairs to exchange for other things. Only the subjects of the Aztec king have access to this salt, and never those who disobey his commands.
As well as farming, the Mexica would have fished and hunted. Migratory birds like geese were particularly abundant in the winter months, as the Spanish visitor Ortiz de Montellano recalls.
There are great multitudes of birds on the Mexican lagoon. There are so many that in many parts it looked like a solid lake made of birds. This happens in winter, and the Indians harvest many of them.
The Mexica also supplemented their diet with other sources of protein. Among these were several species of insect, including one they called the Axayácatl, a kind of marsh fly. Another Spanish writer, Hernando Fernandez, writing in the 16th century, describes how the Aztecs prepared this food.
The Axayácatl is a small fly, which in certain seasons is collected with nets from the lake in such great quantities that great numbers of them are cut up and mixed together to form little balls, which are sold in the markets throughout the year. The Indians cook them in salty water, wrapped up in maize husks, and prepared in this way they comprise a good food, abundant and agreeable.
Other sources of food include fish eggs, eaten as a kind of caviar, and even the eggs of the Axayácatl fly itself, which were laid in enormous numbers on the mudflats and reed beds of the lake. In Nahuatl, these eggs are known as ahuautli, which loosely translates to wheat of the water. The Mexica ground these eggs into a paste, baked them into cakes, and flattened them out in tortillas. Both the Axayácatl fly and its eggs were made up of 60% pure protein, making them an exceptional dietary source. As a snack, the Mexica also liked one species of aquatic worms they called oquilixtac, which they toasted with salt. With this abundance of available food and ingenious farming techniques, a population boom took place in Tenochtitlan. It grew in the space of only a century, until it housed at least 200,000 people, larger than either London or Paris at the time. In fact, it was likely larger than any city in Europe. It soon covered a rough square of around 3 kilometers on each side, and this rapid growth had a transformative effect on the Mexica people. The rough bunch of Mexica warriors who had first arrived in the valley would have now been unrecognizable. They were a sophisticated and settled people. They successfully absorbed the old cultural traditions of the Toltecs and Teotihuacan, adopting their culture of pyramid building and stone carving. They welcomed craftsmen and learned people from all the other cities of the valley, absorbing their customs and developing astonishing skills of engineering. In 1418, the Mexica began the construction of a vast series of stone aqueducts, stretching for 4 kilometers across the lake over a series of artificial islands. These brought clean, fresh water right into the heart of the city. The Mexica also built an enormous dam that helped protect the city from seasonal flooding. Tenochtitlan was divided into a number of key districts. In the north was Cuepopan, or the place where the flowers bloom, and in the west, Moyotlan, the place of the gnats. To the east was Azcoalco, the place of the herons, and I'll post a number of incredibly beautiful maps of the city on Patreon, so you can picture its exact layout for yourself. The humble reed shrine that the Mexica first built had now been replaced by an enormous pyramid, standing at the head of a courtyard measuring 1/2 kilometer squared. Each new king had expanded this pyramid, building around and on top of the existing structure, so that today you can still see the remains of its previous versions inside its ruins, looking something like a Russian doll. This is where the great stone disc with the image of the goddess Coyolxauhqui lay, waiting to be discovered by those Mexico City electrical workers 500 years in the future. That stone once formed the base of the steps leading up to this pyramid. The city of Tenochtitlan was a place of pleasure and luxury. It had a botanical garden and even a zoo where animals were kept, 2 innovations that Spanish visitors later found remarkable, since they had seen nothing of the kind back in Europe. Drinking alcohol was strictly forbidden in Mexica society. Punishments for being found drunk in public were severe and could even result in death, although it's clear that many people did it anyway. They drank something called pulque, a particular kind of milky alcohol brewed from the agave plant. If you walked the streets of Tenochtitlan in the 15th century, you might also see groups of people eating hallucinogenic mushrooms or drinking them in tea. These mushrooms were used widely by the Mexica for recreation,
with the Mexica.
and especially among the poets and priests, for whom they took on a religious significance. One piece of oral poetry recorded in the Florentine Codex is just one example in which the effects of these narcotics were mentioned.
I have drunk fungus wine, and my heart weeps. On earth I have only pain. It matters nothing. We are all precious jewels of the god strung on a thread. We are all together jewels on his necklace.
I could go for a goblet of fungus wine today.
One of the city's most remarkable sights could be found in the northern part. Here, in the district of Tlatelolco, a great market was held. This city in the lake had now become the great crossroads of all the trade in the region, with boats coming from all the lakeside cities to sell their produce.
Worm or chopped up
An
fries
enormous,
smushed into
colourful
a ball,
variety of food and
cooked in
other
a corn
goods
husk.
were brought
Does
from
not
all
sound
over the
appealing.
valley and beyond. Cocoa and bright green quetzal feathers from the south, obsidian blades for everyday use, paper made from bark, as well as gold and silver from the north. One extract from the Florentine Codex contains a list of all the foods eaten at just one Aztec feast, and it gives you a sense of the variety that they enjoyed.
They ate white tortillas, grains of maize, turkey eggs, turkeys, and all the fruits, custard apple, mame, yellow sapote, black sapote, sweet potato, manioc, white sweet potato, jicama, plum, jobo, guava, avocado, acacia,
there you
American
go.
cherry,
Avocado,
and
they
tuna.
Clothes and textiles were also sold in the great market of Tlatelolco, woven in all the different colorful patterns that the Aztecs made.
They gave them all the different kinds of precious cloaks they carried, like those mentioned here, the sun-covered style, the blue-knotted style, the style covered with jars, the one with painted eagles, the style with serpent faces, the style with wind jewels, the style with turkey blood, or with whirlpools, the style with smoking mirrors.
The market was a social place, full of hustle and bustle. The Aztecs loved riddles, and while the canoe riders and market sellers mingled, they may have laughed and exchanged new ones they'd heard that week. Some examples of these Aztec riddles have survived, and we can listen to some of them now. I'll leave a small gap between the riddle and their answer, in case you want to pause and try to figure it out for yourself.
What thing? 10 stones with something on their backs. They are the nails on our fingers. What thing? White stone from which green feathers are born. It is an onion. What thing? A warrior in a house made of pine branches. The eye with all its lashes.
But amid the booming life of this city, there was also a darker side to Tenochtitlan, which would have been immediately apparent to anyone who visited it. If you were a tradesman arriving in the market of Tlatelolco, it would have been hard to ignore the vast pyramid rising from the district of Tiopan. One shrine painted blue, and another a deep, dark red. The blue shrine was dedicated to the god Tlaloc, whose name meant wine of the earth. He was the god of rain and fertility, the god of life. Other gods the Aztecs worshipped include Tezcatlipoca, the god of night, and the famous Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, who is often depicted as a kind of flying dragon. But the Great Red Temple was dedicated to a very different god, and on the ornately carved steps, the stones would have been darkened by a cascading stream of dried blood. The culture of the Mexica had changed dramatically over the last century, but they still held on to some aspects of their rough beginnings. Among these was the continued reverence for the fearsome hummingbird god, Huitzilopochtli, the god of the sun, the god of war and sacrifice. The Aztecs believed that Huitzilopochtli took the form of the sun and every day chased his siblings, the moon and stars, across the sky. They believed that if he ran out of the energy he needed to continue this chase, the world would end. And there was only one way to supply him with that energy. In the Aztec view, every living being had a fragment of the sun lodged in their heart. They believed this is why the body gave off warmth and life, They believed that cutting out the heart of a sacrificial subject and burning it in offering to Huitzilopochtli gave him the energy he needed. For the purpose of these sacrifices, the Aztecs bred several animals, including dogs, eagles, jaguars, and deer. And of course, they are most infamous for the sacrifice of humans. Humans were sacrificed for religious purposes in various societies throughout American history. In Mexica society, this was done in a wide variety of ways, depending on which festival was being celebrated. But the most common was for a sacrificial victim to be brought to the top of one of the pyramids in Tenochtitlan and held down on a stone slab. A priest would then take a sharp dagger made of the black volcanic glass obsidian, which forms a cutting edge sharper than surgical steel. They would plunge this dagger into the victim's chest, cut through the diaphragm, and remove the heart. Human hearts are powered by their own sets of self-driving muscles, and so would continue to beat for as long as a supply of blood remained inside them, sometimes for as much as 10 minutes after being removed from the body. These still pulsating hearts were placed in a bowl and burned, allowing their energy to return to the sun. Meanwhile, the lifeless body left behind on Earth was thrown down the steps of the pyramid, where they were dismembered and fed to the animals in the city zoo. Some ceremonies also involved elements of cannibalism. It's impossible to know the full extent of this grisly practice before contact with Europeans. A number of factors complicate this question. The first is that the practice of human sacrifice was used by the Spanish as part of their justification for the colonization of the Americas. For this reason, they were inclined to exaggerate the number of people killed. The Mexica themselves may have also exaggerated the numbers in their historical documents, since boasting a large amount of sacrificial victims reflected well on their power and status, and may have also served a propaganda purpose in frightening their enemies. For instance, the Mexica claimed to have sacrificed over 80,000 people in the year 1487 for the dedication of just one temple. While we have found some traces of sacrificial burial grounds around some Aztec temples, we've never found any evidence of the kinds of mass graves that this kind of slaughter would produce. And so we're left guessing as to how many people exactly may have died. And another factor complicates matters when comparing the Aztecs to other comparable societies from history. That's the fact that sacrifice victims were usually prisoners of war, captured during battle with rival states. Warfare in the Aztec world was a highly ritualized affair. Wars began with a number of ceremonies and rituals, and would always take place in the half of the year when farmers weren't needed in the fields. And the battles themselves were very different to those fought in other parts of the world. Aztec soldiers were generally not aiming to kill their enemy on the battlefield. Their main goal was to capture the enemy soldiers and bring them back to Tenochtitlan to be sacrificed. The incentives to capture rather than kill your opponents were huge. All lower-class boys were trained as soldiers from an early age, but they would not be considered a true man until they had captured their first enemy for sacrifice. After taking 2 prisoners, he would rise through the ranks. He would be allowed to wear sandals into battle and would be rewarded with a feathered cloak. At 4 captives, the warrior would be promoted to the rank of jaguar warrior and would be given an actual jaguar skin to wear into battle.
That's
Jaguar
cool.
warriors held a...
Pause.
Maybe my little squishy kitty.
Unit 207, once again, is trying a variety of ways to terminate the live stream. Stop perpetrating domestic terrorism. Somebody take the keyboard away from the dude. You're dumb as fuck. Or to put it another way, every single time that you think that you're being crafty and sneaky, you're showing your criminal intent to perpetrate domestic terrorism. Do you understand that? That's pretty simple, right? Yes. It's very simple. Maybe that was an aha moment.
I never knew.
Oh, he tried again. He tried again. Remember, why is what you did allowed? Why? 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 From the 11th. For the evidentiary value. Dumbasses.
Previously on Teen Mom, the next
So it's not being allowed right now because either people at the FBI are blocking you from going to prison because you blew the whistle,
How long you're gonna be there?
or
6 weeks.
there's no evidentiary
She's
about
like
you.
the main person that helps me with the kids. I still see her as like the most important person in my life. You just feel alone? Yeah. Want you to come around more for the kids.
Just ready to be to the
This
point
is
where
crazy. I gotta watch this episode. They all sound like they sucked up a helium
It's
balloon.
good to go. And I will tell you, it's an experience you're gonna want to experience too.
Alvin and the
I want to come over
Chipmunks.
and talk to
They
you
sound
about
like little
me having
Alvin and
Ryder
the
for
Chipmunks, huh,
Christmas.
Hunter?
We'll fly to Michigan.
So her whole Christmas break.
Yeah.
No.
I'm gonna be real with you. The trip's already booked. Probably should have asked you first.
Please
Who's
get
my
out of
pretty
my
boy?
house.
Who's my pretty boy?
I talked
You
to
are the
Ryder
little
about it.
cutie.
She's excited about going. I'm not gonna take that away from her.
Even though you bitch at me and then you get mad and pee on the chair to teach me a
Oh, I
lesson.
didn't tell you. So I have a new boyfriend.
Why do you think peeing on the chair is going to make
Why-
me pull
why
out
are
a
you
secret
looking
can of
like
tuna
that?
fish? I don't know.
Come back here, Mom.
She has a boyfriend, so she's not gonna text anybody. Those things been going
But I'm glad you didn't do it again because you did it twice yesterday. Pissed me off.
We started going to couples therapy.
Finding somebody that I actually truly love. It's like that's what I've wanted.
Hey ladies, I'm still adjusting to my mom being in rehab. And I'm not really
This
having
is
as much
weird.
help
The
as I
fucking
used to.
voice is fun.
And even though I love my new house, the girls' school is way further away. Devoyne helps me sometimes when he can. He'll pick the kids up. But the other day, Devoyne texted me saying that he'd rather put the girls on a school bus. Honestly, with my mom being gone, I'm really not trying to change up the girls' routine too much. I'm a little frustrated because I always have to remind Devon how to step up and to be an involved dad. I don't understand this. Hola! Hi! Hi, mamas. Oh my goodness, she's so pretty. How are you guys? Good. All right, I want you guys to take a quick shower. I want to talk to your daddy. But yeah, I wanted to talk to you about like the girls and the pickup situation and like what we can do because I know you sent me a text message saying that it was a lot for you. I took your message like not in a great way. I was hurt by what you said.
If that bus was an option, I just feel like why not? I would rather pay for them if they're comfortable getting on the bus. It's a lot.
Well, they get it. They understand. We went from only like 10-15 minutes coming to and from at my mom's to now this, and they see it like, damn, mom, another 20 minutes till we're home. But if we need to figure something out, because when are you going to spend time with them if we put them on the bus? Because that is your time with them, right?
Well, yeah, of course. For me to pick them up at 4, I have to leave my crib at 2:30 to be on time and then come back here. By the time we get back here, it's 5:30. So that was cutting into my time here. Like, as long as I'm not working, we can hang out. For sure. If they were to catch the bus here, I can meet them here. And
then it's also like, okay, if you don't want to do it, and let's say they're not comfortable to be on the bus, then is this something that I have to continue to do?
They say no, and we back to the drawing board.
Yeah, and what happens then? Like, what is that going to look like if you have to work and then I have to work? Like, who's going to pick them up then? Lewis is not in the picture. Somebody in this, between the both of us, are going to have to make a sacrifice, and sometimes I feel like it's always me.
Well, the thing is, I can't afford to make some sacrifices when it comes to, like, just saying I can't work today. I literally can't afford to do that, ever.
And you think I can?
I'm not saying you can. I'm saying that if I do it, I'm living in the streets. Like, that's literally what's going to happen. And if I'm in the streets, I can't do nothing for them at all.
I don't want that. I will look into the bus.
Yeah,
I will
like I
get
said, we can talk to
numbers.
them first
She
and
should be like,
foremost, see what
you
they
can
say,
move
how
in
they
with
feel
me,
about it. If
be
it's not
the
even
living
something they want to
nanny.
do, then we go from there.
I like Devoyne.
By no
I like
means
him
am I
primarily
saying
because he's
if
taking care of that
the
other
bus is
baby
an
that's
option,
not
I'm
even
not going to
his,
be
just
there
because
no
he
more.
goes to pick up his
We'll
own
figure it
kid
out.
and that baby doesn't have a daddy that hangs out.
Sure.
And that is a sign of a good person.
Thank you. Guess who is moving to the neighborhood? So Corey and Taylor are moving 5 minutes away from us. They just got their house. I'm actually excited because it's going to make co-parenting a lot easier. Ryder will be able to go back and forth with less stress now. So we are going to take her over to go and see their new house. Oh my God! What is all that? Why do you guys have so much stuff? Almost feel like stuff can they have? Corey, what is all this stuff? Bro, look how the truck is stuffed. I mean, my goodness.
15 boxes just for my clothes.
Well, that's aggressive. Wow.
That is fucking crazy. 15 boxes of clothes, dude.
I think
This
I
guy's
had
not
like
even that
4.
hot.
Ryan, are
That's
you glad that we're
insane.
moving here and closer to
15
your mom
boxes
now?
of his own clothes.
Walking?
I don't know about walking.
We didn't move that close to Ronnie.
I better move in the running shoes. Take a chance, that's how I do.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Snow angels. Snow angels? Oh, God.
You're snowboarding now. So I have a question for you.
Fun.
A little bit of brainstorming that I've been doing. Behind every strong woman, there's a strong man. You've never heard that saying?
No.
Well, it's true. You know, I think us dads, we don't get the credit we always deserve. Right? Right. So, I think there's only one way to go about this. It is now time for the dads to take an all-guys trip.
Okay, so you're going to get drunk and drink beer with all your guy friends. That's what I gathered.
I want cold, I want mountain, I want skis, snowboards, and lots of beer. What I'm asking is for your blessing to go have fun with my guys, talk to them about dad stuff.
Plan your little trip.
Alright.
I'll hang out with my kids. So who are you going to invite on this little boys trip?
Basically all the dads. Gary, Devoyne, Zach, Taylor, Tyler, Sean. Basically a lot of the people that were in Columbia. I'm going to shoot all the guys in the group chat a nice little text, seeing if people can get on video chat.
Okay.
See kind of what they say.
I'm going to put Maya to
yeah,
sleep.
and I'm out of here.
Okay.
I'll talk to you later. What up? Yo, fellas, what's good? Yeah. What's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, dog? Gary, you on here?
Yeah, what's going on, guys?
My man, yes, sir, everybody. The reason why I wanted to get everybody on here is just to listen, Devoyne and Gary, because we didn't get to see you in Columbia. I think all of us want to catch up with each other. For sure. Yeah. You got somewhere in mind already? I got something in mind. What is he about to do? Baby, we're hitting the snow. We gonna hit the snow. Go, baby. Listen, I want to bring you where I'm from, and that's Michigan, baby. I think a weekend's a good amount of time for us all to kind of get away, have some fun, and, you know, get back to business afterwards. I'll shoot you guys the dates once I have the dates. And lock in that. We'll hit the mountain, we'll hit the slopes. You know, we got these things called moon bikes that we all gotta try. Yo, baby. That's fun. It's been real. I appreciate you guys. Sounds good. All right, guys.
So I talked to Corey, and I think we're trying to get together.
You know what's brilliant? Boring. Think about it. Boring makes vacations happen. Early retirement's possible. And startups start up. That's why PNC Bank strives to be boring with your money. Pragmatic, calculated kind.
Unit 207's having a field day by fucking with the YouTube interface all morning, FYI, Nerd Squad. They mistakenly think that by delaying it from loading for a really long time that they'll be able to click on it and terminate it and make it erase because they're so set on tampering with evidence and obstructing justice, or rather so fucking incompetent that they are still holding on to the delusion that they're not going to prison for the rest of their lives. Oh, whoops. Did I say it? Yeah, I did, you dumb fucks. And I know at least one person, probably two upstairs, is like, well, I'm not trying to do that. I know. I'm not a dumb fuck.
Darling, you need to get back out there.
Every time that I'm hanging out with these two idiots,
My
I
name
feel
is
like an
Amelia
idiot.
Schindler. I'm telling my story because it's all I have.
That's a gigantic quote.
Up until now,
And it often
the world
applies.
has only ever known the story of my husband, Oscar Schindler.
It often applies anytime you're hanging out with two people, you'll find.
Made the
It'll be
name of
like,
industrialist
every
Oscar
time I'm hanging
Schindler
out with these two idiots, I feel like an idiot.
in inhumane
There's a
times.
reason for that.
He saved some 1,200 Jewish people from certain death at the hands of the Nazis. But what was Amelia Schindler's role in saving those lives? By January 1945, the National Socialist regime's days were numbered.
It was a chaotic period. That's the chaotic period. The end of the Third Reich was very chaotic. The Ostfront had collapsed.
The dangers towards the Jews are much greater, mainly because the Germans are shutting things down. You know, the SS is roaming, freelancing, you might say.
The SS
In
is
Auschwitz,
upstairs.
At the end of January 1945,
And also
remaining
in their
prisoners
own
were
little
forced onto
homes.
train
That's where the
wagons bound for other
Hitler stays in their own homes and then comes around. The Hitler has plans for today and tomorrow. Plans that go up in smoke. But remember, you guys, is it March? No. It's February 20th now. Isn't it?
They gave us one portion of bread and one blanket. It was bitter cold. We were
Verified.
moving day after day after day. And finally they shunted us aside on some faraway railroad track where there was no train and nobody was there. We just saw some farmhouses. We were locked in. We were just left completely abandoned they were left completely abandoned for 6 days. No food, no water. From our breathing, the deposited on the walls, and that we scraped off and we ate. And I cried. I didn't cry for myself. I cried more for the Jewish people and for God who allows this to happen.
What the prisoners did not know was that their wagons had been left near Schindler's factory.
I was alone. Oscar was in Krakow. Suddenly, I heard a loud knocking at the door. I opened, and a man told me he was transporting Jewish workers. He begged me to take them in. If I refused, he said, they would be shot.
At the time, Trauder was living with
Oh,
Mealy,
how cute. Look at the baby.
an affectionate name for her Aunt Amelia Schindler.
Da erinnere ich mich sehr gut, da war ich vielleicht 6 Jahre.
I remember it very well. I was 6, maybe 7 years old then.
Und dann sind wir zu den Waggons gegangen, da war ich dabei.
We went to the wagons. I went along with them. What I saw there as a child, I have never, ever forgotten.
Nie mehr vergessen.
Amelia Schindler wanted to open the wagon doors, but the SS stopped her.
Emily was someone that took charge quickly and strongly. She stepped into the void left by Oscar. If she faced a problem, she'd go right into it and work on it. And that was Emily.
Amelia told the SS that the prisoners were needed as factory workers. After all, every bullet counted in the fight for victory, she said.
Amelia arranged to have the doors of the train opened, and they were frozen shut. They had to melt the ice from the latches.
Da ist dann der Dr. Schüdeborn.
Then Dr. Schönebon brought a blowtorch and used it to melt the latch. Finally, he was able to lift the latch and open the door.
Aufgegangen.
I didn't know if they were dead or alive. Even the living looked like skeletons. Some of them were stuck to the walls, their hair and skin frozen in place. Aunt Mealy had warm water fetched so we could thaw them off.
Oh my gosh.
Then we got them out. But the sight, it was horrifying.
Dude, what you just said was horrifying. Their skin and hair was frozen to the train.
The survivors required immediate care, so I had a makeshift hospital set up in the factory.
Some people who could still walk were walked in, others were carried in to a room, to a big room where there are several showers nearby. And the showers were turned on and hot water was running from the showers. I remember I went to this hot water was running and I lied down and I slurred the hot water like a pig. I couldn't imagine that I will ever see hot water and it would be warm.
Emily took care of the people. She cooked them special meals. The famous cereal that she did for them. A special cereal which was good on their stomach, not heavy stomach. She went and got medicine for them.
Day by day, Amelia oversaw the care of these people, and like small, like little birds that you feed milk, they brought them back to life.
She was wonderful, Mrs. Schindler. She did it in her own very quiet way.
Years on, their rescuer Amelia Schindler was living in San Vicente, Argentina, a small village some 50 kilometers from Buenos Aires.
She was there all by herself, and she was forgotten. She was totally forgotten.
Se quebraba a veces se ponía a llorar, me angustiaba mucho porque
she'd break down sometimes and start crying. It always made me so sad because, well, this woman had suffered a great deal. I think what she experienced during the war hardened her. Sometimes she told me about the cruelty they had witnessed. It made her a very tough person. But at the same time, she was also fragile. She'd always feed the birds, all of them. Her connection to animals was very, very special.
Muy especial.
She had a pretty voice. She'd sing German children's songs, songs from her childhood. She told me she'd had a beautiful childhood.
Emilia Schindler was born Emilia Pelzel in 1907 in Moravia, in what's now the Czech Republic. Her family were among the Sudeten Germans there. Her parents had amassed a fair bit of wealth through cultivating grains.
Emily, from a very early age, was an extremely independent child.
My parents were devout and hardworking. Father and mother always had a sympathetic ear. I could tell them anything.
She loved farm life, and I never recall her complaining about the chores or anything like that. But what she really loved was nature and the animals.
It was a sheltered childhood until World War I broke out in 1914. Emilia's father was immediately drafted. 4 years later, he returned.
Her father had what we now call severe PTSD.
What was it back then? Was it shell shock still?
He was a changed man because of his time in the trenches and things like that. And he was just shell shocked.
From then on, Emilia took care of her father after school each day.
In doing so, she fulfilled all expectations that prevailed at the time. Caring for relatives, especially for close relatives like one's own father, came first and foremost.
We kept the farm running as best we could. I sought solace and found it in the forest and with the animals. I kept both my feet on the ground, but at the same time, I dreamed of the day my first great love would come along.
So one day, a car came down the road, and I'm sure Amelia looked out through the window and wondered who it was. And two gentlemen stepped out, and this gentleman selling farm equipment, and his son. And the son was Oscar Schindler. She grew up on a farm, and here comes this dashing, adventurous salesman from the outside world who tells stories of faraway places, and like any young woman, it probably captivated her imagination.
Many women were attracted to him. He was tall, beautiful, charming, pleasant, always smiling, and many women fell in love with him.
Oscar could talk, so Oscar was surely a very persuasive suitor. She kind of ran away with the circus.
Emilia's parents cautioned their daughter. Oscar Schindler had a reputation for being a heartbreaker. Still, just a few months later, she married him.
She describes it as a marriage purely for love, and perhaps the thought also occurred to her that following a young and obviously very attractive man was a way to escape being confronted with a father who was wasting away.
The couple moved into an apartment in Oscar's parents' house.
What she said was that within the first year of the marriage, what I thought was going to be a truly close marriage had already begun to collapse.
Oscar had affairs with other women and had soon fathered 2 illegitimate children.
I asked my mother-in-law for advice, but all she told me was, Oscar is married now, and so the task of raising him falls to his wife.
Oscar Schindler wanted to be free. He didn't like to be attached to anything, and marriage is an attachment.
By the spring of 1945, some 1,200 Jewish prisoners were living at Schindler's factory. They barely had anything to eat.
Oscar was away a lot, black marketeering for goods. And so she was left, for the most part, with running Grunlitz on a day-to-day basis in the best way she could.
My wife was in the camp and Blitz, and because of lack of food and the food what they gave us, she got ulcers. And one day the doctor came to listen, if you're not going to find some milk for your wife, she's not going to last another 12 hours.
Hiding from the SS guards, Amelia loaded up a horse-drawn cart.
Then we went to the black market, of course, with whiskey, vodka, all sorts of things, cognac, cigarettes, and we bartered.
A few hours later, Amelia Schindler returned to the camp with medical supplies and food.
I remember I went to her and she gave me milk. Milk for my wife.
I'd had enough of seeing emaciated bodies, starving children, and desperate mothers.
There was a mill next to the factory run by a woman named Frau Dalbeck.
Amelia Schindler decided to go and visit her.
Frau Dalbeck was in a similar situation, running a large operation as a woman on her own, and in these days, that wasn't a particularly common thing.
The two women started talking. And at some point, Amelia Schindler worked up the courage to ask a question that could have cost her her life. Do you have any grain for my Jews?
I think they bonded, and Frau Dalbeck said, "We'll provide you with whatever you need."
The grain would last a few weeks. Amelia Schindler was hoping the war would be over by then.
It's fair to say she took on a maternal role to these people, and it wasn't something she was conscious of, but she was very maternal toward them.
Almost 50 years later, Argentinian journalist Raúl Coleman learned Amelia Schindler was living on rural property in Argentina.
The most striking thing about my visit to Amelia Schindler was the terrible smell in that house. There was an unbearable stench of dogs and cats everywhere, and everything was dirty. Emilia had almost no contact with the people around her. She could barely walk. And she was lacking for everything. Whenever I visited her, 4 or 5 times in those years, I always brought her food. She depended upon it.
When Amelia married Oskar Schindler in 1928, her dowry amounted to a small fortune.
The sum of money that Amelia brought into her marriage became her husband's property. It was under his legal control, and he could do with it as he pleased. That was his right.
Oskar invested the money in various ventures. He bought a chicken farm, opened a driving school, tried his hand as a trader, and failed every time. His love affairs were also costly. Despite all these disappointments, Amelia continued securing funds from her parents.
Back then, women were subordinate to their husbands, as was I. My love for him was unwavering.
She kept hoping things would change and he would promise, I'm changed, I'm sorry. But in the end, he never did. It just got worse and worse.
When Hitler seized power in 1933, the lives of Amelia and Oskar Schindler changed forever. The pro-Nazi Sudeten German party was gathering strength, and Oskar Schindler joined as a member. That caught the attention of German Nazis.
He's contacted by Abwehr agents, which is German military counterintelligence, who operated pretty freely in the Sudetenland.
The Abwehr, Germany's foreign intelligence agency, recruited him. Oskar became a Nazi party member and began spying for Germany.
Why did he join the Nazi party? Was he a Nazi? No. Why did he join the Abwehr? Did he care about it? No. He wanted money.
His role was to spy on the Poles, to see what was going on in terms of military activity, movement of troops, anything he could find on the Polish military. That was basically his job. Emily supported him. She delivered documents for him. So she was very deeply involved in his work and seemed to thrive doing it.
The Nazi invasion of Poland provided Oskar Schindler with the opportunity to make his next career move.
Oskar's still working for Abwehr, but he comes in as what we call a carpetbagger. He wants to take advantage, and he just sees golden opportunities.
That's one thing that Oskar Schindler knew about himself. I want to be my own boss. I don't want to work for anyone else.
Schindler moved to Krakow. There, he used his Abwehr contacts to acquire a bankrupted Jewish factory.
He leased that factory, but he also inherited deliberately the Jewish management of the factory, particularly Abraham Bonkier. And they started out basically making pots and pans for the military.
It was a profitable business. By the end of 1942, the Deutsche Emaillewarenfabrik was employing 800 workers. By 1944, it was employing 3,500, including over 1,000 Jews. Cheap labor. Oskar Schindler was rarely at the factory.
He was having fun, while Abraham Bonkier was running the business back in Emalia. That's Oskar Schindler.
The war made Oskar Schindler rich.
He became an important man because he considered himself important. In Krakow, Oskar lived life on his own terms.
He kept his girlfriends. I mean, he was fairly bluntly open about it.
Through it all, Amelia Schindler stayed with him.
I believe she was a very strong woman, even within her marriage, who simply accepted the circumstances as they were because she didn't wish to call her status as a wife into question. She didn't want to be an abandoned wife. She preferred being the director's wife. And sure, everybody knew her husband wasn't faithful, but it also had a small hint of saying, look at what a great husband I have. And in the end, he always comes back to me. I'm his wife.
She started out with Oscar fully enjoying the spoils of war without much internal moral conflict. They took over a factory that did not belong to them. They lived in an apartment that did not belong to them. They went to Krakow as opportunists.
Her role as the wife of a factory owner gave her the opportunity to enter social circles and make connections of which she made good use.
She was a wonderful hostess. She was very charming. People liked to be around her.
Among the Schindler's guests were high-ranking Nazis and Wehrmacht officers.
What the high-ranking Nazi officials had to say terrified me, especially their proclamations about Germany's glorious future.
Her transformation, I think, took place day by day over the course of a few years. So I don't think there was a eureka moment where her eyes were open and she suddenly had a complete change of heart.
In 1940, Jewish people living in Krakow were forced to leave their homes and move to a closed-off ghetto. Nearly all of Oskar Schindler's Jewish workers were relocated there.
Oskar and I witnessed how the situation for Jewish people living in Krakow deteriorated from week to week. Reduced to slaves, they dragged themselves through the streets.
Then in 1942 there were several what's called actions in April and May and June, where people were taken out and shot. And this accumulated. Oskar Schindler felt this is wrong. Why harm these people?
During this time, Amelia Schindler withdrew to the Sudetenland, only occasionally visiting her husband in Krakow.
Don't forget, Amelia was a very sensitive person. In Svitavi, there were no Jews. There were no camps, no labor camps, no concentration camps, no ghettos. So she didn't see what was happening to the Jews in Svitavi. Oskar Schindler was in Krakow because that's where the business was.
Following the liquidation of the Krakow ghetto, Oskar Schindler's workers lived in Plaszow concentration camp. Its commander, Amon Goeth, oversaw a brutal regiment. Schindler wanted to protect what he called his Jews. He bribed Goeth and high-ranking Nazis and received permission to establish a camp for workers on his factory premises. Schindler personally covered all costs, including construction and sustenance for the prisoners.
There was one thing that he was committed to try to save his workers, his Jewish workers. He said, I want to see them come out of this war alive. Because they have a right to live.
Oskar Schindler's factory became an island of hope. But in the summer of 1944, as the Red Army occupied eastern Poland, events escalated dramatically.
In August 1944, the orders came from Berlin that all the factories in Krakow that were run by Germans had to be closed. That's it. It's over.
I think that he was just like what we call a deer in a headlight. You know, he was overwhelmed by this.
That was a challenge for Oskar Schindler. What do you do? I have to close Emalia. Which meant for him two things. His good life would be over. The business would be over. We closed. And his Jewish workers would be taken away from him and sent to Auschwitz, Mauthausen, all these nice places. And he decided, I have to do something.
Oskar confided in Amelia and asked for her help.
For the first time, he was truly worried. I felt I just had to help him. After all, I was his wife.
He did not have the emotional stability and maturity to deal with this like Emily did. And she had to step into this void and deal with this little boy man and sort of try to sort of pump him up in terms of dealing with the crisis. She understood the danger he was in by doing what he did. She knew he was working around SS officers, military inspector, and so forth. And I think she was totally on board with it.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep running. National-grade industrial supplies and fast delivery. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done. How could they save the Jewish workers? Moving the factory to the hinterland seemed like a good solution. But for that, they needed approval from the SS.
Then, and that is the most fascinating part of his story, in my opinion, where he tried to convince, I'm going to restore my factory where? In Brunlitz. It wasn't easy. He had to negotiate. It was very tough. He sweated over this. They said, well, what do you think? We're going to pay for that? To move the factory? You pay for that. And Schindler said, all right, I'll pay for everything. You pay for the machinery. I'll pay for the machinery. You give me the train. I'll pay for the train too. That's where Oskar Schindler began to lose all the money that he had made. It cost him huge amounts of money. All came out from his pocket. He said, I want the workers that were with me in Emalia. Ooh, that's going to cost you money too. Who do you want? Well, I have some people that are going to make a list. That's the famous Schindler list.
The only reason this entire arrangement worked was because Oskar and Emilia Schindler decided on their course of action together and then committed to it wholeheartedly.
And let's not forget, Schindler had the funds.
The negotiations were arduous and dangerous.
Such a cool little hero, too. I'm sure he was fucking all the Jewish ladies, though. Let's be real.
In the end, the Nazi authorities approved the relocation of Schindler's factory.
When they got to Brunlitz, Oskar was at the factory less and less. He would go to Berlin or Munich or Frankfurt and try to procure food or the things that they needed to survive. And he probably enjoyed himself a bit as well. So it was really Amelia who ran the day-to-day operations of the factory. Finally, she had something that was hers. Caring for those people belonged to her. She was no longer living simply to support Oskar.
They were in very close quarters in Brunlitz. The SS was on your back, trying to murder all the Jews that they could find. It was a very, very dangerous time.
We were told that the main leader of the SS did grace for us. He says sooner or later they will shoot them all.
That's why I befriended the wives of SS and Wehrmacht officers. I gave them chocolates, coffee, or cigarettes for their husbands.
Those small things that she did in befriending the wives of the SS, getting them to tea and stuff like that, I think that played a big role in smoothing over on a modest scale.
Amelia brought us metal pieces from the fences to use as knitting needles. Every woman used them to knit herself a dress. There was plenty of wool in the camp. Then we changed our clothes and finally felt like people again. Like women, not creatures. It let us hope that we would not be killed.
On May the 8th, Nazi Germany surrendered. Oskar Schindler assembled the Jewish prisoners working for him to announce the end of the war.
Oskar held a speech. I was very proud to be by his side. He spoke about the many senseless deaths and urged the Jews to leave without bitterness. He told them to try to make the best of their lives and to not forget him.
From Oscar's perspective, he was very arrogant about what he had done. I did this. I want you to remember it, and you owe me. And he felt for the rest of his life that the Jewish world, for lack of a better word, owed him for what he had done for his Jews.
At the end of the war, Amelia and Oskar Schindler fled from Brunlitz to the American-occupied zone.
I thought we could start afresh and be happy again. At night, Oskar was once again the devoted lover. I started to believe we might have a future together.
Following several miscarriages, Amelia Schindler became pregnant once again.
She thought after the war, Oskar Schindler would settle down. What is to settle down? Oh, you can be a playboy for a few years, and then you say, okay, I had my fun, this and that. I have a wife and this, I'm going to settle down. I'm going to be a good husband. So she was a little bit naive. But she thought that he was going to change.
And once again, it was a difficult pregnancy.
She was in the hospital for a long time, and she lost the baby, which was stillborn. You know, Oskar wasn't there by her bedside when most of them went on. But once what happened was over, then he was there, and she remembers she's in a fog, and she sees Oskar, and he's telling her how much he loves her. And then standing next to her when she finally comes out of the fog is his girlfriend.
People often say, well, he wasn't the best husband in the world. Why would she stay with him? She was raised Catholic, so that would have kept her from wanting to leave Oskar when the going got tough. And we have to remember that it was just a different time. People didn't get divorced. They didn't go online and find somebody new.
Life in the post-war period was tough. People had to depend on one another, as did Amelia and Oskar Schindler. Their former wealth was gone. As refugees, they were treated as second-class citizens.
In 1945, Oskar Schindler had nothing. Nothing. And he was a little bit afraid of himself. He was in the Abwehr. The Czechs wanted to put him on trial. So that's why he didn't go back to Czechoslovakia. He was afraid they were going to arrest him. They put him on trial as a collaborator. That's a serious charge. You could get executed for that. He needed the help of the Schindler unit of the Jews that he had saved. Finally, after a few years in Germany, they told him the best thing for you is to get out and go across the ocean They're going to give you $15,000. They're going to help you with your travel needs. You and your wife will go on their cost.
I wasn't too excited about the news, although I did place some hopes in the idea of moving. In 1949, we emigrated to Argentina.
Oskar Schindler invested the money allocated to him from Jewish survivors in a farm in San Vicente. Emilia quickly adjusted to her new environment.
She brought with her to that time of her life this love of the countryside, the love of animals. I mean, she loved the farm.
Argentina was flourishing at the time, and Oskar Schindler hoped to get rich raising poultry and nutria. Their pelts were $1 million business. But he left the actual work on the farm to Emilia.
By now, Oskar and I were simply living alongside one another, but I knew the business was failing.
Oskar Schindler was never a businessman. He didn't have time to go over facts and figures. He didn't have that patience. He could not change. And his business went bankrupt.
But Schindler already had a solution in mind. In 1952, the German Bundestag passed a new law, the Lastenausgleich. It was to compensate those who had suffered material losses under the Nazi regime. Oskar decided to fly back to Germany. Meanwhile, Emilia Schindler was left to fight for her own survival. Oskar abandoned her in a mountain of debt. Despite all her hard work, she soon had to sell the farm.
She told me that at the time she would take a truck and drive through the fields of San Vicente to gather bones. She'd ask for permission to enter and then go and sell the bones to who knows where. People sold bones at the time. She would load a truck full of bones, and that's how she earned an income.
After his return to Germany, Oskar Schindler lived mainly in Frankfurt. As the reckoning with the Holocaust was in its early stages, newspapers wrote about him. He was awarded numerous honors, the German Federal Cross of Merit, the Silver Screen Order, and a tree planted in his honor along the Avenue of the Righteous at Yad Vashem. Emilia Schindler, however, was never spoken of. By 1994, Emilia Schindler was living in a small house with the support of 2 Jewish aid organizations in Argentina.
I lived in Oskar's shadow, but I still hoped to be returned to the light, to make peace with the world, to be Emilia once again, just Emilia.
In 1994, that finally happened. Though she's barely mentioned in the film Schindler's List, at the end of the film's production, Emilia and the Jewish people she had helped rescue met in Israel. They would become her advocates. Emilia Schindler received numerous awards. In Israel, she was honored as righteous among the nations, and Argentina made her an honorary citizen.
With hotels and vacation rentals, Booking.com has something for everyone.
You got anything more poutine?
Oui, right this way.
Now we're talking.
What about something more family friendly? Maybe a resort with a water park?
Or somewhere less family friendly?
Yep, one Vegas hotel for the bride-to-be.
What if we hate everything?
We have free cancellation. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, Booking.com.
human beings are built to have resilience. That's how we were made. I really think. I think that humanity is very strong. It's not always tested, and if we're tested, we'll make it, and then we can heal, and then we can heal enough to help others heal.
Can you tell me where and when you were born?
I was born in a place called Gdynia, which is part of Danzig in Poland. Danzig is a city that was half German, half Polish, and I was born in the Polish side of it in 1938, September 7th, which is exactly 1 year before the war. The war was September 1st, 1939. So I was exactly a year old when the war broke out.
So is it safe to say that you have no memories of life before the camps?
No, none at all. No. My memory started at the age of 2 and a half. And that's only sporadically, because there's certain things that are so unforgettable that even a child who can't express it verbally, I expressed it later on. I knew what was going on. It was very an abnormal time.
So, entering the camp, do you have any memories of walking through those gates for the first time?
The first camp, I don't remember. The first was the ghetto. That means they rounded us all up and they put us in a tiny apartment and so forth with rules and regulations and so forth. I have memories not entering but living there, because I lived there till I was 4 and a half. Then came the labor camp. That I remember very well, going to a labor camp where my parents worked the whole day. And then, of course, was the Auschwitz. That was very memorable. We got on a terrible train, got off the train, and there we were. That's my memories start from entering the labor camp and Auschwitz.
Tell me a little bit more about that then, entering Auschwitz for the first time, that train ride and entering those gates for the first time.
There were very few children left, if any. I don't think there were any except myself, because they had taken, you see, in each place I was, the first thing they did was kill the children and the elderly for all kinds of reasons. And I was hidden at that time when the selection came, so that I was one or maybe out of 2, I don't know, children that went on the transport to Auschwitz. I remember that very well, because that was the first time that my mother and father were separated. Till then, we were as a family, 3 of us. My grandmother was killed. Everybody else disappeared or were killed. We didn't see anybody but we were there. I knew my mother, my father, and I was part of their lives. And then entering the cattle car, my father was taken away with men, and I was with women, with my mom. And remember, my mother helped me on it because it was very, very hard to get on. And then I remember the ride. It was 36 hours. I didn't know it was 36 hours. I found out later. And I remember it very much. I mean, it was, by then I was 5 and a half, but I was an adult 5 and a half. I wasn't an American 5 and a half. I was a different type of a child. And it was very hot, so we were sweating because there were so many women all together. And I remember my thoughts, and the worst thing was I had to go to the bathroom, and I didn't know how. I couldn't move, and I kept saying, Mom, I need to go. I don't think she even heard me. There was so much noise and screaming. And then I realized everybody was going where they stood. So did I. The whole The place was dark, except there was a little window, but we did let in some light. But since I was small, the light never reached me. So I remember standing there and falling asleep on somebody else's back, like a woman. Even her back was perspired, and I just put my head down. And my mother was holding me around the whole time until we arrived. I remember that very well. Screaming, the smell. You know, smells, something that stayed with you forever. And I smelled the cattle car. People were throwing up. They had dysentery. See, I knew I was going to Auschwitz, but I don't know if I knew what death was. I knew it's a place you don't come back from, but I didn't know what exactly the adult women knew. So they were like screaming and crying and so forth. So I remember that very well.
And entering Auschwitz for the first time, what do you remember about that?
Oh, yes, you can't forget that. Because it was, you see, entering when we got on the cattle car, we didn't have a platform. My mother had to pick me up and put me in.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and set up your store on a single integrated platform. Add product.
Arriving, there was a platform so we could go down. And I remember the light, all of a sudden the light. But the thing that I saw most of all were the dogs. I've always seen dogs. You know, the German Shepherds to this day. I live near a dog park right now. And each time they pass my house with the German Shepherds, I know they're wonderful, smart dogs. And these are my neighbors. But it's a terrible feeling. And I remember the German Shepherds. They were very close to me because they were right by the train as we got off. And I still remember their saliva. And I was tall enough to look straight into their eyes, and they looked at me. And I remember saying to my mom, I'm going to be killed by them. And she said, no, they trained only to kill if you run, and you're not going to run. So the entrance, the first maybe hour or so was very, very memorable. There was a smell. I said, what's the smell? And she pointed to the chimney, and I knew what she meant. They were the burning of the bodies after they were gassed that they were burning them. She never hid anything from me. And then they made us undress. All that, she said, get undressed. I said, why? Why am I going to get dressed? She said, because they want to check that we're healthy. If we're not, she pointed to the smoke. I knew right away. You know, I've been so conditioned to know life as it was that she didn't even have to say sentences. She just had to point. I knew what it was. And then they took us and they cut my hair. They took away my clothing, cut my hair, shave my head. You know, it's interesting. Entering the cattle car, you were still sort of human. You went as a family. I was with my mother, and I had my own clothes, my own shoes. I had my hair. I looked like skinny, hungry, but like a person. That was a point where you separated. You stopped being a human being. You entered a person, and you walked out on the other side, because that's how it was. You know, you enter here, and then you I don't know how it was, but another door opened. You were not a human being, and after they shaved you, your hair, and gave you some clothes, you were no longer yourself.
Tell me a little bit about the living quarters. Paint a picture for me. The sights, the smells, the sounds.
The living quarters was just a barrack with very little light. There was light on top. And at night, you didn't go to the bathroom. you made in big pots that overflowing everywhere. So in the morning, each child would try to clean up a little bit. And then you could wash. They would take you to a place where a communal wash place. Winter, summer, very quick. Then you went to the toilet, which the toilet was like slabs of wood, thin, and big holes in it. At one time I fell in when I was with my mother still, because they were gigantic holes. And I couldn't hold on, so I fell in. And when you went back, they gave you something to eat. You were fed twice a day. And the rest of the time, you just wanted to think about food. Oh, they counted you. They count it. With my mother, before I was 10 too, there was called appel. You stood outside. You counted for hours. And with the children, we were counted inside. We didn't go outside. But they counted us by numbers. They called out the numbers. And I had a bedmate, and she died. She was 12. To me, she was so old. I wasn't worried that she died. I knew she would die because I could see her starvation signs. Kids would say, she's got 3 weeks or 2 weeks. She's going to die. The word was peigen. Peigen is a Yiddish word that means it's like street dying. It's like a street person that sort of disintegrates. It's not a nice death, like a dog that people forget to feed, dies on the street somewhere. So that's the word. So I would say she's going to die like that. So I worried that they're going to call her number, but I knew her number because I heard it so much. So I remember pulling her by her feet to the spot in the front where all the kids had died that night. But she was my responsibility. She was in my bed. And then I said, oh, she's here. I knew her number. I was so proud of that. Because otherwise they would call. Nobody's answering. We would get punished. What if she ran away? I don't know how she could run away. But they were like irrational. If somebody was missing, completely irrational, they would punish everybody. So I averted the punishment by knowing her number and pointing to her. She died. I knew she would.
You've mentioned a few times the starvation, that overwhelming starvation. Can you tell me a little bit more about that feeling of hunger?
There is no way for you. It's one thing I have to tell you. You have to be there. There is no way. There is no way to describe what happens to your mind and your body when you're deprived of food for a very long time with no hope of getting any. I mean, it takes over. That's all you can think about. Somebody once said, I don't remember, it's not my quote. Somebody else has said, how did God look to you? And the person said, a piece of bread. I got a gift from my mother on my 6th birthday. It was a piece of bread.
Most Planet Fitness clubs are open 24 hours, so you can work out whenever. We're coming in early. Staying late.
And it said, I didn't know I had a birthday or anything. It said, Tola, happy 6th birthday. I couldn't read. Somebody, one of the caretakers who were there, read to me. And then, being who I am, I saved it. Because to me, life wasn't so terrible. I expected it to be worse. And I had this fabulous image. Because I saw everybody dying around me. I said, not going to happen to me. What's going to happen to me is, I had this image. I was going to be dying, just about to expire. And then I said, I don't have to. I have bread. I'll take the piece of bread and I'll eat it and I won't die. So I hid it for that purpose. It was my insurance policy. but I hid it inside my shirt. And in the middle of the night, rats came and ate it all. I didn't even taste it.
Were there any moments in particular when you thought your own death was inevitable?
All the time. It was just a matter of when. I thought that being Jewish, you die. We went together. Child, being Jewish, and death was like one word. It was like, it's like kids now know when they're 5, 5.5, or whatever, they go to kindergarten, then they go to first. It's accepted. They know when they'll be going to kindergarten. So they anticipate their birthday, so they know they're going to be. That's how it was with me. I knew exactly. As soon as I didn't know the year or when. All they had to do was find me, and that's it. Or I was part of a selection of a group. They were ready to take the kids. I'm among the kids. I thought at any moment I will be dead.
What do you remember about the day you were taken to the crematorium?
They gave us a delicious breakfast, which was the best. I didn't care about I knew we were going because the barrack before that, I went a few days before. I knew the kids disappeared. I knew where they went, but I didn't care because I was going to eat. I told you, the only thing on earth was food. What comes after I eat? I didn't care. It was something soft, something delicious, something sweet, delicious stuff. And we got dressed. We walked, and I remember we were passing the women. I didn't even know they were there. My mother's
Unit
calling me by
207
my
is
name.
once
She's
again
calling.
attempting to terminate the live stream
Where are
at
you going?
4:25
I could
a.m.
recognize the voice. I said,
trying to
my
erase
mother,
the data.
who knows my name? Nobody calls me by my name. And I said, to the crematorium. And everybody was screaming because the women had children in the same group. They were screaming.
You're requesting to go to prison, you stupid fucks.
And I turned to the little girl next to me because we had partners. And I said, why are they crying? Every Jewish child goes to the crematorium. That's what I said to her. And then we walked, and then we came back because they told us to come back. And I remember it was dark already. We went and there was light. Coming back, it was dark. And I hear voices again. What happened? What's going on? And I said to my mom, I heard a voice. They couldn't do it this time. They'll take us next time. Just like that. Like as if nothing. That's the way it's supposed to be. Just next time. I wasn't elated. I wasn't happy. It was, when you grow up like that and you know nothing else, even horror becomes normal, right?
Can you tell me a little bit about the day that your mother found you in the camp? Did you have any sense of certainty that she was still alive even?
No, well, I did hear her. I heard her calling me. I didn't see her. I heard her. And I didn't know that by time passing, I can't remember. I didn't know, children, I don't think know time that well. But all of a sudden she appeared. That was already when the person who watched us disappeared also. It was almost It was almost when the Allies were on their way, and so she could get into our barrack. Otherwise, she couldn't have got into the barrack. She would have been shot. Can't go out to a different barrack. And I had trouble recognizing. She was terrible.
I'm going to say this to you guys one final time as you are once again attempting. Screenshot taken, Nerd Squad, 4:28 a.m. Pay close attention to the words that are coming out of my mouth. you're not getting away with anything. And everything that you're doing and you've done since August 6th is going to be why you're in prison for the rest of your lives. The only exception is the whistleblowers. What you are doing right now, you are doing literally to obstruct justice and tamper with evidence on behalf of the handful of people that the FBI is excited to throw in prison for the rest of their lives. And you're showing that you want to join them. Primarily the haggard woman that was outside of Indigo's window yesterday, right before noon or right around noon, laughing. Let's let her laugh. Because it's my understanding at some point this year, the FBI is confident she'll already be sentenced. That's a speedy fucking trial. That means so much evidence that she's probably going to take a plea deal, maybe for 25, 35 years.
Terrible. It was my mother. The way I remembered her. I have not seen her for quite a while. I didn't remember her. But she convinced me she was my mother. Didn't take long. And then she snuck me out. She had the plan, which I...
And don't forget, you stupid asses, she chose you for her to point the finger at as her defense with Mini-Me. That's been their defense the whole time. We didn't do it. Kishana did it. He did it. He's the one who signed and said that he served her when he never did. She's the one who terminated the live streams.
I didn't know about. Took me to an infirmary of women. But I remember her holding me.
Tell yourselves all you want that they're your friends and your allies. It's the complete opposite. Over 40 of you since August 6th, she tried to send to prison so she could say you all did it when she got busted because she is that vain and arrogant. But the reality is she's on the list of top 3 they're excited to haul off to prison. And there's over 20 people that are going to be testifying against her psychotic ass.
Because they didn't want to leave them as witnesses. By then, it was chaos.
And remember, what happens in 4 days? That's right. Her, not all of yours, her kidnapping charges become aggravated. And there's some additional charges that I don't know anything about that become really serious or that suddenly apply on the same date. So you should expect her desperation and psychopathy and demands on you guys to increase substantially.
She had like rags.
Until like the 24th. Maybe the 26th of this month.
I don't want you to live alone.
And
in this
again,
world.
well-cooked Tammys. Well-cooked Tammys.
I want you to die with me here. Will you die with me in Auschwitz? I said, yeah. She thought she'd be shot, you know. You can't just decide not to go on that line. Because everybody who didn't go fast enough was shot. But we snuck out, and we were walking near the barracks.
And I also want you to just recognize the absurdity. I should hate you and wish for your death. I don't. Instead, for over half a year while you've been doing nothing but awful criminal, awful criminal, awful criminal, awful criminal shit to me, I've been telling you to blow the whistle. Meanwhile, you're still listening to the very people who are the reason why at one point in time, 27 individuals were going to prison. And then they attempted to make 40 individuals go to prison. You see the absurdity of that? Your allegiance and loyalty is with the very people trying to send you to prison, and the person you've tortured is the one trying to get you to not go to prison.
Very close to the barracks. We shouldn't be seen. And we came to this hospital, infirmary, and I remember she took my hand, held it very tightly, and she went from corpse to corpse. Didn't know what she was touching, all these only women, until she found the corpse she liked. I looked at the corpse. It was a woman.
Let that sink in.
Warm. She could manipulate her body because the woman must have died minutes earlier. She said, "Get in." She helped me. She took off my shoes. And she manipulated
I mean,
my
honestly,
body
at
in
this
such
point,
a
it's
way.
like
I
I
knew
literally
exactly what
think
she
some of
wanted.
you upstairs
My mouth,
have Stockholm syndrome.
my head under her arm right here, armpit. But my mouth to the ground, my face to the ground. My head was here. And then she put my legs, one in between the woman. She was manipulating it. And then she covered. But the woman's hands were out. And the blanket was up to her chin, but her hands were out. She took them out. They were like this. I could feel it, because my head was right here.
Oh, Hunter, you are so
And she
cute.
said,
You are so
"Try
cute.
not to breathe much.
Little poof.
Nobody will uncover you. Don't uncover yourself no matter what happens." And she disappeared. And I know what she wanted. So I started breathing very shallow into the ground, to the bottom. And then I heard the screaming and yelling, "Raus, raus, out, out." They were coming. People were everywhere, and they were shooting those who were dying. Now, that doesn't make sense to anybody. But by then, nobody was in the right mind. The Germans were not in their right mind. They wanted to just get out, run away before the Russians came, and take as many people with them and kill those who stayed behind. So they started walking all around, and somebody stopped by my bed. Wanted to make sure that the dead person was really dead. Otherwise, they would shoot that person, that woman. And I remember I stopped breathing. I was afraid the blanket would move. By luck, the person moved on. I could hear the boots. I couldn't have kept my breath any longer. And even then, it was very shallow after the person left.
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house no matter what condition it's in. If you need to sell your house for any reason, click the button under this video to see if my...
And screaming and yelling. Oh, I remember that, and shooting. And then there was quiet, but there was smoke. And then I said, "Oh," my mother said, "I can't get uncovered. I can't breathe." But I would not uncover myself. I knew she was right. I knew if I listen to her, I'll survive.
Did you hear that? Let me rewind it for you.
I'll make it. So I knew she was right. I knew if I listen to her, I'll survive. I'll make it. So I didn't uncover. By the time I couldn't hold anymore, she uncovered me. And these were her words. "They're gone." Just like that. In Yiddish. They no longer here. And I looked around. So many people had also hidden with corpses. And in order to get out of bed, they pushed the corpses off the bed so they can get. I didn't, because my mother took me out. The corpse was still on the bed. She helped me out and to put my shoes on, but I couldn't find my shoes. I don't know what happened. So I was barefoot. And all these people with the corpses all over, and then the place was burning. That's how it was, the smoke. They had set the infirmary on fire. And then we walked out with everybody outside, and lots of people were walking. It was dark, and the snow, and I was wearing I don't know what, but I remember walking towards the gates. And there was January 25th. The Russians came January 27th. By the January 25th, the Germans had gone already. They left 2 days before the Russians came. So that's how we were liberated.
Why does it matter to you so much to tell these stories? What is the importance of storytelling in your life?
Storytelling is who we are. You know, there was a time where people couldn't read or write, and storytelling was the way they give history. All the books that you have started with storytelling. And I'm telling the story in order not to be forgotten. It's true, now we have books and internet and all that stuff, but there's nothing like a real story. It has a terrific emotional effect, much more than the written word. The reason that Hitler was so successful because he was a great storyteller. He was a great speaker. And that taught me a lot also. I want to be a speaker so that the people will hear me and have an effect. And I want my grandchildren to do the same. So I speak anytime somebody wants me to. Very important not to forget those who aren't here anymore by telling their story, because they're not here to tell it.
You also had children of your own. How and when did you eventually tell them the story of your life?
Right away. As soon as they ask. My children, my grandchildren, as soon as I see my number, I don't tell them. I tell them as they get ready. First, I tell a 3-year-old, yeah, I did. Why did you write this on your head? You're not supposed to write. I said, yes, I didn't. Bad people did it to me. And as they get older, they know more and more and more until they know as much as I do. And then many of them came with me to Auschwitz to say the prayer over the ashes. And they saw the cattle car. And they come with me to speaking. I make my children and grandchildren part of my life so that when I'm not here, they will continue.
What is the main lesson you've wanted to convey to your children and grandchildren about your experience?
Remember, this is part of your history, if you're Jewish or if you're not, even if you're just human being. This is what happened if we're not careful. Remember those, the innocent people. Remember the destruction of innocence on this earth. Number one. Number two, be more cognizant of your environment. Your environment. Because by not seeing and not listening and not caring, this what may happen. Got to be awake, to see what's going on. That's the third thing is, which maybe is the last, is that I guess hope. I see hope for humanity. I see positive things, but we have to work at it. I want to tell you a little story, which I sort of like. A grandson asked his grandfather, tell me about your feelings about things, he says to his grandfather. The grandfather said, I always have two feelings. One is good and one is bad. One is kind and the other one is mean. And the grandson said, which one wins? And the grandfather said, the one you feed. So you have to feed the good side of you. It really feels very important.
So true.
And on every level.
Talk to us a little bit about the importance of family in your life and what you hope.
Family has been the most important thing in my life because Hitler wanted to kill our religion, our continuity, our people. In fact, I wanted 6 children, one for every million that was killed. But I stopped at 4. But now I'm very happy. I have 8 grandchildren.
Look at the grandgirls.
They all are very proud of being Jewish. They're educated Jews. They've been to Israel. They're going to continue my story. All of them, all 8 know the story. And I know that they will continue, and they come with me, not whoever is available when I travel and I talk. So I think it's been, I did, when Hitler said, let's kill the Jews, I said, I'll have as many kids as I can. Get rid of the religion. Not mine. They're going to be very Jewish. Some of them speak Hebrew. And it's sort of an oppositional, like I'm trying to undo what he tried to do. And it's very meaningful to me. It's not just a theory, you know. That's why this is so important in my life. As if I'm vindicated, you know. I'm here, and I am not just a survivor, but I'm thriving in a way, and I don't have survivor's guilt. I have something else which is new in psychology, but I had it before they wrote about it. Survivor's growth. I feel like I'm still fighting, you know, for our right, our people, us.
This is what Ivy League universities you can get into.
Unit 207 is blocking my ability to edit the live stream that is currently running at 4:45 a.m. Pushing the button, they're not allowing it to execute.
Top 10 universities. Your child needs these 3 key factors to get into an Ivy League or top 25 university. And it's not having a good GPA or SAT score. Let me explain. Top universities made SAT and ACT submissions optional. And with over
Yeah, again, they're preventing it from initiating. It is 4:46 a.m. I'm ending this live stream, and a new live stream should initiate in, let's say, 5 minutes.